Section 22 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 22. The Procession, from The French Revolution, by Thomas Carlyle. We dwell no longer on the mixed shouting multitude, for now, behold, the Commons' deputies are at hand. Which of these 600 individuals in plain white cravat that have come up to regenerate France might one guess would become their king? For a king or leader, they, as all bodies of men, must have, be their work what it may. There is one man there who, by character, faculty, position, is fittest of all to do it. That man, as future, not yet elected king, walks there among the rest. He with the thick black locks, will it be? With the ur, as himself calls it, or black boar's head, fit to be shaken as a senatorial portent? Through whose shaggy beetle brows and rough-hewn, seamed, carbuncled face there look natural ugliness, smallpox, incontinence, bankruptcy, and burning fire of genius, like comet fire glaring fuliginous through murkiest confusions. It is Gabriel Honoré Riquetti de Mirabeau, the world compeller, man-ruling deputy of Aix. According to the Baroness de Stael, he steps proudly along, though looked at askance here, and shakes his black chevelure, or lion's mane, as if prophetic of great deeds. Yes, reader, that is the type Frenchman of this epoch, as Voltaire was of the last. He is French in his aspirations, acquisitions, in his virtues, in his vices, perhaps more French than any other man, and intrinsically such a mass of manhood, too. Mark him well. The National Assembly were all different without that one. Nay, he might say, with the old despot, the National Assembly, I am that. Of a southern climate, of wild southern blood, for the Riquettis, or Arraghettis, had to fly from Florence and the Guelphs long centuries ago, and settled in Provence, where from generation to generation they have ever approved themselves a peculiar kindred, irascible, indomitable, sharp-cutting, true, like the steel they wore, of an intensity and activity that sometimes verged towards madness, yet did not reach it. One ancient Riquetti, in mad fulfillment of a mad vow, chains two mountains together, and the chain, with its iron star of 5 rays, is still to be seen. May not a modern Riquetti unchain so much and set it drifting, which also shall be seen? Destiny has work for that swart, burly-headed Mirabeau. Destiny has watched over him, prepared him from afar. Did not his grandfather, stout Col d'Argent, Silverstock, so they named him, shattered and slashed by 27 wounds in one fell day, lie sunk together on the bridge at Cassano, while Prince Eugene's cavalry galloped and re-galloped over him? Only the flying sergeant had thrown a camp kettle over that loved head, and Vendôme, dropping his spyglass, moaned out, "Mirabeau is dead, then." Nevertheless, he was not dead. He awoke to breath and miraculous surgery, for Gabriel was yet to be. With his silver stock he kept his scarred head erect through long years, and wedded, and produced tough Marquis Victor, the friend of men. Whereby at last, in the appointed year, 1749, this long-expected rough-hewn Gabriel Honoré did likewise see the light, roughest lion's whelp ever littered of that rough breed. How the old lion, for our old Marquis too was lion-like, most unconquerable, kingly genial, most perverse, gazed wonderingly on his offspring, and determined to train him as no lion had yet been. It is in vain, O Marquis. This cub, though thou slay him and flay him, will not learn to draw in dog-cart of political economy, and be a friend of men. He will not be thou, but must and will be himself, another than thou. Divorce lawsuits, whole family save one in prison, and 80 lettres de cachet for thy own sole use, do but astonish the world. Our luckless Gabriel, sinned against and sinning, has been in the Isle of Rhys, and heard the Atlantic from his tower, in the castle of If, and heard the Mediterranean at Marseilles. He has been in the fortress of Joux, and 42 months, with hardly clothing to his back, in the dungeon of Vincennes, all by lettre de cachet from his lion father. He has been in Pontarlier jails, self-constituted prisoner, was noticed fording estuaries of the sea at low water, in flight from the face of men. He has pleaded before ex-parliaments to get back his wife, the public gathering on roofs to see, since they could not hear. The clatter-teeth, claque-dents, snarls singular old Mirabeau, discerning in such admired forensic eloquence nothing but 2 clattering jawbones, and a head vacant, sonorous, of the drum species. But as for Gabriel Honoré in these strange wayfarings, what has he not seen and tried? From drill sergeants to prime ministers, to foreign and domestic booksellers, all manner of men he has seen. All manner of men he has gained, for at bottom it is a social-loving heart, that wild, unconquerable one, more especially all manner of women. From the archer's daughter at Saintes, to that fair young Sophie, Madame Monnier, whom he could not but steal and be beheaded for, in effigy. For indeed, hardly since the Arabian prophet lay dead to Ali's admiration, was there seen such a love hero, with the strength of 30 men. In war, again, he has helped to conquer Corsica, fought duels, irregular brawls, horsewhipped calumnious barons. In literature, he has written on despotism, on lettres de cachet, erotics sapphic Wertherian, obscenities, profanities, books on the Prussian monarchy, on Cagliostro, on Calonne, on the water companies of Paris, each book comparable, we will say, to a bituminous alarm fire, huge, smoky, sudden. The fire-pan, the kindling, the bitumen were his own. But the lumber, of rags, old wood, and nameless combustible rubbish, for all is fuel to him, was gathered from hucksters and ass-panniers of every description under heaven, whereby indeed hucksters enough have been heard to exclaim, "Out upon it, the fire is mine." Nay, consider it more generally, seldom had man such a talent for borrowing. The idea, the faculty of another man he can make his, the man himself he can make his. All reflex and echo, tout le reflet et de réverbère, snarls old Mirabeau, who can see but will not, crabbed old friend of men. It is his sociality, his aggregative nature, and will now be the quality of qualities for him. In that 40 years' struggle against despotism, he has gained the glorious faculty of self-help, and yet not lost the glorious natural gift of fellowship, of being helped. Rare union, this man can live self-sufficing, yet lives also in the life of other men, can make men love him, work with him, a born king of men. But consider further how, as the old Marquis still snarls, he has made away with, humé, swallowed, snuffed up, all formulas. A fact which, if we meditate it, will in these days mean much. This is no man of system, then. He is only a man of instincts and insights. A man, nevertheless, who will glare fiercely on any object and see through it and conquer it, for he has intellect, he has will, force beyond other men, a man not with logic spectacles, but with an eye, unhappily without decalogue, moral code, or theorem of any fixed sort, yet not without a strong living soul in him, and sincerity there, a reality, not an artificiality, not a sham. And so he, having struggled 40 years against despotism, and made away with all formulas, shall now become the spokesman of a nation bent to do the same. For is it not precisely the struggle of France also to cast off despotism, to make away with her old formulas, having found them not, worn out, far from the reality? She will make away with such formulas, and even go bare, if need be, till she have found new ones. Towards such work, in such manner, marches he, this singular Riquetti Mirabeau, in fiery rough figure, with black Samson locks under the slouch hat, he steps along there. A fiery fuliginous mass, which could not be choked and smothered, but would fill all France with smoke. And now it has got air. It will burn its whole substance, its whole smoke atmosphere too, and fill all France with flame. Strange lot! 40 years of that smouldering with foul fire damp and vapour enough, then victory over that, and like a burning mountain he blazes heaven high, and for 23 resplendent months pours out in flame and molten fire torrents all that is in him, the pharos and wonder sign of an amazed Europe, and then lies hollow, cold forever. Pass on, thou questionable Gabriel Honoré, the greatest of them all. In the whole national deputies, in the whole nation, there is none like thee, and none second to thee. But now, if Mirabeau is the greatest, who of these 600 may be the meanest? Shall we say that anxious, slight, ineffectual-looking man, under 30, in spectacles? His eyes, were the glasses off, troubled, careful, with upturned face, snuffing dimly the uncertain future time, complexion of a multiplex atrabiliar colour, the final shade of which may be the pale sea green. That greenish-coloured, verdâtre individual is an advocate of Arras. His name is Maximilien Robespierre, the son of an advocate. His father founded Mason lodges under Charles Edward, the English prince or pretender. Maximilien, the firstborn, was thriftily educated. He had brisk Camille Desmoulins for schoolmate in the College of Louis le Grand at Paris. But he begged our famed necklace cardinal, Rohan, the patron, to let him depart thence and resign in favour of a younger brother. The strict-minded Max departed home to paternal Arras, and even had a law case there, and pleaded, not unsuccessfully, in favour of the first Franklin thunder rod. With a strict, painful mind, an understanding small but clear and ready, he grew in favour with official persons who could foresee in him an excellent man of business, happily quite free from genius. The bishop, therefore, taking counsel, appoints him judge of his diocese, and he faithfully does justice to the people, till behold, one day a culprit comes whose crime merits hanging, and the strict-minded Max must abdicate, for his conscience will not permit the dooming of any son of Adam to die. A strict-minded, straight-laced man, a man unfit for revolutions, whose small soul, transparent, wholesome-looking as small ale, could by no chance ferment into virulent Allegar, the mother of ever new Allegar, till all France were grown acetous virulent. We shall see. between which two extremes of grandest and meanest, so many grand and mean roll on towards their several destinies in that procession. There is Cazalet, the learned young soldier, who shall become the eloquent orator of royalism and earn the shadow of a name. Experienced Mounier, experienced Malouet, whose presidential parliamentary experience the stream of things shall soon leave stranded. A Pétion has left his gown and briefs at Chartres for a stormier sort of pleading, has not forgotten his violin, being fond of music. His hair is grizzled, though he is still young. Convictions, beliefs placid unalterable, are in that man. Not hindmost of them, belief in himself. A Protestant clerical Rabot Saint-Étienne, a slender, young, eloquent, and vehement Barnave, will help to regenerate France. There are so many of them young. Till 30 the Spartans did not suffer a man to marry, but how many men here under 30, coming to produce not one sufficient citizen, but a nation and a world of such. The old to heal up rents, the young to remove rubbish, which latter is it not indeed the task here? Dim, formless from this distance, yet authentically there, thou noticest the deputies from Nantes? To us, mere clothes-screens, with slouch hat and cloak, but bearing in their pocket a cahier of doléances with this singular clause, and more such in it, that the master wig-makers of Nantes be not troubled with new guild brethren, the actually existing number of 92 being more than sufficient. The Rennes people have elected Farmer Gérard, a man of natural sense and rectitude without any learning. He walks there with solid step, unique in his rustic farmer clothes, which he will wear always, careless of short cloaks and costumes. The name Gérard, or Père Gérard, Father Gérard, as they please to call him, will fly far, borne about in endless banter, in royalist satires, in republican didactic almanacs. As for the man, Gérard, being asked once what he did, after trial of it, candidly think of this parliamentary work, "I think," answered he, "that there are a good many scoundrels among us." So walks Father Gérard, solid in his thick shoes, whithersoever bound. And worthy Dr. Guillotin, whom we hoped to behold one other time. If not here, the doctor should be here, and we see him with the eye of prophecy. For indeed, the Parisian deputies are all a little late. Singular Guillotin, respectable practitioner, doomed by a satiric destiny to the strangest immortal glory that ever kept obscure mortal from his resting place, the bosom of oblivion. Guillotin can improve the ventilation of the hall. In all cases of medical police and hygiene, be a present aid. But, greater far, he can produce his report on the penal code, and reveal therein a cunningly devised beheading machine, which shall become famous and world famous. This is the product of Guillotin's endeavors, gained not without meditation and reading, which product popular gratitude, or levity, christens by a feminine derivative name, as if it were his daughter, La Guillotine. With my machine, messieurs, I whisk off your head, vous fais sauter la tête, in a twinkling, and you have no pain. Whereat they all laugh. Unfortunate doctor! For 22 years he, unguillotined, shall hear nothing but guillotine, see nothing but guillotine, then, dying, shall through long centuries wander, as it were, a disconsolate ghost, on the wrong side of Styx and Lethe, his name like to outlive Caesar's. See Bailly, likewise of Paris, time-honored historian of astronomy, ancient and modern. Poor Bailly, how thy serenely beautiful philosophizing, with its soft, moonshiny clearness and thinness, ends in foul, thick confusion of presidency, mayorship, diplomatic officiality, rabid triviality, and the throat of everlasting darkness. Far was it to descend from the heavenly galaxy to the drapeau rouge. Beside that fatal dung-heap, on that last hell day, thou must tremble, though only with cold, de froid. Speculation is not practice. To be weak is not so miserable, but to be weaker than our task. Woe the day when they mounted thee, a peaceable pedestrian, on that wild hippogriff of a democracy, which, spurning the firm earth, nay, lashing at the very stars, no yet known Astolfo could have ridden. In the Commons Deputies there are merchants, artists, men of letters, 374 lawyers, and at least one clergyman, the Abbé Cas. Him also Paris sends among its 20. Behold him, the light, thin man, cold but elastic, wiry, instinct with the pride of logic, passionless, or with but one passion, that of self-conceit, if indeed that can be called a passion which in its independent, concentrated greatness seems to have soared into transcendentalism, and to sit there with a kind of godlike indifference, and look down on passion. He is the man, and wisdom shall die with him. This is the CAS who shall be system builder, constitution builder general, and build constitutions as many as wanted, sky high, which shall all, unfortunately, fall before he get the scaffolding away. La politique, said he to Dumont, polity is a science I think I have completed, achevé. What things, O CAS, with thy clear, assiduous eyes art thou to see! But were it not curious to know how CAS, now in these days, for he is said to be still alive, looks out on all that constitution masonry, through the rheumy soberness of extreme age? May we hope still with the old irrefragable transcendentalism? The victorious cause pleased the gods. The vanquished one pleased CAS. Victa Catoni. Thus, however, amid sky-rending vivats and blessings from every heart, has a procession of the Commons Deputies rolled by. Next follow the noblesse, and next the clergy, concerning both of whom it might be asked what they specially have come for. Specially, little as they dream of it, to answer this question, put in a voice of thunder: what are you doing in God's fair earth and task garden, where whosoever is not working is begging or stealing? Woe, woe to themselves and to all, if they can only answer collecting tithes, preserving game. Remark meanwhile how d'Orléans affects to step before his own order and mingle with the commons. For him are vivats, few for the rest, though all wave in plumed hats of a feudal cut, and have sword on thigh, though among them is D'Entraigues, the young Languedocian gentleman, and indeed many appear more or less noteworthy. There are Liancourt and La Rochefoucauld, the liberal Anglomaniac dukes. There is a filially pious Lally, a couple of liberal Lameths. Above all, there is a Lafayette, whose name shall be Cromwell Grandison, and fill the world. Many a formula has this Lafayette too made away with, yet not all formulas. He sticks by the Washington formula, and by that he will stick, and hang by it, as by sure bower anchor hangs and swings the tight warship, which, after all changes of wildest weather and water, is found still hanging. Happy for him, be it glorious or not. Alone of all Frenchmen, he has a theory of the world, and right mind to conform thereto. He can become a hero and perfect character, were it but the hero of one idea. Note further our old parliamentary friend, Crispin Catiline d'Esprémigny. He is returned from the Mediterranean islands, a red-hot royalist, repentant to the finger ends, unsettled-looking, whose light, dusky glowing at best, now flickers foul in the socket, whom the National Assembly will by and by, to save time, regard as in a state of distraction. Note lastly that globular younger Mirabeau, indignant that his elder brother is among the commons. It is Vicomte Mirabeau, named oftener Mirabeau Tonneau, Barrel Mirabeau, on account of his rotundity and the quantities of strong liquor he contains. There then walks our French noblesse, all in the old pomp of chivalry, and yet, alas, how changed from the old position, drifted far down from their native latitude, like Arctic icebergs got into the equatorial sea, and fast thawing there. Once these chivalry duces, dukes as they are still named, did actually lead the world, were it only toward battle spoil, where lay the world's best wages then. Moreover, being the ablest leaders going, they had their lion's share, these duces, which none could grudge them. But now, when so many looms, improved ploughshares, steam engines, and bills of exchange have been invented, and for battle brawling itself men hire drill sergeants at 18 pence a day, what mean these gold-mantled chivalry figures walking there in black velvet cloaks, in high-plumed hats of a feudal cut? Reeds shaken in the wind. The clergy have got up, with cahiers for abolishing pluralities, enforcing residence of bishops, better payment of tithes. The dignitaries, we can observe, walk stately apart from the numerous undignified, who indeed are properly little other than commons disguised in curate frocks. Here, however, though by strange ways, shall the precept be fulfilled, and they that are greatest, much to their astonishment, become least. For one example out of many, mark that plausible Grégoire. One day Curé Grégoire shall be a bishop, when the now stately are wandering distracted, as bishops in partibus. With other thought mark also the Abbé Maury, his broad bold face, mouth accurately primmed, full eyes that ray out intelligence, falsehood, the sort of sophistry which is astonished you should find it sophistical. Skilfullest vamper-up of old rotten leather to make it look like new, always a rising man. He used to tell Mercier, "You will see, I shall be in the Academy before you." Likely indeed, thou skilfullest Maury. Nay, thou shalt have a cardinal's hat, and plush and glory. But alas, also, in the long run, mere oblivion, like the rest of us, and 6 feet of earth. What boots it, vamping rotten leather on these terms? Glorious in comparison is the livelihood thy good old father earns by making shoes, one may hope in a sufficient manner. Maury does not want for audacity. He shall wear pistols by and by, and at death cries of la lanterne, the lamp iron, answer coolly, "Friends, will you see better there?" But yonder, halting lamely along, thou noticest next Bishop Talleyrand Périgord, his reverence of Autun. A sardonic grimness lies in that irreverent reverence of Autun. He will do and suffer strange things, and will become surely one of the strangest things ever seen or like to be seen. A man living in falsehood and on falsehood, yet not what you can call a false man. There is the specialty. It will be an enigma for future ages, one may hope. Hitherto, such a product of nature and art was possible only for this age of ours, age of paper and of the burning of paper. Consider Bishop Talleyrand and Marquis Lafayette as the topmost of their two kinds, and say once more, looking at what they did and what they were, O tempus ferax rerum. On the whole, however, has not this unfortunate clergy also drifted in the time stream, far from its native latitude? An anomalous mass of men, of whom the whole world has already a dim understanding that it can understand nothing. They were once a priesthood, interpreters of wisdom, revealers of the holy that is in man, a true clerus, or inheritance of God on earth. But now they pass silently, with such cahiers as they have been able to redact, and none cries, God bless them. King Louis with his court brings up the rear. He, cheerful in this day of hope, is saluted with plaudits. Still more Necker, his minister. Not so the Queen, on whom hope shines not steadily any more. Ill-fated Queen! Her hair is already grey with many cares and crosses. Her firstborn son is dying in these weeks. Black falsehood has ineffaceably soiled her name, ineffaceably while this generation lasts. Instead of Vive la Reine, voices insult her with Vive d'Orléans. Of her queenly beauty little remains except its stateliness, not now gracious, but haughty, rigid, silently enduring. With a most mixed feeling, wherein joy has no part, she resigns herself to a day she hoped never to have seen. Poor Marie Antoinette, with thy quick, noble instincts, vehement glancings, vision all too fitful narrow for the work thou hast to do. Oh, there are tears in store for thee, bitterest wailings, soft, womanly meltings, though thou hast the heart of an imperial Teresa's daughter. Thou doomed one, shut thy eyes on the future. And so, in stately procession have passed the elected of France, some toward honor and quick-fire consummation, most toward dishonor, not a few toward massacre, confusion, emigration, desperation, all toward eternity. So many heterogeneities cast together into the fermenting vat. There, with incalculable action, counteraction, elective affinities, explosive developments, to work out healing for a sick, moribund system of society. Probably the strangest body of men, if we consider well, that ever met together on our planet on such an errand. So thousandfold complex a society, ready to burst up from its infinite depths, and these men, its rulers and healers, without life rule for themselves, other life rule than a gospel according to Jean-Jacques. To the wisest of them, what we must call the wisest, man is properly an accident under the sky. Man is without duty round him, except it be to make the Constitution. He is without heaven above him, or hell beneath him. He has no God in the world. What further or better belief can be said to exist in these 1200? Belief in high-plumed hats of a feudal cut, in heraldic scutcheons, in the divine right of kings, in the divine right of game-destroyers. Belief, or what is still worse, canting half-belief, or worst of all, mere Machiavellic pretense of belief in consecrated dough wafers and the godhood of a poor old Italian man. Nevertheless, in that immeasurable confusion and corruption which struggles there so blindly to become less confused and corrupt, there is, as we said, this one salient point of a new life discernible: the deep fixed determination to have done with shams. A determination which, consciously or unconsciously, is fixed, which waxes ever more fixed into very madness and fixed idea, which, in such embodiment as lies provided there, shall now unfold itself rapidly, monstrous, stupendous, unspeakable, new for long thousands of years. How has the heaven's light, oftentimes in this earth, to clothe itself in thunder and electric murkiness, and descend as molten lightning, blasting if purifying? Nay, is it not rather the very murkiness and atmospheric suffocation that brings the lightning and the light? The new evangel, as the old had been, was it to be born in the destruction of a world? End of section 22.
Section 23 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Farnooh Jahangiri. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 23. The Siege of the Bastille, from the French Revolution, by Thomas Carlyle. But to the living and the struggling a new 14th morning dawns. Under all roofs of this distracted city is the nodus of a drama, not untragical, crowding toward solution. The bustlings and preparings, the tremors and menaces, the tears that fall from old eyes. This day, my sons, ye shall quit you like men, by the memory of your fathers' wrongs, by the hope of your children's rights. Tyranny impedes in red wrath, help for you is none, if not in your own right hands. This day ye must do or die. From earliest light, a sleepless permanent committee has heard the old cry, now waxing almost frantic, mutinous: Arms! Arms! Provost Flessils, or what traitors there are among you may think of those Charleville boxes. 150,000 of us, and but the third man furnished with so much as a pike. Arms are the one thing needful. With arms we are an unconquerable, man-defying national guard. Without arms, a rabble to be whiffed with grape shot. Happily the word has arisen, for no secret can be kept, that there lie muskets at the Hôtel des Invalides. Thither will we, King's Procureur de Monsieur Effie de Courny, and whatsoever of authority a permanent committee can lend, shall go with us. Besenval's camp is there, perhaps he will not fire on us. If he kill us, we shall but die. Alas, poor Besenval, with his troops melting away in that manner, has not the smallest humour to fire. At 5 o'clock this morning, as he lay dreaming, oblivious in the École Militaire, a figure stood suddenly at his bedside, with face rather handsome, eyes inflamed, speech rapid and curt, air audacious. Such a figure drew Priam's curtains. The message and monition of the figure was that resistance would be hopeless, that if blood flowed, woe to him who shed it. Thus spoke the figure, and vanished. Withal there was a kind of eloquence that struck one. Besenval admits that he should have arrested him, but did not. Who this figure with inflamed eyes, with speech rapid and curt, might be, Besenval knows, but mentions not. Camille Desmoulins, Pythagorean Marquis Valadi, inflamed with violent motions all night at the Palais Royal? Fame names him young Monsieur Maillard. Then shuts her lips about him for ever. In any case, behold, about 9 in the morning, our national volunteers, rolling in long white floods southwestward to the Hôtel des Invalides, in search of the one thing needful. King's procureur, Monsieur Ethys de Corny, and officials are there. The Curé of Saint-Étienne du Mont marches on Pacific at the head of his militant parish. The clerks of the Basoche in red coats we see marching. Now, volunteers of the Palais Royal, national volunteers numerable by tens of thousands, of one heart and mind. The king's muskets are the nation's. Think, old Monsieur de Sombreuil, how in this extremity thou wilt refuse them. Old Monsieur de Sombreuil would fain hold parley, send couriers, but it skills not. The walls are scaled, no invalid firing a shot. The gates must be flung open. Patriotism rushes in tumultuous, from Gronsel up to Richtile, through all rooms and passages, rummaging distractedly for arms. What cellar or what cranny can escape it? The arms are found, all safe there, lying packed in straw, apparently with a view to being burnt, more ravenous than famishing lions over dead prey. The multitude with clangor and vociferation pounces on them, struggling, dashing, clutching, to the jamming up, to the pressure, fracture, probable extinction of the weaker patriot. And so with such protracted crash of deafening, most discordant orchestra music, the scene is changed, and 28,000 sufficient firelocks are on the shoulders of as many National Guards lifted thereby out of darkness into fiery light. Let Besenval look at the glitter of these muskets as they flash by. Gardes Françaises, it is said, have cannon levelled on him, ready to open, if need were, from the other side of the river. Motionless sits he, astonished, one may flatter oneself at the proud bearing, fière contenance of the Parisians. And now to the Bastille, ye intrepid Parisians. Their grape shot still threatens. Thither old men's thoughts and steps are now tending. Old Delaunay, as we hinted, withdrew into his interior soon after midnight of Sunday. He remains there ever since, hampered, as all military gentlemen now are, in the saddest conflict of uncertainties. The Hôtel de Ville invites him to admit national soldiers, which is a soft name for surrendering. On the other hand, His Majesty's orders were precise. His garrison is but 82 old invalid, reinforced by 32 young Swiss. His walls indeed are 9 feet thick. He has cannon and powder, but alas, only 1 day's provision of victuals. The city too is French, the poor garrison mostly French. Rigorous old Delaunay, think what thou wilt do. All morning since 9, there has been a cry everywhere. To the Bastille, repeated deputation of citizens have been here, passionate for arms, whom Delaunay has got dismissed by soft speeches through portholes. Towards noon, Elector Thoriot de la Rosière gains admittance, finds Delaunay indisposed for surrender, nay, disposed for blowing up the place, rather. Thoriot mounts with him to the battlements. Heaps of paving stones, old iron, and missiles lie piled. Cannon all duly levelled. In every embrasure a cannon, only drawn back a little. But outwards, behold, O Thoriot, how the multitude flows on, welling through every street, tocsin furiously pealing, all drums beating the Général, the superb Saint Antoine rolling hitherward, wholly as one man. Such vision, spectral yet real, thou, O Thoriot, as from thy mount of vision, beholdest in this moment, prophetic of what other phantasmagories and loud gibbering spectral realities, which thou yet beholdest not, but shalt. Que voulez-vous? Said Delaunay, turning pale at the sight, with an air of reproach, almost of menace. Monsieur, said Thoriot, rising into the moral sublime, what mean you? Consider if I could not precipitate both of us from this height, say only 100 feet exclusively of the wall ditch. Whereupon Delaunay fell silent. Thuriot shows himself from some pinnacle to comfort the multitude becoming suspicious. Fremson then descends, departs with protest, with warning addressed also to the invalids, on whom however it produces but a mixed, indistinct impression. The old heads are none of the clearest. Besides, it is said, Delaunay has been profuse of beverages. Predict the Bisson. They think they will not fire, if not fired on, if they can help it, but must on the whole be ruled considerably by circumstances. Woe to thee, Delaunay, in such an hour, if thou canst not taking some one firm decision. Rule circumstances. Soft speeches will not serve. Hard grape shot is questionable, but hovering between the two is unquestionable. Ever wider swells the tide of men, their infinite hum waxing even louder, into imprecations, perhaps into crackle of a stray musketry, which latter, on walls 9 feet thick, cannot do execution. The outer drawbridge has been lowered for Thuriot. Now deputation of citizens, it is the third and noisiest of all, penetrates that way into the outer court. Soft speeches producing no clearance of these. Delaunay gives fire, pulls up his drawbridge. A slight sputter, which has kindled the too combustible chaos, made it a roaring fire chaos. Bursts forth insurrection at sight of its own blood. For there were deaths by that sputter of fire, into endless rolling explosion of musketry, distraction, execration, and overhead from the fortress, let one great gun with its grape shot go booming to show what we could do. The Bastille is besieged. On then, all Frenchmen that have hearts in your bodies. Roar with all your throats of cartilage and metal, ye sons of liberty. Steer spasmodically whatsoever of utmost faculty is in you, soul, body, or a spirit, for it is the hour. Spite thou, Louis Tournay, cartwright of the Marais, old soldier of the regiment Dauphiné, spite at that outer drawbridge chain, though the fiery hail whistles round thee. Never, over knave or fellows, did thy axe strike such a stroke. Down with it, man, down with it to Orcus. Let the whole accursed edifice sink thither, and tyranny be swallowed up for ever. Mounted, some say, on the roof of the guard-room, some on bayonets stuck into joints of the wall. Louis Tournay smites brave Aubin Bonnemere, also an old soldier, seconding him. The chain yields, breaks. The huge drawbridge slams down, thundering, avec fracas. Glorious, and yet, alas, it is still but the outworks. The 8 grim towers, with their invalid musketry, their paving stones and cannon mouths still soar aloft intact. Ditch yawning impassable, stone-faced the inner drawbridge with its back toward us. The Bastille is still to take. To describe this siege of the Bastille, though to be one of the most important in history, perhaps transcends the talent of mortals. Could one but, after infinite reading, get to understand so much as the plan of the building? But there is open esplanade at the end of Rue Saint Antoine. There are such 4 courts, Cour Avancée, Cour de l'Eau, arched gateway where Louis Tournay now fights, then new drawbridges, dormant bridges, rampart bastions, and the grim 8 towers, a labyrinthic mass, high frowning there, of all ages from 20 years to 420. Beleaguered in this its last hour, as we said, by mere chaos come again. Ordnance of all calibers, thought of all capacities, men of all plans, every man his own engineer. Seldom since the war of pygmies and cranes was there seen so anomalous a thing. Half-pay Elie is home for a suit of regimentals. No one would heed him in colored cloths. Half-pay Hulin is haranguing Garde Française in the Place de Grève. Frantic patriots pick up the grape shots, bear them, still hot or seemingly so, to the Hôtel de Ville. Paris, you perceive, is to be burnt. Flessel is pale to the very lips, for the roar of the multitude grows deep. Paris wholly has got to the acme of its frenzy. Whirled all ways by panic madness, at every street barricade there whirls simmering a minor whirlpool, strengthening the barricade, since God knows what is coming. And all minor whirlpools play distractedly into that grand fire maelstrom which is lashing round the Bastille. And so it lashes and it roars. Cholat the wine merchant has become an impromptu cannoneer. See Georgette of the Marine Service, fresh from Brest, ply the King of Siam's cannon. Singular if we were not used to the like. Georgette lay last night taking his ease at his inn. The King of Siam's cannon also lay, knowing nothing of him, for 100 years, yet now at the right instant they have got together and discourse eloquent music. For hearing what was toward, Georgette sprang from the Brest diligence and ran. Garde Française also will be here, with real artillery, were not the walls so thick. Upward from the esplanade, horizontally from all neighboring roofs and windows, flashes one irregular deluge of musketry, without effect. The Invalides lie flat, firing comparatively at their ease from behind a stone, hardly through port-holes show the tip of the nose. We fall, shut, and make no impression. Let conflagration rage, of whatsoever is combustible. Guard rooms are burnt, Invalids' mess rooms. A distracted peruke maker with 2 fiery torches is for burning the saltpetre of the arsenal. Had not a woman run screaming, had not a patriot with some tincture of natural philosophy instantly struck the wind out of him, butt of muskets and bit of stomach, overturned barrels and stayed the devouring element. A young, beautiful lady sees escaping in these outer courts, and though falsely to be Delaunay's daughter, shall be burnt in Delaunay's sight. She lies, soothed, on a paillasse. But again a patriot, it is brave Aubin Bonnemere, the old soldier, dashes in and rescues her. A straw is burnt, 3 cartloads of it, hauled hither, go up in white smoke, almost to the choking of patriotism itself, so that Elie had, with singed brows, to drag back one cart, and Riol the gigantic haberdasher another. Smoke as of Tophet, confusion as of Babel, noise as of the crack of doom. Blood flows, the ailment of new madness. The wounded are carried into houses of the Rue Cerises. The dying leave their last mandate, not to yield till the accursed stronghold fall. And yet, alas, how fall? The walls are so thick. Deputations 3 in number arrive from the Hôtel de Ville. Abbé Fauchet, who was of one, can say with what almost superhuman courage of benevolence. These wave their town flag in the arched gateway, and stand rolling their drum, but to no purpose. In such crack of doom, Delaunay cannot hear them, dare not believe them. They return, with justified rage, the woo of lead still singeing in their ears. What to do? The firemen are here, squirting with their fire pumps on the Invalids' cannon to wet the touch-holes. They unfortunately cannot squirt so high, but produce only clouds of spray. Individuals of classical knowledge propose catapults. Santerre, the sonorous brewer of the suburb Saint Antoine, advises rather that the place be fired by the mixture of phosphorus and oil of turpentine spouted up through forcing pumps. O Spinola Santerre, hast thou the mixture ready? Every man his own engineer, and still the fire deluge abates not, even women are firing, and Turks, at least one woman with her sweetheart, and one Turk. Garde Française have come, real cannon, real cannoneers. Usher Meyer is busy. Half-pay Elie, half-pay Hulin, rage in the midst of thousands. How the great Bastille clock ticks, inaudible, in its inner court, there at its ease, hour after hour, as if nothing special for it or the world were passing. It told 1 when the firing began, and is now pointing toward 5, and still the firing slakes not. Far down in their vaults the 7 prisoners hear muffled din as of earthquakes. Their turnkeys answer vaguely. Woe to thee, Delaunay, with thy poor 100 invalids! Broglie is distant and his ears heavy. Besenval hears but can send no help. 1 poor troop of hussars has crept, reconnoitring cautiously along the quay as far as the Pont Neuf. We are come to join you, said the captain. A large-headed, dwarfish individual of a smoke-bleared aspect shambles forward, opening his blue lips, for there is sense in him, and croaks, Alight, then, and give up your arms. The hussar captain is too happy to be escorted to the barriers and dismissed on parole. Who the squat individual was? Men answer, It is Monsieur Marat, author of the excellent pacific Avis au Peuple. Great, truly, O thou remarkable duck-leech! Is this thy day of emergence and new birth? And yet this same day come 4 years. But let the curtains of the future hang. What shall Delaunay do? One thing only Delaunay could have done. What he said he would do. Fancy him sitting, from the first, with lighted taper, within arm's length of the powder magazine, motionless like old Roman senator or bronze lamp holder coldly apprising Thoriot, an old man by a slight motion of his eyes, what his resolution was. Harmless he sat there, while unharmed, but the king's fortress meanwhile could, might, would, or should in no wise be surrendered save to the king's messenger. 1 old man's life is worthless, so it be lost with honor. But think, ye brawling canaille, how will it be when a whole Bastille springs skyward? In such statuesque taper-holding attitude, one fancies Delaunay might have left Thoriot, the red clerk of the Basoche, curé of Saint Stephen, and all the tagrag and bobtail of the world to work their will. And yet withal he could not do it. Hast thou considered how each man's heart is so tremulously responsive to the hearts of all men? Hast thou noted how omnipotent is the very sound of many men? How their shriek of indignation palsies the strong soul, their howl of contumely withers with unfelt pangs. The reader Gluck confessed that the ground tone of the noblest passage is one of his noblest operas, was the voice of the populace he had heard at Vienna, crying to their Kaiser, Bread, bread! Great is the combined voice of men, the utterance of their instincts, which are truer than their thoughts. It is the greatest a man encounters among the sounds and shadows which make up this world of time. He who can resist that has his footing somewhere beyond time. Delaunay could not do it. Distracted he hovers between two. Hopes in the middle of despair, surrenders not his fortress, declares that he will blow it up, seizes torches to blow it up, and does not blow it. Unhappy old Delaunay, it is the death agony of thy Bastille and thee. Jail, jailering, and jailer, all three, such as they may have been, must finish. For 4 hours now has the war bedlam roared. Call it the world chimera, blowing fire. The poor invalids have sunk under their battlements, or rise only with reversed muskets. They have made the white flag of napkins, go boating the chamade, or seeming to beat, for one can hear nothing. The very Swiss at the portcullis look weary of firing. Disheartened in the fire deluge, a porthole at the drawbridge is opened, as by one that would speak. See Huissier Mallard, the shifty man, on his plank swinging over the abyss of that stone ditch. Plank resting on parapet, balanced by weight of patriots, he hovers perilous, such a dove toward such an ark. Deftly, thou shifty usher, one man already fell, and lies smashed far down there against the masonry. Usher Maillard falls not, deftly unerring he walks with outspread palm. The Swiss holds a paper through his porthole. The shifty usher snatches it and returns. Terms of surrender, pardon, immunity to all. Are they accepted? Foi d'officier. on the word of an officer. Answers half-pay Hulin or half-pay Elie, for men do not agree on it. They are, sings the drawbridges, Usher Maillard, bolting it when dawn rushes in the living deluge, the Bastille is fallen. Victoire, la Bastille est prise. Why dwell on what follows? Allin's foi d'officier should have been kept, but could not. The Swiss stand drawn up, disguised in white canvas smocks, the Invalides without disguise, their arms all piled against the wall. The first rush of victors in ecstasy that the death peril is past, leaps joyfully on their necks, but neo-victors rush, and ever new also in ecstasy not wholly of joy. As we said, it was a living deluge, plunging headlong. Had not the Garde Française, in their cool military way, wheeled round with arms levelled, it would have plunged suicidally by the 100 or the 1,000 into the Bastille ditch. And so it goes plunging through court and corridor, billowing uncontrollable, firing from windows on itself, in hot frenzy of triumph, of grief and vengeance for its slain. The poor invalids will fare ill. One Swiss, running off in his white smock, is driven back with a death thrust. Let all prisoners be marched to the town hall to be judged. Alas, already one poor invalid has his right hand slashed off him, his maimed body dragged to the Place de Grève and hanged there. This same right hand, it is said, turned back Delaunay from the powder magazine and saved Paris. Delaunay, discovered in grey frock with poppy-coloured riband, is for killing himself with the sword of his cane. He shall to the Hôtel de Ville, Olin, Maillard, and others escorting him, Elie marching foremost, with the capitulation paper on his sword's point. Through roarings and cursings, through hustlings, clutchings, and at last through strokes, your escort is hustled aside. Fall down, Olin sinks exhausted on a heap of stones. Miserable Delaunay, he shall never enter the Hôtel de Ville, only his bloody écu held up in a bloody hand, that shall enter for a sign. The bleeding trunk lies on the steps there, the head is off through the streets, ghastly aloft on a pike. Rigorous Delaunay has died, crying out, "O friends, kill me fast." Merciful Dolosme must die, though gratitude embraces him in this fearful hour, and will die for him, it avails not. Brothers, your wrath is cruel. Your Place de Grève is become a throat of the tiger, full of mere fierce bellowings and thirst of blood. One other officer is massacred, one other invalid is hanged on the lamp iron, with difficulty, with generous perseverance. The Garde Française will save the rest. Provost Flessel, stricken long since with the paleness of death, must descend from his seat, to be judged at the Palais Royal. Alas, to be shot dead by an unknown hand at the turning of the first street. O evening sun of July, how at this hour thy beams fall slant on reapers amid peaceful foody fields, on old women spinning in cottages, on ships far out on the silent main, on balls at the Orangerie of Versailles, where high rouged dames of the palace are even now dancing with double-jackets hussar officers, and also on this roaring hell porch of a Hôtel de Ville. Babel Tower, with the confusion of tongues, where not Bedlam added with the conflagration of thoughts, was no type of it. One forest of distracted steel bristles, endless in front of an electoral committee, points itself in hurried ready against this and the other accused breast. It was the Titans warring with Olympus, and they, scarcely crediting it, have conquered, prodigy of prodigies, delirious as it could not but be. Denunciation, vengeance, blaze of triumph on a dark ground of terror, all outward, all inward things fallen into one general wreck of madness. End of section 23. Recording by Farno Jahangiri. Section 24 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Fano Jahangiri. Library of World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 24. Charlotte Corday from the French Revolution by Thomas Carlyle. In the leafy months of June and July, several French departments germinated a set of rebellious paper leaves named proclamations, resolutions, journals, or diurnals of the Union for resistance to oppression. In particular, the town of Cayenne in Calvados seized its paper leaf of Bulletin de Cayenne, suddenly established itself as newspaper there under the editorship of Girondin national representatives. For among the proscribed Girondins are certain of a more desperate humor. Some, as Vergniaud, Valazé, Genson, arrested in their own house, will await with stoical resignation what the issue may be. Some, as Brissot, Rabot, will take to flight, to concealment, which, as the Paris barriers are opened again in a day or two, is not yet difficult. But others there are who will rush with Buzot to Calvados, or far over France, to Lyon, Toulon, Nantes, and elsewhere, and then rendezvous at Cayenne, to awaken as with war trumpet the respectable departments, and strike down an anarchic mountain faction, at least not yield without a stroke at it. Of this latter temper we count some score or more, of the arrested and of the not yet arrested. A Buzot, a Barbaroux, Louvet, Corday, Pétion, who have escaped from arrestment in their own homes, a Salle, a Pythagorean Valadi, a Duchâtel, the Duchâtel that came in blanket and nightcap to vote for the life of Louis, who have escaped from danger and likelihood of arrestment. These, to the number at one time of 27, do accordingly lodge here in the intendance or departmental mansion of the town of Cayenne in Calvados, welcomed by persons in authority, welcomed and defrayed, having no money of their own. And the Bulletin de Cayenne comes forth with the most animating photographs. How the Bordeaux department, the Lyon department, this department after the other is declaring itself. 60 or say 69 or 72 respectable departments, either declaring or ready to declare. Nay, Marseille, it seems, will march on Paris by itself, if need be. So has Marseille town said that she will march, but on the other hand, that Montélimar town has said no thoroughfare, and means even to bury herself under her own stone and mortar first. Of this be no mention in Bulletin de Cayenne. Such animating paragraphs we read in this new newspaper, and fervors and eloquent sarcasm, tirades against the mountain from the pen of Deputy Salle, which resemble, say friends, Pascal's Provincials. What is more to the purpose, these Girondins have got a general-in-chief, one Wimpfen, formerly under Dumouriez, also a secondary questionable general, Poisset, and others, and are doing their best to raise a force for war. National volunteers, whosoever is of right heart, gather in, ye national volunteers, friends of liberty, from our Calvados townships, from the Eure, from Brittany, from far and near, forward to Paris and extinguish anarchy. Thus at Cayenne in the early July days there is a drumming and parading, a perorating and consulting, a staff and army, council, club of carabots, anti-Jacobin friends of freedom to denounce atrocious Marat, with all which and the editing of bulletins a national representative has his hands full. At Cayenne it is most animated, and as one hopes more or less animated in the 72 departments that adhere to us. And in a France begirt with Cimmerian invading coalitions and torn with an internal La Vendée, this is the conclusion we have arrived at, to put down anarchy by civil war. Durum et durum, the proverb says, non factuin murum. La Vendée burns, Santerre can do nothing there, he may return home and brew beer. Cimmerian bombshells fly all along the north. That siege of Mentz is become famed. Lovers of the picturesque, as Goethe will testify, washed country people of both sexes, stroll thither on Sundays to see the artillery work and counter work. You only duck a little while the shot whizzes past. Corday is capitulating to the Austrians. Royal Highness of York, these several weeks fiercely batters Valencians, for alas our fortified camp of Famars was stormed, General Dampierre was killed, General Custine was blamed, and indeed is now come to Paris to give explanations. Against all which the mountain and atrocious Marat must even make hell as they can. They, anarchic convention as they are, publish decrees, expostulatory, explanatory, yet not without severity. They rave forth commissioners, singly or in pairs, the olive branch in one hand, yet the sword in the other. Commissioners come even to Caen, but without effect. Mathematical Rome and Prior, named of the Côte d'Or, venturing thither with their olive and sword, are packed into prison. There may Rome lie, under lock and key for 50 days, and meditate his new calendar, if he please. Cimmeria, La Vendée, and civil war. Never was republic one and indivisible at a lower ebb. Amid which dim ferments of Caen and the world, history especially notices one thing. In the lobby of the Mansion de l'Intendance, where busy deputies are coming and going, a young lady with an aged valet, taking grave, graceful leave of Deputy Barbaroux. She is of stately Norman figure, in her 25th year, of beautiful still countenance. Her name is Charlotte Corday, heretofore styled d'Armand, while nobility still was. Barbaroux has given her a note to Deputy Duporet, him who once drew his sword in the effervescence. Apparently she will to Paris on some errand. She was a Republican before the Revolution, and never wanted energy. A completeness, a decision is in this fair female figure. By energy she means the spirit that will prompt one to sacrifice himself for his country. What if she, this fair young Charlotte, had emerged from her secluded stillness suddenly like a star, cruel, lovely, with half angelic, half demonic splendor, to gleam for a moment, and in a moment be extinguished, to be held in memory, so bright complete was she through long centuries. Quitting Cimmerian coalitions without and the dim simmering 25 million within, history will look fixedly at this one fair apparition of a Charlotte Corday, will note whither Charlotte moves, how the little life burns forth so radiant, then vanishes swallowed of the night. With Barbaroux's note of introduction and a slight stock of luggage, we see Charlotte on Tuesday the 9th of July, seated in the Cahier d'Elegance, with a place for Paris. None takes farewell of her, wishes her good journey. Her father will find a line left, signifying that she is gone to England, that he must pardon her and forget her. The drowsy diligence lumbers along, amid drowsy talk of politics and praise of the mountain, in which she mingles not. All night, all day, and again all night. On Thursday, not long before noon, we are at the bridge of Neuilly. Here is Paris with her 1,000 black domes, the goal and purpose of thy journey. Arrived at the Inn de la Providence in the Rue de Vieux Augustin, Charlotte demands a room, hastens to bed, sleeps all afternoon and night, till the morrow morning. On the morrow morning she delivers her note to de Beauregard. It relates to certain family papers which are in the Minister of the Interior's hands, which a nun at Cayenne, an old convent friend of Charlotte's, has need of, which de Pourray shall assist her in getting. This, then, was Charlotte's errand to Paris. She has finished this in the course of Friday, yet says nothing of returning. She has seen and silently investigated several things. The Convention in bodily reality she has seen. What the mountain is like, the living physiognomy of Marat she could not see. He is sick at present and confined to home. About 8 on the Saturday morning she purchases a large sheath knife in the Palais Royal, then straightway in the Place de Victoire takes a hackney coach. to the Rue de l'École de Médecine, number 44. It is the residence of the Citoyen Marat. The Citoyen Marat is ill and cannot be seen, which seems to disappoint her much. Her business is with Marat, then? Hapless beautiful Charlotte, hapless squalid Marat. From Cayenne in the utmost west, from Neuchâtel in the utmost east, they two are drawing nigh each other. They two have very strangely business together. Charlotte, returning to her inn, dispatches a short note to Marat, signifying that she is from Cayenne, the seat of rebellion, that she desires earnestly to see him, and will put it in his power to do France a great service. No answer. Charlotte writes another note, still more pressing, sets out with it by coach, about 7 in the evening herself. Tired day laborers have again finished their week. Huge Paris is circling and simmering, manifold according to its vague want. This one fair figure has decision in it, drives straight to other purpose. It is yellow July evening, we say, the 13th of the month, eve of the Bastille Day, when Monsieur Marat 4 years ago, in the crowd of the Pont Neuf, shrewdly required of that Besenval hussar party, which had such friendly dispositions, to dismount and give up their arms then, and became notable among patriot men. 4 years, what a road he has travelled, and sits now about 7:30 of the clock, stewing in a slipper bath, sore afflicted, ill of revolution fever, of what other malady this history had rather not name. Excessively sick and worn poor man, with precisely 11 pence halfpenny of ready money in paper, with a slipper bath, strong 3-footed stool for writing on, the vile and squalid washerwoman, one may call her, that is her civic establishment in Medical School Street, thither and not elsewhither has his road led him. Not to the reign of brotherhood and perfect felicity, yet surely on the way toward that. Hark, a rap again, a musical woman's voice, refusing to be rejected. It is the citoyenne who would do France a service. Marat, recognizing from within, cries, "Admit her." Charlotte Corday is admitted. Citoyen Marat, I am from Cayenne, the seat of rebellion, and wish to speak with you. Be seated, mon enfant. Now, what are the traitors doing at Cayenne? What deputies are at Cayenne? Charlotte names some deputies. Their heads shall fall within a fortnight, croaks the eager people's friend, clutching his tablets to write. Barbaroux, Pétion, writes he, with bare shrunk arm, turning aside in the bath. Pétion and Louvet, and Charlotte has drawn her knife from the sheath, plunges it with one sure stroke into the writer's heart. "A moi, cher ami, help, dear." No more could the death choke say or shriek. The helpful washerwoman running in, there is no friend of the people or friend of the washerwoman left, but his life with a groan gushes out, indignant, to the shades below. And so Marat, people's friend, is ended. The lone stylist has got hurled down suddenly from his pillar. Whitherward? He that made him knows. Patriot Paris may sound triple and tenfold in dole and wail, re-echoed by patriot France and the Convention. Chapeau pale with terror, declaring that they are to be all assassinated, may decree him Pantheon honored. Public funeral, Mirabeau's dust making way for him and Jacobin societies. In lamentable oratory summing up his character, parallel him to one whom they think it honor to call the good sans-culotte, whom we name not here. Also a chapel may be made for the urn that holds his heart in the Place du Corcel, and newborn children be named Marat, and Lago de Como hawkers bake mountains of stucco into unbeautiful busts, and David paint his picture or death scene, and such other apotheoses take place as the human genius in these circumstances can devise. But Marat returns no more to the light of the sun. One sole circumstance we have read with clear sympathy in the old Moniteur newspaper. How Marat's brother comes from Neuchâtel to ask of the Convention that the deceased Jean-Paul Marat's muscat be given to him. For Marat too had a brother and a natural affection. and was wrapped once in swaddling clothes, and slept safe in a cradle like the rest of us, ye children of man. A sister of his, they say, lives still to this day in Paris. As for Charlotte Corday, her work is accomplished. The recompense of it is near and sure. The chère amie and the neighbors of the house, flying at her, she overturns some movables, entrenches herself till the gendarmes arrive, then quietly surrenders, goes quietly to the Abbaye prison, she alone quiet, all Paris sounding in wonder, in rage or admiration round her. Duperrey is put in arrest on account of her, his papers sealed, which may lead to consequences. Fauchet in like manner, though Fauchet had not so much as heard of her. Charlotte, confronted with these two deputies, praises the grave firmness of Duperrey, censures the dejection of Fauchet. On Wednesday morning the thronged Palais de Justice and Revolutionary Tribunal can see her face, beautiful and calm. She takes it, fourthly, of the preparation of peace. A strange murmur ran through the hall. At sight of her, you could not say of what character. Tinville has his indictments and tape papers. The cutlers of the Palais Royal will testify that he sold her the sheath knife. All these details are needless, interrupted Charlotte. It is I that killed Marat. By whose instigation? By no one's. What tempted you then? His crimes. I killed one man, added she, raising her voice extremely, extrêmement, as they went on with their question. I killed one man to save 100,000, a villain to save innocence, a savage wild beast to give repose to my country. I was a Republican before the Revolution. I never wanted energy. There is therefore nothing to be said. The public gaze is astonished. The hasty limners sketch her features. Charlotte's not disapproving. The men of law proceed with their formalities. The doom is death as a murderess. To her advocate she gives thanks, in gentle phrase, in high-flown classical spirit. To the priest they send her she gives thanks, but needs not any shriving, any ghostly or other aid from him. On this same evening, therefore, about 7:30, from the gate of the Conciergerie to a city all on tiptoe, the fatal cart issues. Seated on it a fair young creature, sheeted in red smock of murderess, so beautiful, serene, so full of life, journeying toward death. Alone amid the world, many take off their hats, saluting reverently, for what heart but must be touched? Others growl and howl. Adam looks of men's declares that she is greater than Brutus, that it were beautiful to die with her. The head of this young man seemed turned. At the Place de la Révolution, the countenance of Charlotte wears the same steel smile. The executioners proceed to bind her feet. She resists, think it meant as an insult. On a word of explanation she submits with cheerful apology. As the last act, all being now ready, they take the neckerchief from her neck. A blush of maidenly shame overspreads her fair face and neck. The cheeks were still tinged with it when the executioner lifted the severed head to show it to the people. It is most true, says Forster, that he struck the cheek insultingly, for I saw it with my eyes. The police imprisoned him for it. In this matter have the beautifulest and the squalidest come in collision, and extinguished one another. Jean-Paul Marat and Marie-Anne Charlotte Corday both suddenly are no more. Day of the preparation of peace? Alas! How were peace possible or preparable, while, for example, the hearts of lovely maidens, in their convent stillness, are dreaming, not of love paradises and the light of life, but of courtroom sacrifices and death well earned? That 25 million hearts have got to such temper, this is the anarchy, the soul of it lies in this, whereof not peace can be the embodiment. The death of Marat, wetting all animosities tenfold, will be worse than any life. O ye hapless two, mutually extinctive, the beautiful and the squalid, sleep ye well, in the mother's bosom that bore you both. This is the history of Charlotte Corday, most definite, most complete, angelic, demonic, like a star. End of section 24. Recording by Farnoosh Jahangiri.
Section 25 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacob Shumway. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 25. The Scapegoat, from the French Revolution, by Thomas Carlyle. To this conclusion then hast thou come, O hapless Louis. The son of 60 kings is to die on the scaffold by form of law. Under 60 kings this same form of law, form of society, has been fashioning itself together these 1,000 years, and has become, one way and another, a most strange machine. Surely, if needful, it is also frightful, this machine, dead, blind, not what it should be, which with swift stroke or by cold slow torture has wasted the lives and souls of innumerable men. And behold now a king himself, or say rather kinghood in his person, is to expire here in cruel tortures, like a Phalaris shut in the belly of his own red-heated brazen bull. It is ever so, and thou shouldst know it, O haughty tyrannous man. Injustice breeds injustice. Curses and falsehoods do verily return always home, wide as they may wander. Innocent Louis bears the sins of many generations. He too experiences that man's tribunal is not in this earth, that if he had no higher one, it were not well with him. A king dying by such violence appeals impressively to the imagination, as the like must do and ought to do. And yet, at bottom, it is not the king dying, but the man. Kingship is a coat. The grand loss is of the skin. The man from whom you take his life, to him can the whole combined world do more? Lally went on his hurdle, his mouth filled with a gag. Miserablest mortals, doomed for picking pockets, have a whole 5-act tragedy in them. In that dumb pain, as they go to the gallows, unregarded, they consume the cup of trembling down to the lees, for kings and for beggars, for the justly doomed and the unjustly. It is a hard thing to die. Pity them all, thy utmost pity, with all aids and appliances and throne and scaffold contrasts. How far short it is of the thing pitied. A confessor has come, Abbé Edgeworth, of Irish extraction, whom the king knew by good report, has come promptly on this solemn mission. Leave the earth alone, then, thou hapless king. It with its malice will go its way. Thou also canst go thine. A hard scene yet remains, the parting with our loved ones, kind hearts, environed in the same grim peril with us, to be left here. Let the reader look with the eyes of Valet Cléry through these glass doors, where also the municipality watches, and see the cruelest of scenes. At 8:30, the door of the anteroom opened. The Queen appeared first, leading her son by the hand, then Madame Royale and Madame Elizabeth. They all flung themselves into the arms of the king. Silence reigned for some minutes, interrupted only by sobs. The Queen made a movement to lead his Majesty towards the inner room, where M. Edgeworth was waiting unknown to them. "No," said the king, "let us go into the dining-room. It is there only that I can see you." They entered there. I shut the door of it, which was of glass. The king sat down, the Queen on his left hand, Madame Elizabeth on his right, Madame Royale almost in front. The young prince remained standing between his father's legs. They all leaned toward him, and often held him embraced. This scene of woe lasted 1 hour and 3/4, during which we could hear nothing. We could see only that always when the king spoke, the sobbing of the princesses redoubled, continued for some minutes, and that then the king began again to speak. And so our meetings and partings do now end. The sorrows we gave each other, the poor joys we faithfully shared, and all our lovings and our sufferings, and confused toilings under the earthly sun, are over. Thou good soul, I shall never, never through all ages of time see thee any more, never. O reader, knowest thou that hard word? For nearly 2 hours this agony lasts. Then they tear themselves asunder. Promise that you will see us on the morrow. He promises. Ah, yes, yes, yet once. And go now, ye loved ones, cry to God for yourselves and me. It was a hard scene, But it is over. He will not see them on the morrow. The Queen, in passing through the anteroom, glanced at the Cerberus municipals, and with woman's vehemence said through her tears, "Vous êtes tous des scélérats." King Louis slept sound till 5 in the morning, when Clary, as he had been ordered, awoke him. Clary dressed his hair. While this went forward, Louis took a ring from his watch, and kept trying it on his finger. It was his wedding ring, which he is now to return to the Queen as a mute farewell. At 6:30 he took the sacrament, and continued in devotion and conference with Abbé Edgeworth. He will not see his family. It were too hard to bear. At 8 the municipals enter. The king gives them his will and messages and effects, which they at first brutally refuse to take charge of. He gives them a roll of gold pieces, 125 louis. These are to be returned to Malesherbes, who had lent them. At 9, Santerre says the hour is come. The king begs yet to retire for 3 minutes. At the end of 3 minutes, Santerre again says the hour is come. Stamping on the ground with his right foot, Louis answers, "Partons, let us go." How the rolling of those drums comes in through the temple bastions and bulwarks on the heart of a queenly wife, soon to be a widow. He is gone, then, and has not seen us? A queen weeps bitterly, a king's sister and children. Over all these 4 does death also hover. All shall perish miserably save one. She, as Duchess d'Angoulême, will live, not happily. At the temple gate were some faint cries, perhaps from voices of pitiful women. Grâce, grâce. Through the rest of the streets there is silence as of the grave. No man not armed is allowed to be there. The armed, did any even pity, dare not express it, each man overawed by all his neighbors. All windows are down, none seen looking through them. All shops are shut. No wheel carriage rolls this morning in these streets, but one only. 80,000 armed men stand ranked, like armed statues of men. Cannons bristle, cannoneers with match burning, but no word or movement. It is as a city enchanted into silence and stone. One carriage with its escort slowly rumbling is the only sound. Louis reads in his book of devotion the prayers of the dying. Clatter of this death march falls sharp on the ear in the great silence, but the thought would fain struggle heavenward and forget the earth. As the clocks strike 10, behold the Place de la Révolution, once Place de Louis XV, the guillotine mounted near the old pedestal where once stood the statue of that Louis. Far round, all bristles with cannons and armed men, spectators crowding in the rear, d'Orléans Égalité there in cabriolet, swift messengers, hoquetons, speeding to the town hall every 3 minutes. Nearby is the convention sitting, vengeful for Le Pelletier. Heedless of all, Louis reads his prayers of the dying. Not till 5 minutes yet has he finished. Then the carriage opens. What temper is he in? 10 different witnesses will give 10 different accounts of it. He is in the collision of all tempers, arrived now at the black maelstrom and descent of death, in sorrow, in indignation, in resignation, struggling to be resigned. Take care of M. Edgeworth, he straightly charges the lieutenant, who is sitting with them. Then they too descend. The drums are beating. Taisez-vous! Silence! He cries, in a terrible voice, d'une voix terrible. He mounts the scaffold, not without delay. He is in puce coat, breeches of grey, white stockings. He strips off the coat, stands disclosed in a sleeve waistcoat of white flannel. The executioners approach to bind him. He spurns, resists. Abbé Edgeworth has to remind him how the Saviour, in whom men trust, submitted to be bound. His hands are tied, his head bare. The fatal moment is come. He advances to the edge of the scaffold, his face very red, and says, "Frenchmen, I die innocent. It is from the scaffold, and near appearing before God, that I tell you so. I pardon my enemies. I desire that France—" A general on horseback, Santerre, or another, prances out with uplifted hand. "Tambour!" The drums drown the voice. "Executioners, do your duty." The executioners, desperate lest themselves be murdered, for Santerre and his armed ranks will strike if they do not, seize the hapless Louis, 6 of them desperate, him singly desperate, struggling there, and bind him to their plank. Abbé Edgeworth, stooping, bespeaks him. son of Saint Louis, ascend to heaven. The axe clanks down. A king's life is shorn away. It is Monday, the 21st of January, 1793. He was aged 38 years, 4 months, and 28 days. Executioner Samson shows the head. Fierce shout of Vive la République rises and swells, caps raised on bayonets, hats waving. Students of the College of Four Nations take it up. On the far quay, fling it over Paris. D'Orléans drives off in his cabriolet. The town hall councillors rub their hands, saying, "It is done, it is done." There is dipping of handkerchiefs, of pike points in the blood. Headsman Samson, though he afterward denied it, sells locks of the hair. Fractions of the puce coat are long after worn in rings, and so in some half hour it is done, and the multitude has all departed. Pastry cooks, coffee sellers, milkmen sing out their trivial quotidian cries. The world wags on, as if this were a common day. In the coffee-houses that evening, says Prudhomme, patriot shook hands with patriot in a more cordial manner than usual. Not till some days after, according to Mercier, did public men see what a grave thing it was. A grave thing it indisputably is, and will have consequences. On the morrow morning, Roland, so long steeped to the lips in disgust and chagrin, sends in his demission. His accounts lie already, correct in black on white to the utmost farthing. These he wants but to have audited, that he might retire to remote obscurity, to the country and his books. They will never be audited, those accounts. He will never get retired thither. It was on Tuesday that Roland demitted. On Thursday comes Le Pelletier Saint-Fargeau's funeral, and passage to the pantheon of great men, notable as the wild pageant of a winter day. The body is borne aloft, half bare, the winding sheet disclosing the death wound. Sabre and bloody clothes parade themselves, a lugubrious music wailing harsh Nenia. Oak crowns shower down from windows. President Vergniaud walks there with Convention, with Jacobin Society, and all patriots of every color, all mourning brother-like. Notable also for another thing this burial of Le Pelletier. It was the last act these men ever did with concert. All parties and figures of opinion that agitate this distracted France and its convention now stand, as it were, face to face, and dagger to dagger, the king's life, round which they all struck and battled, being hurled down. Dumouriez, conquering Holland, growls ominous discontent at the heads of armies. Men say Dumouriez will have a king, that young d'Orléans Égalité shall be his king. Deputy Fauchet, in the Journal des Amis, curses his day more bitterly than Job did, invokes the poniards of regicides, of Arras vipers, or Robespierres, of Pluto Danton, of horrid butchers Legendre and Simulacre d'Herbois, to send him swiftly to another world than theirs. This is Te Deum Fauchet, of the Bastille victory, of the Cercle Social. Sharp was the death-hail rattling round one's flag of truce on that Bastille day, but it was soft to such wreckage of high hope as this, one's new golden era going down in leaden dross, and sulphurous black of the everlasting darkness. End of section 25. Recording by Jacob Shumway.
Section 26 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 26. Selected excerpts by Bliss Carman. Bliss Carman, 1861, by Charles J. D. Roberts. Bliss Carman was born at Fredericton, New Brunswick, on April 15, 1861. On both sides of the house he belongs to that United Empire Loyalist stock which at the time of the American Revolution sacrificed wealth and ease to a principle, and angrily withdrew from the young republic to carve out new commonwealths in the wilds of Canada. His father was William Carman, Clerk of the Pleas, a man of influence and distinction in his province. His mother was one of the Blisses of Fredericton, the Loyalist branch of the Connecticut family to which Emerson's mother belonged. Mr. Carman was educated at the Collegiate School and the University of New Brunswick, both at Fredericton. He distinguished himself in classics and mathematics, took his B.A. in 1881, his M.A. in 1884, and afterwards took partial courses at Edinburgh and Harvard. He has been connected editorially with several American periodicals, The Independent and The Chapbook among them, but now devotes himself exclusively to literature. He divides his time between Boston and Washington, returning to the maritime provinces for the hot months of each year. Mr. Carman issued his first volume of poems in 1893, when he had already won reputation as a contributor to the magazines. The volume was called Low Tide on Grand Pré, a book of lyrics. It was published in New York and London, and ran quickly into a second edition. Equally successful was the volume called Songs from the Vagabondia, published in 1894. About half of the poems in this volume are by Mr. Richard Hovey, whose name appears on the title page with that of Mr. Carman. In 1895 appeared Behind the Arras, a book of the unseen. Much of Mr. Carman's known work remains still uncollected. In that outburst of intellectual energy which has of late won for Canada a measure of recognition in the world of letters, Mr. Carman's work has played a large part. The characteristics of the Canadian school may perhaps be defined as a certain semi-sophistic worship of nature, combined with freshness of vision and keenness to interpret the significance of the external world. These characteristics find intense expression in Mr. Carman's poems, and they find expression in an utterance so new and so distinctive that its influence is already active in the verse of his contemporaries. There are two terms which apply preeminently to Mr. Carman. These are lyricist and symbolist. His note is always the lyric note. The lyric cry thrills all his cadences. If it be true that poetry is the rhythmical expression in words of thought fused in emotion, then in his work we are impressed by the completeness of the fusion. Every phrase is filled with lyric passion. At its best, the result is a poem which not only haunts the ear with its harmonies, but at the same time makes appeal to the heart and intellect. When the result is less successful, it seems sometimes as if the thought were too much diluted with words, as if in fact verbal music and verbal coloring were allowed to take the place of the legitimate thought process. Even in such cases, the verse, however nebulous in meaning, is rarely without some subtlety of technique, some charm of dictum, to justify its existence. But there are poems of Mr. Carman's, wherein what seems at first to be the obscurity of an over-attenuated thought is really an attempt to express thought in terms of pure music or pure color. In a curious and beautiful poem called Beyond the Gamut, he elaborates a theory of the oneness and interchangeability of form, sound, and color. In the matter of conception and interpretation, Mr. Carman is a symbolist. This word is not used here in any restricted sense, and must be divorced from all association with the shibboleths of warring schools. The true symbolist, and all the supreme artists of the world have been in this sense symbolists, recognizes that there are truths too vast and too subtle to endure definition in scientific phrase. They elude set words. As a faint star, the coming on of evening eludes the eye which seeks for it directly, while unveiling itself to a side glance. Mr. Carman conveys to us, by the suggestion of thrilling color or inimitable phrase, perceptions and emotions which a more strictly defined method could never capture. In subject matter, Mr. Carman is simple and elemental. He looks at his themes curiously, often whimsically, but the themes are those of universal and eternal import: life, love, and death, and broad aspects of the outer world, the deep heart of man, and the spirit that informs them all. His song is sometimes in a minor key, plangent and piercing, sometimes in a large and virile major, as for instance when he sings the war song of Gamelba. To his gifts of imagination, insight, and lyric passion he adds a fine humor, the outflowing of a broad and tolerant humanity. This is well exemplified in Resignation and A More Ancient Mariner. His chief defects, besides the occasional obscurity already referred to, are a tendency to looseness of structure in his longer poems, and once in a while, as in parts of The Silent Lodger, a Browning-esque lapse into hardness and baldness, when the effect aimed at is colloquial simplicity. Hack and Hugh. Hack and Hugh were the sons of God in the earlier earth than now, one at his right hand, one at his left, to obey as he taught them how. And Hack was blind and Hugh was dumb, but both had the wild, wild heart, and God's calm will was their burning will, and the gist of their toil was art. They made the moon and the belted stars, they set the sun to ride, they loosed the girdle and veil of the sea, the wind and the purple tide. Both flower and beast beneath their hands to beauty and speed outgrew, the furious fumbling hand of Hack and the glorying hand of Hugh. Then fire and clay they fashioned a man, and painted him rosy brown, and God himself blew hard in his eyes, "Let them burn till they smoulder down." "And there," said Hack, "and there," thought Hugh, "we'll rest, for our toil is done." But nay, the master workman said, "For your toil is just begun. And ye who served me of old as God shall serve me anew as man, till I compass the dream that is in my heart and perfect the vaster plan." And still the craftsman over his craft in the vague white light of dawn, with God's calm will for his burning will, while the mounting day comes on, yearning, wind-swift, indolent, wild, toils with those shadowy two, the faltering restless hand of Hack and the tireless hand of Hugh. From Behind the Arras, copyrighted 1895 by Lamson, Wolfe and Company. At the Granite Gate. There paused to shut the door a fellow called the Wind, with mystery before and reticence behind. A portal waits me too, in the glad house of spring. One day I shall pass through, and leave you wondering. It lies beyond the marge of evening or of prime, silent and dim and large, the gateway of all time. There troop by night and day my brothers of the field, and I shall know the way their wood songs have revealed. The dusk will hold some trace of all my radiant crew, who vanish to that place ephemeral as dew. Into the twilight dome blue moth and dragonfly, adventuring alone, shall be more brave than I. There innocence shall bloom, and the white cherry tree, with birch and willow plume, to strew the road for me. The wilding orioles then shall make the golden air heavy with joy again, and the dark heart shall dare resume the old desire, the exigence of spring, to be the orange fire that tips the world's gray wing. And the lone wood bird, hark! The whippoorwill, night long, threshing the summer dark with his dim flail of song, shall be the lyric lift when all my senses creep to bear me through the rift in the blue range of sleep. And so I pass beyond the solace of your hand, but ah, so brave and fond within that morrow land, where deed and daring fail, but joy for evermore shall tremble and prevail against the narrow door, where sorrow knocks too late and grief is overdue. Beyond the granite gate there will be thoughts of you. From Behind the Arras, copyrighted 1895 by Lamson, Wolfe and Company. A Sea Child. The lover of child Marjorie had one white hour of life brim full. Now the old nurse, the rocking sea, hath him to lull. The daughter of child Marjorie hath in her veins to beat and run the glad indomitable sea, the strong white sun. Copyrighted by Bliss Carman. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jacob Shumway. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 27. Excerpts from the writings of Lewis Carroll, preceded by a biographical note. Lewis Carroll, pen name of Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, born 1832. That the author of the best nonsense writing in the language should be a professional mathematician and logician is not a paradox but a sequence. A gymnast cannot divert us by pretending to lose his balance unless perfectly able to keep his balance. Actors who counterfeit insanity must be acutely sane. Only a competent classical scholar can write good macaronics. Only a good poet can write clever doggerel. The only ones who can use slang effectively are those who do not need to use it at all. Nor is the tone and temper of mind evinced by these dry and severe studies out of keeping with the airiest play of fancy or the maddest fun. The one is indeed a frequent relief from the other, and no intellectual bent is related in the least to any special temperament. Extravagant drollery can be mated to an aptitude for geometry or a passion for analysis, as well as to a love of pictures or of horses. But the parentage of Alice in Wonderland and its fellows is closer to their creator's intellectual being even than this. A very slight glance at their matter and mechanism shows that they are the work of one trained to use words with the finest precision, to teach others to use them so, to criticize keenly any inconsistency or slovenliness in their use, and to mock mercilessly any vagueness or incoherence in thought or diction. The fantastic framework and inconsequent scenes of these wonder stories mask from the popular view the qualities which give them their superlative rank and enduring charm. The mere machinery, ingenious and amusing as it is, would not entertain beyond a single reading. It can be, and has often been, imitated, along with the incarnated nursery rhymes and old saws. Yet these grotesque chimeras, under Lewis Carroll's touch, are as living to us as any characters in Dickens or the Ingoldsby Legends, and even more so to the elders than the children. Who does not know and delight in the King and Queen and Knave of Hearts, the elegant White Rabbit, and the conceited and monosyllabic Caterpillar, the Cheshire Cat and the Mock Turtle, the March Hare and the Hatter and the Dormouse, or the Chess White King and the Queens and the White Knight, the Walrus and the Carpenter of Looking-Glass Land? The very genesis of many of these is the logical analysis of a popular comparison into sober fact, as grinning like a Cheshire Cat, mad as a Hatter or March Hare, sleeping like a Dormouse, etc., and a large part of their wit and fun consists in playing on ambiguous terms in current use, like the classic jam every other day, French music and washing, the name of the song is called, or in parodies on familiar verses, or on the spirit of ballads rather than the wording, as in Jabberwocky, or in heaps of versified non-sequiturs like the exquisite poem read at the trial of the Knave of Hearts. The analyst and the logician is as patent in Alice as in the class lectures the author gave or the technical works he has issued, only turning his criticism and his reductiones ad absurdum into bases for witty fooling instead of serious lessons or didactic works. Hence, while his wonder books are nominally for children, and please the children through their cheaper and commoner qualities, their real audience is the most cultivated and keen-minded part of the mature world, to whom indeed he speaks almost exclusively in such passages as the Rabelaisian satire of the jury trial in Alice in Wonderland, or the mob in Sylvie and Bruno yelling, "Less bread, more taxes," before the Lord Chancellor's house, or the infinitely touching pathos of the Outlandish Watch. Alice in Wonderland appeared in 1865. It received universal admiration at once, and was translated into many languages. By the rarest of good fortune, it was illustrated by an artist, John Tenniel, who entered into its spirit so thoroughly that the characters in popular memory are as much identified with his pictures as with Lewis Carroll's text, and no other representation of them would be endured. Through the Looking-Glass followed in 1871. Its prose matter was almost equal to that of its predecessor. The chapter of the White Knight is fully equal to the best of the other, and its verse is superior. Part of the first book was based on the game of cards. The whole setting of the second is based on chess moves, and Alice's progress to queenship along the board. He has published several books of humorous prose and verse since, some of the verse equal to the best of his two best books, but the prose generally spoiled by conscious didacticism, as in Sylvie and Bruno, which, however, contains some of his happiest nonsense verse. The Hunting of the Snark is a nonsense tale in verse, but oddly the best things in it are his prose tags. Rhyme and Reason is a collection of verse, some of it of high merit in its kind. The Three Voices is spun out and ill-ended, but has some passages which deserve to be classic. Lewis Carroll is in fact the Reverend Charles Lutwidge Dodgson, who, disliking publicity, lives in retirement at Oxford, and the world knows little of him. He was born in 1833 and received his degree in Christ Church, Oxford, with high honours in mathematics. In 1861 he took orders in the Church of England. From 1855 to 1881 he was a mathematical lecturer at Christ Church, Oxford. He has published several works on mathematics, including Euclid and His Modern Rivals, and Mathematica Curiosa, a very valuable work. A Tangled Tale, Pillow Problems, and A Game of Logic are scientific and humorous, but are only appreciated by experts in mathematics and logic. Delighted with Alice in Wonderland on its appearance, Queen Victoria asked Mr. Dodgson for his other works, and in response Lewis Carroll sent her his Elementary Treatise on Determinants and other mathematical works. It is seldom that the dualism of a mind, writing now nonsense so thoroughly and vigorously witty, and now exploring the intricacies of higher mathematics, has a more curious illustration. Certainly the illustration is seldom as diverting to the public. Alice, the Pig Baby, and the Cheshire Cat, from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Here, you may nurse it a bit if you like, said the Duchess to Alice, flinging the baby at her as she spoke. I must go and get ready to play croquet with the Queen. And she hurried out of the room. The cook threw a frying-pan after her as she went, but it just missed her. Alice caught the baby with some difficulty, as it was a queer-shaped little creature, and held out its arms and legs in all directions, just like a starfish, thought Alice. The poor little thing was snorting like a steam engine when she caught it, and kept doubling itself up and straightening itself out again, so that altogether, for the first minute or two, it was as much as she could do to hold it. As soon as she had made out the proper way of nursing it, which was to twist it up into a sort of knot, and then keep tight hold of its right ear and left foot so as to prevent its undoing itself, she carried it out into the open air. If I don't take this child away with me, thought Alice, they are sure to kill it in a day or two. Wouldn't it be murder to leave it behind? She said the last words out loud, and the little thing grunted in reply. It had left off sneezing by this time. Don't grunt, said Alice. That's not at all the proper way of expressing yourself. The baby grunted again, and Alice looked very anxiously into its face to see what was the matter with it. There could be no doubt that it had a very turn-up nose, much more like a snout than a real nose. Also, its eyes were getting extremely small for a baby. Altogether, Alice did not like the look of the thing at all. But perhaps it was only sobbing, she thought, and looked into its eyes again to see if there were any tears. No, there were no tears. If you're going to turn into a pig, my dear, said Alice seriously, I'll have nothing more to do with you. Mind now. The poor little thing sobbed again, or grunted, it was impossible to say which, and they went on for some while in silence. Alice was just beginning to think to herself, now, what am I to do with this creature when I get it home? When it grunted again, so violently that she looked down into its face in some alarm. This time there could be no mistake about it. It was neither more nor less than a pig, and she felt that it would be quite absurd for her to carry it any further. So she set the little creature down, and felt quite relieved to see it trot away quietly into the wood. If it had grown up, she said to herself, it would have been a dreadfully ugly child, but it makes rather a handsome pig, I think. And she began thinking over other children she knew, who might do very well as pigs, and was just saying to herself, if one only knew the right way to change them, when she was a little startled by seeing the Cheshire Cat sitting on a bough of a tree a few yards off. The cat only grinned when it saw Alice. It looked good-natured, she thought. Still, it had very long claws and a great many teeth, so she felt it ought to be treated with respect. Cheshire Puss, she began rather timidly, as she did not at all know whether it would like the name. However, it only grinned a little wider. Come, it's pleased so far, thought Alice, and she went on. Would you tell me, please, which way I ought to walk from here? That depends a good deal on where you want to get to, said the cat. I don't much care where, said Alice. Then it doesn't matter which way you walk, said the cat. So long as I get somewhere, Alice added as an explanation. Oh, you're sure to do that, said the cat, if you only walk long enough. Alice felt that this could not be denied, so she tried another question. What sort of people live about here? In that direction, the cat said, waving its right paw round, lives a hatter, and in that direction, waving the other paw, lives a March hare. Visit either you like. They're both mad. "But I don't want to go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Ooh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be," said the cat, "or you wouldn't have come here." Alice didn't think that proved it at all. However, she went on. "And how do you know that you're mad?" "To begin with," said the cat, "a dog's not mad. You grant that?" "I suppose so," said Alice. "Well then," the cat went on, "you see, a dog growls when it's angry and wags its tail when it's pleased. Now, I growl when I'm pleased and wag my tail when I'm angry. Therefore, I'm mad." "I call it purring, not growling," said Alice. "Call it what you like," said the cat. "Do you play croquet with the Queen today?" "I should like it very much," said Alice, "but I haven't been invited yet." "You'll see me there," said the cat, and vanished. Alice was not much surprised at this. She was getting so well used to queer things happening. While she was still looking at the place where it had been, it suddenly appeared again. "By the by, what became of the baby?" said the cat. "I'd nearly forgot to ask." "It turned into a pig," Alice answered very quietly, just as if the cat had come back in a natural way. "I thought it would," said the cat, and vanished again. Alice waited a little, half expecting to see it again, but it did not appear, and after a minute or two she walked on in the direction in which the March hare was said to live. "I've seen hatters before," she said to herself. "The March hare will be much the most interesting, and perhaps as this is May it won't be raving mad, at least not so mad as it was in March." As she said this she looked up, and there was the cat again sitting on a branch of a tree. "Did you say pig or fig?" said the cat. "I said pig," replied Alice, "and I wish you wouldn't keep appearing and vanishing so suddenly. You make one quite giddy." "All right," said the cat, and this time it vanished quite slowly, beginning with the end of the tail and ending with the grin, which remained some time after the rest of it had gone. "Well, I've often seen a cat without a grin," thought Alice, "but a grin without a cat. It's the most curious thing I ever saw in all my life." The Mock Turtle's Education, from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. "When we were little," the Mock Turtle went on at last, more calmly, though still sobbing a little now and then, "we went to school in the sea. The master was an old turtle. We used to call him Tortoise." "Why did you call him Tortoise, if he wasn't one?" Alice asked. "We called him Tortoise because he taught us," said the Mock Turtle angrily. "Really, you are very dull." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself for asking such a simple question," added the Gryphon, and then they both sat silent and looked at poor Alice, who felt ready to sink into the earth. At last the Gryphon said to Mock Turtle, "Drive on, old fellow, don't be all day about it." And he went on in these words, "Yes, we went to school in the sea, though you mayn't believe it." "I never said I didn't," interrupted Alice. "You did," said the Mock Turtle. "Hold your tongue," added the Gryphon, before Alice could speak again. The Mock Turtle went on. "We had the best of educations. In fact, we went to school every day." "I've been to a day school too," said Alice. "You needn't be so proud as all that." "With extras?" asked the Mock Turtle a little anxiously. "Yes," said Alice, "we learned French and music." "And washing?" said the Mock Turtle. "Certainly not," said Alice indignantly. "Ah, then yours wasn't a really good school," said the Mock Turtle in a tone of great relief. "Now at ours, they had at the end of the bill French, music, and washing, extra." "You couldn't have wanted it much," said Alice, "living at the bottom of the sea." "I couldn't afford to learn it," said the Mock Turtle with a sigh. "I only took the regular course." "What was that?" inquired Alice. "Reeling and writhing, of course, to begin with," the Mock Turtle replied, "and then the different branches of arithmetic, ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision." "I never heard of uglification," Alice ventured to say. "What is it?" The Gryphon lifted up both its paws in surprise. "Never heard of uglifying?" it exclaimed. "You know what to beautify is, I suppose?" "Yes," said Alice doubtfully. "It means to make anything prettier." "Well then," the Gryphon went on, "if you don't know what to uglify is, you are a simpleton." Alice did not feel encouraged to ask any more questions about it, so she turned to the Mock Turtle and said, "What else had you to learn?" "Well, there was mystery, the Mock Turtle replied, counting off the subjects on his flappers. Mystery, ancient and modern, with seaography, then drawling. The drawling master was an old conjureel that used to come once a week. He taught us drawling, stretching, and fainting in coils. What was that like? Said Alice. Well, I can't show you myself, the Mock Turtle said. I'm too stiff, and the Gryphon never learnt it. Hadn't time, said the Gryphon. I went to the classical master, though. He was an old crab, he was. I never went to him, the Mock Turtle said with a sigh. He taught laughing and grief, they used to say. So he did, said the Gryphon, sighing in his turn, and both creatures hid their faces in their paws. And how many hours a day did you do lessons? Said Alice, in a hurry to change the subject. 10 hours the first day, said the Mock Turtle, 9 the next, and so on. What a curious plan, exclaimed Alice. That's the reason they're called lessons, the Gryphon remarked, because they lesson from day to day. This was quite a new idea to Alice, and she thought it over a little before she made her next remark. Then the 11th day must have been a holiday. Of course it was, said the Mock Turtle. And how did you manage on the 12th? Alice went on eagerly. That's enough about lessons, the Gryphon interrupted in a very decided tone. A clear statement. From Alice in Wonderland. They told me you had been to her and mentioned me to him. She gave me a good character, but said I could not swim. He sent them word I had not gone, we know it to be true. If she should push the matter on, what would become of you? I gave her 1, they gave him 2, you gave us 3 or more. They all returned from him to you, though they were mine before. If I or she should chance to be involved in this affair, he trusts to you to set them free, exactly as we were. My notion was that you had been, before she had this fit, an obstacle that came between him and ourselves and it. Don't let him know she liked them best, for this must ever be a secret kept from all the rest, between yourself and me. The Walrus and the Carpenter from Through the Looking-Glass. The sun was shining on the sea, shining with all his might. He did his very best to make the billows smooth and bright, and this was odd because it was the middle of the night. The moon was shining sulkily because she thought the sun had got no business to be there after the day was done. It's very rude of him, she said, to come and spoil the fun. The sea was wet as wet could be, the sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead, there were no birds to fly. The Walrus and the Carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand. If this were only cleared away, they said, it would be grand. If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, do you suppose, the Walrus said, that they could get it clear? I doubt it, said the Carpenter, and shed a bitter tear. O oysters, come and walk with us, the Walrus did beseech, a pleasant walk, a pleasant talk, along the briny beach. We cannot do with more than 4, to give a hand to each. The eldest oyster looked at him, but never a word he said. The eldest oyster winked his eye, and shook his heavy head, meaning to say he did not choose to leave the oyster bed. But 4 young oysters hurried up, all eager for the treat. Their coats were brushed, their faces washed, their shoes were clean and neat, and this was odd because, you know, they hadn't any feet. 4 other oysters followed them, and yet another 4, and thick and fast they came at last, and more and more and more, all hopping through the frothy waves and scrambling to the shore. The Walrus and the Carpenter walked on a mile or so, and then they rested on a rock, conveniently low, and all the little oysters stood and waited in a row. The time has come, the Walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings. But wait a bit, the oysters cried, before we have our chat, for some of us are out of breath, and all of us are fat. No hurry, said the Carpenter. They thanked him much for that. A loaf of bread, the Walrus said, is what we chiefly need. Pepper and vinegar beside are very good indeed. Now, if you're ready, oysters dear, we can begin to feed. But not on us, the oysters cried, turning a little blue. After such kindness, that would be a dismal thing to do. The night is fine, the Walrus said. Do you admire the view? It was so kind of you to come, and you are very nice, The carpenter said nothing but, "Cut us another slice. I wish you were not quite so deaf. I've had to ask you twice." "It seems a shame," the Walrus said, "to play them such a trick, after we've brought them out so far, and made them trot so quick." The carpenter said nothing but, "The butter's spread too thick." "I weep for you," the Walrus said, "I deeply sympathize." With sobs and tears he sorted out those of the largest size, holding his pocket handkerchief before his streaming eyes. "Oh, oysters," said the carpenter, "you've had a pleasant run. Shall we be trotting home again?" But answer came there none, and this was scarcely odd, because they'd eaten every one. The Baker's Tale from the Hunting of the Snark. They roused him with muffins, they roused him with ice, they roused him with mustard and cress, they roused him with jam and judicious advice, they set him conundrums to guess. When at length he sat up and was able to speak, his sad story he offered to tell, and the bellman cried, "Silence, not even a shriek," and excitedly tingled his bell. There was silence supreme, not a shriek, not a scream, scarcely even a howl or a groan, as the man they called Ho told his story of woe in an antediluvian tone. "My father and mother were honest, though poor." "Skip all that," cried the bellman in haste. "If it once becomes dark, there's no chance of a snark. We have hardly a minute to waste." "I skip 40 years," said the baker in tears, "and proceed without further remark, to the day when you took me aboard of your ship to help you in hunting the Snark. A dear uncle of mine, after whom I was named, remarked when I bade him farewell—" "Oh, skip your dear uncle!" the bellman exclaimed, as he angrily tingled his bell. "He remarked to me then," said that mildest of men, "if your Snark be a Snark that is right, fetch it home by all means. You may serve it with greens, and it's handy for striking a light. You may seek it with thimbles, and seek it with care. You may hunt it with forks and hope. You may threaten its life with a railway share. You may charm it with smiles and soap." "That's exactly the method," the bellman bold in a hasty parenthesis cried. "That's exactly the way I've always been told that the capture of Snarks should be tried. But oh, beamish nephew, beware of the day if your Snark be a boojum, for then you will suddenly and softly vanish away, and never be met with again. It is this that oppresses my soul, when I think of my uncle's last words, and my heart is like nothing so much as a bowl brimming over with quivering curds." It is this, "We have had that before," the bellman indignantly said, and the baker replied, "Let me say it once more, it is this that I dread. I engage with this Snark, every night after dark, in a dreamy, delirious fight. I serve it with greens in those shadowy scenes, and I use it for striking a light. But if ever I meet a boojum, that day, in a moment of this I am sure, I shall softly and silently vanish away, and the notion I cannot endure." "You are old, Father William," from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. "You are old, Father William," the young man said, "and your hair has become very white. And yet you incessantly stand on your head. Do you think, at your age, it is right?" "In my youth," Father William replied to his son, "I feared it might injure the brain. But now that I'm perfectly sure I have none, why, I do it again and again." "You are old," said the youth, "as I mentioned before, and have grown most uncommonly fat. Yet you turned a back somersault in at the door. Pray, what is the reason of that?" "In my youth," said the sage, as he shook his grey locks, "I kept all my limbs very supple. By the use of this ointment, 1 shilling the box, allow me to sell you a couple." "You are old," said the youth, "and your jaws are too weak for anything tougher than suet, yet you finished the goose with the bones and the beak. Pray, how did you manage to do it?" "In my youth," said his father, "I took to the law, and argued each case with my wife, and the muscular strength which it gave to my jaw has lasted the rest of my life." "You are old," said the youth. "One would hardly suppose that your eye was as steady as ever, yet you balanced an eel on the end of your nose. What made you so awfully clever?" "I have answered 3 questions, and that is enough," said his father. "Don't give yourself airs. Do you think I can listen all day to such stuff? Be off, or I'll kick you downstairs." End of section 27.
Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 28, Biography of Casanova and Casanova's Escape from the Ducal Palace. Casanova. Jean-Jacques Casanova de Saint-Gall, 1725 to 1803. The unique figure of Casanova stands out as a type of all that was most vicious and most brilliant in the 18th century. The pre-revolutionary philosophies filtering through society were weakening religious restraints and producing a hypocritical conformity to tradition and a new uncertainty which inclined people to present enjoyment and Epicureanism. But even the court aristocracy, to whom self-indulgence was the rule of life, were astounded at the unrestraint of Casanova's pleasure-seeking. He professed himself a Christian, but during all his vicious career was never influenced by a conscientious scruple. In a period when social graces were extolled above all others, when conversation was cultivated as a fine art, and when the salon was perhaps the greatest power in France, he was preeminent for talent and charm. His physical beauty fascinated both men and women. His fearlessness, often running into a mad bravado which lost no chance to fight, won him the respect of men. He could be witty in many tongues. He was an adept in fashionable fads of the day, was supposed to have a gift for mesmerism, and to be something of a sorcerer. He could adapt himself to any society, appearing both as the idol of European courts and a boon companion in low taverns. He had countless duels and love affairs, and concluded one after another with the same cynical heartlessness, always a gay soldier of fortune, experimenting with his various talents, now a diplomat, now an abbé or popular preacher, and now a writer of political essays. When Casanova's father, a man of gentle birth, became an actor and married a pretty actress, Zenetta Farusi, the daughter of an Italian shoemaker, he hopelessly alienated his family. Jean-Jacques, their first child, was born in Venice, and during their professional travels was left there with his grandmother. Her earnest desire was to educate the beautiful and precocious child, and she economized from her scanty means until she was able to send him to the seminary of St. Cyprian in Venice. He passed his entrance examinations and studied there for a time, exhibiting unusual ability. Then, at 16, he was expelled for a disgraceful intrigue which would have consigned him to prison but for his mother, whose influence secured him the protection of Cardinal Acquaviva and a position in his household which the boy soon resigned for a gayer life. After this came a long series of adventurous years, during which he visited Rome, Naples, Constantinople, and other places, and was admitted to many orders of chivalry. During these wanderings he became acquainted with Rousseau and Voltaire, visited the court of Frederick the Great, went to Russia, where he was smiled upon by the Empress Catherine II. At Versailles, where he was a familiar figure, Louis XV honored him with a personal interview. But even in a society disposed to be lenient to anyone who was amusing, Casanova incurred disgrace. After becoming notorious over Europe as a trickster at cards and for his dissipations, he returned to Venice in 1755. There he was as gay and as dissolute as ever, but in his intervals of spare time he wrote a refutation of a work by Amelot de la Houssaye upon the condition of the Republic. He had hoped it would reinstate him in public opinion, but it failed to do so, and before long he was denounced to the government as a spy and thrown into prison. In the Récit de sa captivité, 1788, he himself has told the dramatic story of his confinement in the garret of a ducal palace and of his wonderful escape. The hot Italian sun beating down on the leaden roof added to his discomfort, and he was too daring and too ingenious to suffer long in patience. With the aid of an iron bolt which he had sharpened, he bored a hole through the wall of his cell and gained access to another prisoner, Father Balbi. For a long time they plotted together, and at last, after many efforts and dangers, they extricated themselves by way of the roofs. This feat added greatly to his fame. He was feted and courted everywhere, and his extravagances set the fashions for years. But in spite of the admiration he excited, he was too dangerous a citizen to be allowed long in a place. He was expelled from Varsovia in consequence of a duel. Then Paris, and later Madrid, drove him away. His life of excesses had broken his health when in 1782 he attached himself to the Count of Waldstein, a German prince whom he followed into Bohemia. Soon after he began the famous Memoirs, his chief literary achievement. He wrote several historical works, a translation in verse of the Iliad, and many political sketches. Others of his writings, such as 80 Years Spent Among the Inhabitants of the Interior of the Globe, show him possessed of a lively imagination, but he evinced especial zest in the preparation of the Memoirs. In a style as audacious as his life, strong and sparkling with wit, he told the strange story of his career. He reflects the social habits of his time, the contemporary point of view. He lived on in Bohemia until he was 78, and then he died at Dux, retaining to the end what Janine terms his marvelous instinct for vice and corruption. Casanova's Escape from the Ducal Palace. From The Escapes of Casanova and Latude from Prison. The greatest comfort to a man in suffering is the hope of a speedy release. He sighs for the moment when he shall see the end of his woes. He fancies that his wishes can hasten it on, and would do anything on earth to know what hour is fixed for the cessation of his misery. But no one can tell at what moment an event will happen which depends on the determination of another, unless that person has announced it. But the sufferer, who is weak and impatient, is predisposed to be superstitious. God, says he, must know the very moment when my pain will cease, and God may permit that it should be revealed to me, never mind how. When he has once fallen into this train of argument, he no longer hesitates to try his fortune by any means his fancy may dictate. If he is more or less inclined to believe in the revelations of the oracle he happens to select. This frame of mind is not conspicuously unlike that of the greater number of those who were wont to consult the Pythia, or the Oaks of Dodona, or of those who, even in our own day, study the Kabbalah, or seek the revelation they hope for in a verse of the Bible or a line of Virgil. This indeed has made the Sorte Virgilians famous, of which many writers tell us, or finally of those who are firmly convinced that their difficulties will all be solved by the fortuitous or premeditated arrangement of a mere pack of cards. I was in this state of mind, but not knowing what means to employ to compel fate to reveal through the Bible the end in store for me, that is to say, the hour at which I should recover the incomparable blessing of liberty, I resolved to consult the divine poem of Messer Ludovico Ariosto, Orlando Furioso, which I knew by heart, and in which I delighted up in my cell. I worshipped the genius of that great poet, and thought him far better fitted than Virgil to tell my fortune. With this idea I wrote down a question addressed to the imaginary intelligence, asking in which canto of Ariosto's poem I should find the day of my deliverance prophesied. Afterwards I composed an inverted pyramid of the numbers derived from the words in the question, and by subtracting 9 from each pair of figures I had 9 for a remainder. I concluded that the prophecy I sought must be in the 9th canto. I pursued the same method to arrive at the line and stanza containing the oracle, and I found 7 as the number of the stanza and 1 for the line. My heart beating as though I really had the most entire confidence in this oracle, I opened it, turned over the leaves, and read these words: Fra il fin d'ottobre e il capo de novembre. The perfect appropriateness of the line struck me as so remarkable that, though I cannot say that I altogether believed in the oracle, the reader will forgive me if I confess I did my utmost to verify it. The curious part of the matter is, that between the last of October and the beginning of November there is but the one instant of midnight, and it was exactly as the clock struck midnight on the 31st of October that I quitted my prison, as the reader will presently learn. The hour strikes. Hark! The angel! Soradaci was about to fall on his face, but I assured him that this was superfluous. In 3 minutes the hole was pierced through, the board fell at my feet, and Father Balbi slid into my arms. "Your task is done," said I, "and now mine begins." We embraced, and he gave me my crowbar and a pair of scissors. I desired Soradaci to trim our beards, but I could not help laughing as I saw the creature, open-mouthed, staring at this strange angel, who looked more like a demon. Though utterly bewildered, he cut our beards to perfection. Being impatient to survey the locality, I desired the monk to remain with Soradaci, for I would not leave him alone, and I went out. I found the hole rather narrow; however, I got through. I got above the cell in which the Count lay. I went down and cordially embraced the venerable gentleman. I saw a man of a figure ill suited to surmount the difficulties of such an escape over a steep roof covered with sheet lead. He asked me what my plan was, and told me that he thought I had been rather heedless in my action. "I only want to go on," said I, "step by step, to liberty or death." "If you imagine," said he, "that you can pierce the roof and find a way along the leads, from which, too, you must get down, I do not see how you can possibly succeed unless you have wings. I have not courage enough to accompany you. I shall stay where I am and pray to God for you." I left him to inspect the outer roof, getting as close as I could to the outer side of the loft. Having succeeded in touching the inside of the rafters at the part where it was lowest, I perched myself on a beam, such as are to be found under the roof of every large palace. I poked at the rafters with the end of my bar, and to my joy found them half rotten. At each touch the wood fell in dust. Being sure, therefore, that I could make a large enough opening in less than an hour, I returned to my cell and spent the next 4 hours in cutting up sheets, counterpanes, and mattress covers to make ropes of. I took care to tie all the knots myself to be sure of their firmness, for a single knot badly tied would have cost us our life. When all was done, I found we had about 100 yards of rope. There are certain things in every great enterprise which are of the highest importance, and for which a leader worthy of the name trusts no one. When the rope was finished, I made a bundle of my coat, my silk cloak, some shirts, stockings, and handkerchiefs, and we all three went into the Count's cell. This worthy man first congratulated Soradaci on having been so lucky as to be put in the same room with me, and being so soon enabled to recover his freedom. The man's stupid amazement almost made me laugh. I no longer attempted any concealment, for I had thrown off the mask of Tartuffe, which I had found most inconvenient while this villain had compelled me to wear it. I saw that he was convinced I had deceived him, but he could not understand how, for he could not imagine how I had communicated with the sham angel so as to make him come and go at fixed hours. He was listening eagerly to the Count, who declared we were rushing on our fate, and, coward that he was revolving in his mind a scheme for avoiding the perilous attempt. I told the monk to collect his things while I went to make the hole in the roof of the loft. At 2 hours after sunset the whole was finished. I had worked the rafters to powder, and the opening was twice as large as was needful. I could touch the sheet of lead outside. I could not raise it single handed, because it was riveted. The friar helped me, and by pushing the crowbar between the gutter and the sheet of lead I detached it. Then, raising it on our shoulders, we bent it up high enough to allow of our squeezing through the opening. Putting my head out to reconnoitre, I saw with dismay how bright the moon was, now in the first quarter. It was a check which we must endure with patience, and wait till midnight to escape, when the moon would have gone to light up the Antipodes. On such a glorious night all Venice would be out on the piazza below, and we dared not venture out on the roof. Our shadows cast on the ground would have attracted attention. Our extraordinary appearance up there would excite general curiosity, and above all that of Messer Grande and his spies, the sole guards of Venice. Our fine scheme would soon have been disturbed by their odious interference. I therefore decided positively that we were not to creep out till the moon had set. It was time to be off. The moon had set. I hung half the rope round Balbi's neck on one side, and his bundle of clothes on the other shoulder. I did the same for myself, and both, in our waistcoats with our hats on, went to the opening in the roof. And issuing forth, we then beheld the stars. Dante. I crept out first. Balbi followed me. Soradaci, who had accompanied us to the roof, was ordered to pull the sheet of lead down again, and then to go and pray to his saint. Crawling on my knees, on all fours, I clutched my crowbar firmly, and stretching as far as I could, I slipped it obliquely between the points of the sheets. Then, grasping the end of the sheet I had turned up, I dragged myself up to the ridge of the roof. The friar, to follow me, inserted the fingers of his right hand into the belt of my breeches. Thus I had the double task of a beast which drags and carries both at once, and that on a steep roof made slippery by a dense fog. Halfway up this dreadful climb, Balbi bid me stop, for one of his parcels had fallen, and he hoped it might not have gone further than the gutter. My first impulse was to give him a kick and send him after his bundle, but, God be praised, I had enough self-command not to do this, for the punishment would have been too severe for both of us, since I alone could never have escaped. I asked him whether it was the packet of ropes, but as he replied that it was only his bundle, in which he had a manuscript he had found in the loft, and which he had hoped would make his fortune, I told him he must take patience, for that a step backwards would be fatal. The poor monk sighed, and clinging still to my waistband, we climbed on again. After having got over 15 or 16 sheets of lead with immense difficulty, we reached the ridge, on which I perched myself astride, and Balbi did the same. We had our backs to the island of San Giorgio Maggiore, and 200 yards in front of us we saw the numerous cupolas of the church of St. Mark, which is in fact part of the Ducal Palace, for the church of St. Mark is, properly speaking, no more than the Doge's chapel, and certainly no sovereign can boast of a finer one. I began by relieving myself of my load, and desired my companion to follow my example. He tucked his bundle of ropes under him as best he might, but wanting to take off his hat, which inconvenienced him, he managed so badly that it rolled from ledge to ledge, and went to join the bundle of clothes in the canal. My poor comrade was in despair. "A bad omen!" he exclaimed. "Here I am at once without a shirt, without a hat, and bereft of a precious manuscript containing a most curious and unknown history of the festivals at the Ducal Palace." I, less disposed to be fierce than I had been when I was climbing, calmly assured him that these two little accidents had nothing so extraordinary about them as that a superstitious spirit should regard them as ominous, that I did not think them so, and that they did not in the least discourage me. "They should serve you, my good fellow," said I, "as a warning to be prudent and wise, and to suggest to you that God certainly protects us, for if your hat, instead of tumbling to the right, had slipped off to the left, we should have been lost. It would have fallen into the courtyard, where the guards must have found it, and it would of course have told them that there must be someone on the roof. We should have been recaptured at once." After sitting some minutes looking about me, I desired the monk to remain motionless till I should return, and I made my way forward, shuffling along astride on the roof without any difficulty, my bolt in my hand. I spent above an hour going about the roof, examining and observing every corner, but in vain. Nowhere did I see anything to which I could attach a cord. I was in the greatest perplexity. I could not for a moment think of the canal, nor of the palace courtyard, and among the many cupolas of the church I saw nothing but precipitous walls leading to no open space. To get beyond the church to the canonica I should have had to surmount such steep slopes that I had no hope of achieving it, and it was natural that I should reject as impossible everything that did not seem feasible. The situation in which I found myself required daring, but absolutely no rashness. It was such a dilemma as I imagine can have no parallel for difficulty in any moral question. However, I had to come to some conclusion. I must either get away or return to my cell, never probably to leave it again, or again throw myself into the canal. In this predicament a great deal must be left to chance, and I must begin somewhere. I fixed my eyes on a dormer window on the side towards the canal, and about 2/3 of the way down. It was far enough from the spot we had started from to make me think that the loft it lighted was not connected with the prison I had broken out of. It could light only an attic, inhabited or vacant, over some room in the palace, where, when day should dawn, the doors, no doubt, would be opened. I was morally certain that the attendants in the palace, even those of the Doge himself who should happen to see us, would be eager to favor our escape rather than place us in the hands of justice. Even if they had recognized us as the greatest of state criminals, so horrible was the Inquisition in their eyes. With this idea, I decided on inspecting that window, so, letting myself slip gently down, I soon was astride on the little roof. Then, resting my hands on the edge, I stretched my head out and succeeded in seeing and touching a little barred grating, behind which there was a window glazed with small panes set in lead. The window did not trouble me, but the grating, slight as it was, seemed to me an insurmountable difficulty, for without a file I could not get through the bars, and I only had my crowbar. I was checked and began to lose heart, when a perfectly simple and natural incident revived my spirit. It was the clock of St. Mark's at this moment, striking midnight, which roused my spirit, and by a sudden shock brought me out of the perplexed frame of mind in which I found myself. That clock reminded me that the morning about to dawn was that of All Saints' Day, that consequently of my Saint's Day, if indeed I had a patron saint, and my Jesuit confessor's prophecy recurred to my mind. But I own that what tended most to restore my courage and really increased my physical powers was the profaner oracle of my beloved Ariosto, between the end of October and the beginning of November. If a great misfortune sometimes makes a small mind devout, it is almost impossible that superstition should not have some share in the matter. The sound of the clock seemed to me a spoken charm which bade me act and promised me success. Lying flat on the roof with my head over the edge, I pushed my bar in above the frame which held the grating, determined to dislodge it bodily. In a quarter of an hour I had succeeded. The grating was in my hands unbroken, and having laid it by the side of the dormer, I had no difficulty in breaking in the window, though the blood was flowing from a wound I had made in my left hand. By the help of my bar I got back to the ridge of the roof in the same way as before, and made my way back to where I had left my companion. I found him desperate and raging. He abused me foully for having left him there so long. He declared he was only waiting for 7 to strike to go back to prison. What did you think had become of me? I thought you had fallen down some roof or wall, and you have no better way of expressing your joy at my return than by abusing me? What have you been doing all this time? Come with me and you will see." Having gathered up my bundles, I made my way back to the window. When we were just over it, I explained to Balbi exactly what I had done, and consulted him as to how we were to get into the loft through the window. The thing was quite easy for one of us, the other could let him down. But I did not see how the second man was to follow him, as there was no way of fixing the rope above the window. By going in and letting myself drop, I might break my legs and arms, for I did not know the height of the window above the floor. To this wise argument, spoken with perfect friendliness, the brute replied in these words: "Let me down at any rate, and when I am in there you will have plenty of time to find out how you can follow me." I confess that in my first impulse of indignation I was ready to stab him with my crowbar. A good genius saved me from doing so, and I did not even utter one word of reproach for his selfishness and baseness. On the contrary, I at once unrolled my bundle of rope, and fastening it firmly under his armpits, I made him lie flat on his face, his feet outwards, and then let him down onto the roof of the dormer. When he was there, I made him go over the edge and into the window as far as his hips, leaving his arms on the sill. I next slipped down to the little roof as I had done before, lay down on my stomach, and holding the rope firmly, told the monk to let himself go without fear. When he had landed on the floor of the attic, he undid the rope, and I, pulling it up, found that the height was above 50 feet. To jump this was too great a risk. As for the monk, now he was safe after nearly 2 hours of anguish on a roof, where I must own his situation was far from comfortable, he called out to me to throw in the ropes and he would take care of them. I, as may be supposed, took good care not to follow this absurd injunction. Not knowing what to do, and awaiting some inspiration, I clambered once more to the ridge, and my eye falling on a spot near a cupola which I had not yet examined, I made my way thither. I saw a little terrace or platform covered with lead, close to a large window closed with shutters. There was here a tub full of wet mortar with a trowel, and by the side a ladder, which I thought would be long enough to enable me to get down into the attic where my comrade was. This settled the question. I slipped my rope through the top rung and dragged this awkward load as far as the window. I then had to get the clumsy mass into the window. It was above 12 yards long. The difficulty I had in doing it made me repent of having deprived myself of Balbi's assistance. I pushed the ladder along till one end was on the level of the dormer and the other projected by a third beyond the gutter. Then I slid down onto the dormer roof. I drew the ladder close to my side and fastened the rope to the 8th rung, after which I again allowed it to slip till it was parallel with the window. Then I did all I could to make it slip into the window, but I could not get it beyond the 5th rung because the end caught against the inner roof of the dormer, and no power on earth could get it any further without breaking either the ladder or the roof. There was nothing for it but to tilt the outer end, then the slope would allow it to slide in by its own weight. I might have placed the ladder across the window and have fastened the rope to it to let myself down without any risk, but the ladder would have remained there, and next morning would have guided the archers and Lorenzo to the spot where we might still be hiding. I would not run the risk of losing by such an act of imprudence the fruit of so much labor and peril, and to conceal all our traces the ladder must be got entirely into the window. Having no one to help me, I decided on getting down to the gutter to tilt it and attain my end. This in fact I did, but at so great a risk that but for a sort of miracle I should have paid for my daring with my life. I ventured to let go of the cord that was attached to the ladder without any fear of its falling into the canal, because it was caught on the gutter by the 3rd rung. Then, with my crowbar in my hand, I cautiously let myself slide down to the gutter by the side of the ladder. The marble ledge was against my toes, for I let myself down with my face to the roof. In this attitude I found strength enough to lift the ladder a few inches, and I had the satisfaction of seeing it go a foot further in. As the reader will understand, this diminished its weight very perceptibly. What I now wanted was to get it 2 feet further in by lifting it enough, for after that I felt sure that by climbing up to the roof of the dormer once more, I could, with the help of the rope, get it all the way in. To achieve this, I raised myself from my knees, but the force I was obliged to use to succeed made me slip, so that I suddenly found myself over the edge of the roof as far as my chest, supported only by my elbows. It was an awful moment, which to this day I shudder to think of, and which it is perhaps impossible to conceive of in all its horror. The natural instinct of self-preservation made me almost unconsciously lean with all my weight, supporting myself on my ribs, and I succeeded miraculously, I felt inclined to say. Taking care not to relax my hold, I managed to raise myself with all the strength of my wrists, leaning at the same time on my stomach. Happily there was nothing to fear for the ladder, for the lucky, or rather the unlucky push which had cost me so dear had sent it in more than 3 feet, which fixed it firmly. Finding myself resting on the gutter, literally on my wrists and my groin, I found that by moving my right side I could raise first one knee and then the other onto the parapet. Then I should be safe. However, my troubles were not yet over, for the strain I was obliged to exert in order to succeed gave me such a nervous spasm that a violent attack of painful cramp seemed to cripple me completely. I did not lose my head, and remained perfectly still till the spasm was over, knowing that perfect stillness is the best cure for nervous cramps. I had often found it so. It was a frightful moment. A few minutes after, I gradually renewed my efforts. I succeeded in getting my knees against the gutter, and as soon as I had recovered my breath, I carefully raised the ladder, and at last got it to the angle where it was parallel with the window. Knowing enough of the laws of equilibrium and the lever, I now picked up my crowbar, and climbing in my old fashion, I hauled myself up to the roof and easily succeeded in tilting in the ladder, which the monk below received in his arms. I then flung in my clothes, the ropes, and the broken pieces, and got down into the attic, where Balbi received me very heartily and took care to remove the ladder. Arm in arm, we surveyed the dark room in which we found ourselves. It was 30 paces long by about 20 wide. At one end we felt a double door formed of iron bars. This was unpromising, but laying my hand on the latch in the middle, it yielded to the pressure and the door opened. We first felt our way round this fresh room, and then, trying to cross it, ran up against a table with armchairs and stools around it. We returned to the side where we had felt windows, and having opened one, by the dim starlight we could see nothing but steep roofs between domes. I did not for an instant think of escaping by the window. I must know where I was going, and I did not recognize the spot where we were. So I closed the window, and we went back to the first room where we had left our baggage. Quite worn out, I let myself drop onto the floor, and putting a bundle of rope under my head, utterly bereft of all power of body or of mind, I fell into a sweet sleep. I gave myself up to it so passively that even if I had known that death must be at the end of it, I could not have resisted it. And I remember distinctly that the pleasure of that sleep was perfectly delicious. End of section 28. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 29. Biography on Bartolomeo de las Casas and of the Island of Cuba. Bartolomeo de las Casas, 1474 to 1566. Bartolomeo de las Casas, the Apostle of the Indians, was one of the first to protest by speech and pen against the hideous cruelties inflicted upon native West Indians by the invading Spaniards, and he left in his writings the record of a bondage compared with which Negro slavery was mild. Bartolomeo, the son of Antonio de las Casas, a companion of Columbus on his first voyage of discovery, was born in Seville in 1474. While yet a student at the University of Salamanca, he became interested in the natives through a young Indian whom he owned as slave. He first visited the New World as one of the followers of Columbus in 1490, returning after some years with Nicolas de Ovando, the governor of the Indies. Here his sympathies were fully aroused as he witnessed the savage treatment of the simple natives and the incessant butcheries and slavery in the mines, which were rapidly depopulating the islands. In 1510 he took holy orders, being probably the first priest ordained in the New World. Las Casas at first was himself a slave owner, willing to enrich himself by the toil of the red men, though from the very beginning he sympathized with their sufferings. But a sudden illumination came to him as he was preparing to preach a sermon on the Feast of Pentecost in 1514, taking for his text the 34th chapter of Ecclesiasticus, verses 18 to 22. He awoke to the iniquity of slavery, set free his own Indians, and for 40 years thereafter devoted himself heart and soul to the interests of the red men. It was at times a bitter task, and made him many enemies among the invaders, who thought themselves curtailed in their natural rights as the superior race. Happily for his cause, Las Casas had powerful friends in Spain, chief among whom was the Emperor Charles V. The good priest crossed the ocean a dozen times to see that monarch on Indian affairs, following him even into Germany and Austria. Finally, in 1547, when past his 70th year, he settled down in Valladolid in Spain, but still wrote and talked in behalf of the oppressed race. While on an errand for them to Madrid in 1566, he died at the ripe age of 92, with bodily faculties unimpaired. The earliest work of Las Casas, a very short account of the ruin of the Indies, written in 1542, first disclosed to Europe the cruelties practiced beyond the sea. It was frequently reprinted and made a great impression. Other short treatises followed, equally powerful and effective. They were collected in 1552 and translated into several languages. His chief work, however, is A General History of the Indies from 1492 to 1520, begun by him in 1527, unfinished in 1561. He ordered that no portion should be printed until 40 years after his death, but it remained in manuscript for 300 years, being published in Madrid in 1875. It has been called the cornerstone of the history of the American continent. Las Casas possessed important documents, among them the papers of Columbus, now lost. In his long life, moreover, he knew many of the early discoverers and many statesmen, as Columbus, Cortés, Ximenes, Pizarro, Catinora, and he was the contemporary of 3 sovereigns interested in the West Indies: King Ferdinand the Catholic, the Emperor Charles V, and King Philip II of Spain. Las Casas is sometimes taxed with having brought Negro slavery into America. In his profound compassion for the Indians, he maintained that the Negroes were better fitted for slave labor than the more delicate natives. But the Portuguese had imported African slaves into the colonies long before Las Casas suggested it, while he in time renounced his error and frankly confesses it in his history. He was a large-hearted, large-brained man, unprejudiced in an age of bigotry, of unwearied industry and remarkable powers of physical endurance that enabled him to live a life of many-sided activities as priest and missionary, colonist, man of business, and man of letters. As a historian, he was a keen observer of men and of nature, and chronicled with great exactness the social and physical conditions of the countries he traversed. His merits are summed up in the following words by John Fiske in his Discovery of America. He was one of the best historians of his time, and wrote a most attractive Spanish style, quaint, pithy, and nervous, a style which goes straight to the mark and rings like true metal. I do not mean to be understood as calling it a literary style. It is not graceful like that of great masters of expression such as Pascal or Voltaire. It is not seldom cumbrous and awkward, usually through trying to say too much at once. But in spite of this, it is far more attractive than many a truly artistic literary style. There is a great charm in reading what comes from a man brimful of knowledge and utterly unselfish and honest. The crisp shrewdness, the gleams of gentle humor, and occasional sharp flashes of wit, and the fervid earnestness in the books of Las Casas combine to make them very delightful. It was the unfailing sense of humor, which is so often wanting in reformers, that kept Las Casas from developing into a fanatic. In contemplating such a life as that of Las Casas, all words of eulogy seem weak and frivolous. The historian can only bow in reverent awe before a figure which is in some respects the most beautiful and sublime in the annals of Christianity since the apostolic age. When now and then in the course of the centuries God's providence brings such a life into this world, the memory of it must be cherished by mankind as one of its most precious and sacred possessions. For the thoughts, the words, the deeds of such men there is no death. The sphere of their influence goes on widening forever. They bud, they blossom, they bear fruit from age to age. Of the Island of Cuba, from A Relation of the First Voyage, by Bartolomeo de las Casas. The Spaniards passed in the year 1511 into the island of Cuba, which contains as much ground in length as from Valladolid to Rome. There were formerly fine and flourishing provinces to be seen, filled with vast numbers of people, who met with no milder or kinder treatment from the Spaniards than the rest. On the contrary, they seem to have redoubled their cruelty upon those people. There happened diverse things in this island that deserve to be remarked. A rich and potent cacique named Hatbuey was retired to the island of Cuba to avoid that slavery and death with which the Spaniards menaced him, and being informed that his persecutors were upon the point of landing in this island, he assembled all his subjects and domestics together, and made a speech to him after this manner. "You know," said he, "the report that is spread abroad that the Spaniards are ready to invade this island, and you are not ignorant of the ill usage our friends and countrymen have met with at their hands, and the cruelties they have committed at Haye, so Hispaniola is called in their language. They are now coming hither with a design to exercise the same outrages and persecutions upon us. Are you ignorant," says he, "of the ill intentions of the people of whom I am speaking?" "We know not," say they all with one voice, "upon what account they come hither, but we know they are a very wicked and cruel people." "I'll tell you then," replied the cacique, "that these Europeans worship a very covetous sort of god, so that 'tis difficult to satisfy him; and to perform the worship they render to this idol, they'll exact immense treasures of us, and will use their utmost endeavor to reduce us to a miserable state of slavery, or else to put us to death." Upon which he took a box full of gold and valuable jewels which he had with him, and exposing it to their view, "Here is," says he, "the God of the Spaniards, whom we must honor with our sports and dances, to see if we can appease him, and render him propitious to us, that so he may command the Spaniards not to offer us any injury." They all applauded this speech, and fell a leaping and dancing round the box till they had quite tired and spent themselves. After which the cacique Hatbuy, resuming his discourse, continued to speak with them in these terms: "If we keep this God," says he, "till he's taken away from us, he'll certainly cause our lives to be taken from us. And therefore I am of the opinion 'twill be the best way to cast him into the river." They all approved of this advice, and went all together with one accord to throw this pretended God into the river. The Spaniards were no sooner arrived in the Isle of Cuba, but this cacique, who knew him too well, began to think of retreating to secure himself from their fury, and resolved to defend himself by force of arms if he should happen to meet with them. But he unfortunately fell into their hands, and because he had taken all the precautions he could to avoid the persecutions of so cruel and impious a people, and had taken arms to defend his own life, as well as the lives of his subjects, this was made a capital crime in him, for he was burned alive. While he was in the midst of the flames, tied to a stake, a certain Franciscan friar of great piety and virtue took upon him to speak to him of God and our religion, and to explain to him some articles of the Catholic faith, of which he had never heard a word before, promising him eternal life if he would believe, and threatening him with eternal torment if he continued obstinate in his infidelity. Hatbuy, reflecting on the matter as much as the place and condition in which he was would permit, asked the friar that instructed him whether the gate of heaven was opened to the Spaniards, and being answered that such of them as were good men might hope for entrance there, the cacique, without any further deliberation, told him he had no mind to go to heaven, for fear of meeting with such cruel and wicked company as they were, but would much rather choose to go to hell, where he might be delivered from the troublesome sight of such kind of people. To so great a degree have the wicked actions and cruelties of the Spaniards dishonored God and his religion in the minds of the Americans. One day there came to us a great number of the inhabitants of a famous city, situate about 10 leagues from the place where we lodged, to compliment us and bring us all sort of provisions and refreshments, which they presented us with great marks of joy, caressing us after the most obliging manner they could. But that evil spirit that possessed the Spaniards put 'em into such a sudden fury against 'em, that they fell upon 'em and massacred above 3,000 of 'em, both men and women, upon the spot, without having received the least offense and provocation from 'em. I was an eyewitness of this barbarity, and whatever endeavors were used to appease these inhuman creatures, 'twas impossible to reduce 'em to reason, so resolutely were they bent to satiate their brutal rage by this barbarous action. Soon after this I sent messengers to the most noted Indians of the province of Havane, to encourage and engage 'em to continue in their country, and not to trouble themselves to seek remote places to hide in, and advised 'em to come to us with assurance of our protection. They knew well enough what authority I had over the Spaniards, and I gave 'em my word no injury should be offered 'em, for the past cruelties and massacres their countrymen had suffered had spread fear and terror through all the country, and this assurance I gave 'em was with the consent and advice of the captains and the officers. When we entered into this province, 22 of their chiefs came to us, and the very next morning the commander of our troops, without any regard to the promise that had been made 'em, would needs sentence 'em to be burnt, pretending 'twas best to put these people to death, because they might one time or other use some stratagem to surprise and destroy us, and I had all the difficulty in the world to prevent 'em from throwing 'em into the fire. The Indians of Havane, seeing themselves reduced to a state of severe slavery, and that there was no remedy left, but they were irrecoverably undone, began to take refuge in the deserts and mountains to secure themselves, if possible, from death. Some strangled themselves in despair. Parents hanged themselves together with their children to put the speedier end to their misery by death. Above 200 Indians perished here after this manner to avoid the cruelty of the Spaniards, and abundance of them afterwards voluntarily condemned themselves to this kind of death, hoping thus in a moment to put a period to the miseries their persecutors inflicted on them. A certain Spaniard, who had the title of sovereign in this island and had 300 Indians in his service, destroyed 160 of them in less than 3 months by the excessive labor he continually exacted of them. The recruits he took to fill up their places were destroyed after the same manner, and he would in a short time have unpeopled the whole island, if death, which took him out of the way, very happily for those poor wretches, had not sheltered them from his cruelties. I saw with my own eyes above 6,000 children die in the space of 3 or 4 months, their parents being forced to abandon them, being condemned to the mines. After this the Spaniards took up a resolution to pursue those Indians that were retired into the mountains, and massacred multitudes of them, so that this island was depopulated and laid waste in a very little time. And it is a most lamentable spectacle to see so fine a country thus miserably ruined and unpeopled. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 30 of the Court of Urbino by Baldassare Castiglione, 1478 to 1529. The interest to be found in the literary work of Il Conte Baldassare Castiglione in the one prose volume he wrote, Il Cortegiano, the Courtier, arises not only from the historical value it now has, but from its representing the charming character of a gentleman. And it does this not merely by intentionally describing the ideal gentleman of the 15th century, but by unconsciously revealing the character of its author. Castiglione was himself distinctively a gentleman. Without eminent abilities or position, his life unmarked by any remarkable deeds or any striking events, he yet deserves remembrance as making vivid to us those admirable qualities and conditions which are the result in individuals of the long moral and intellectual cultivation of a large group of men and women. He was one of the group that made famous the Court of Urbino, not at the time of its greatest glory under Duke Frederick II, but just afterward, when the duchy was ruled by Frederick's son, Guidobaldo, an estimable invalid, and the court was presided over by Guidobaldo's wife, the much beloved and admired Duchess Elisabetta, one of the great Gonzaga family. Castiglione's own sketch of this court, see translation below, renders any other delineation of it supererogatory. But his silence regarding himself personally makes it necessary to gather knowledge of his life from other sources. His person is made known to us by Raphael's interesting portrait of him, now in the Louvre, painted in 1515. It is a portrait by a friend. Raphael was only 5 years younger than Castiglione, and their affectionate relations were of long standing. Castiglione was the son of a valorous soldier who fought by the side of the Marquis Francesco Gonzaga of Mantua. But his early youth was spent not at Mantua, but at Milan, where he received from famous scholars, Demetrio Calcondile and his peers, a brilliant classical education, rather than the training one would look for in his father's son. His father's death in 1494 obliged him, in those troublous times, to seek a protector. As his mother was distantly connected with his father's friends, the rulers of Mantua, it was to them that his eyes turned, and in 1499 he was one of the suite of the Marquis on the occasion of the triumphal entrance of Louis XII of France into Milan after his conquest in 3 weeks of the duchy. A triumph followed by the hideous 10 years' caging of Lodovico il Moro, Milan's duke. Such spectacles as this triumph and this imprisonment, which the boy of 21 now beheld, were to be familiar to him all his life. The king-like Pope, Alexander VI, and his son, Caesar Borgia, the warrior Julius II, the Medici Leo X, the soon-dead Adrian VI, and the irresolute Clement VII, successively ruled in Rome, or rather dwelt in Rome, the Cloaca Maxima of Italy, whose pollution sapped the strength of all the land. The sack of Rome in 1527 was among the last of the long series of Italian woes Castiglione witnessed. He was not in Italy at that moment. The last 5 years of his life were spent at Madrid as papal nuncio at the court of Charles V. He went thither on the eve of the Battle of Pavia, and the imprisonment there of Francis I soon followed, an imprisonment that seems a terrible echo of that of the enemy of France a quarter of a century before. Il Cortegiano was written in the intervals of military and diplomatic services, rendered first to Guidobaldo of Urbino, and later to Frederick of Mantua, the son of Francesco. The book was begun probably about 1514. It received the last touches in 1524, but it was not published until 1528. The dialogues that compose the book are feigned to have occurred in the winter of 1506-7. At that time the author was in England, an envoy from the Duke of Urbino to Henry VII, sent as the Duke's proxy to be installed as Companion of the Garter. He carried with him splendid gifts for the king, fine falcons, beautiful horses, and a picture by Raphael, St. George and the Dragon, in which St. George wears the garter. Castiglione's public labors had made him well known, when between him and his high-born friends there was talk of his marriage with a daughter of the House of Medici. But political influences caused her to be given by preference to a Strozzi. Had this alliance been formed, Castiglione would have found himself in later years the nephew of 2 popes and the uncle of a queen of France. But better luck was in keeping for him. In 1516 he had the singular good fortune to make a marriage of tender affection. But his wife died only 4 years later. From that time his chief pleasure was in the society of his friends. They numbered all the most distinguished Italians of his day, men whose intellectual powers found artistic expression alike in words, or the painter's canvas, or the sculptor's marble, or the architect's stone, and it is the reflection of this wide and varied companionship that gives charm and also weight to the pages of Il Cortegiano. A more delicate delightfulness comes from the tone of liberal refinement with which the impression is conveyed of singularly ennobling intercourse with women. Castiglione was the contemporary and the friend of the famous Marchioness of Pescara, Vittoria Colonna, of the brilliant Isabella d'Este, Marchioness of Mantua, whose daughter, the beautiful Duchess of Urbino, is immortalized by Titian's many portraits of her, both as she was in youth and in age, and also as in youth he saw her idealized. This Duchess of Urbino was the niece of Castiglione's own Duchess Elisabetta, and by marriage with the nephew of Guidobaldo she became the successor of Elisabetta. These great ladies were involved by family ties in all the stirring events of their times. Isabella d'Este was the aunt of Constable Bourbon and the sister-in-law of Lucrezia Borgia. Vittoria Colonna's husband was the cousin of the famous Alfonso d'Avalos, Marquis del Vasto of Spain, and in the entangled interests of these personages and of the rulers of Urbino, Castiglione was constantly concerned and occupied. His counsels were also sought by Giuliano de' Medici, styled, like his father, Il Magnifico, sitting now ever in helpless dignity on his San Lorenzo tomb, mentre che il danno e la vergogna dura, and by the unfortunate Doge of Genoa, Ottaviano Fregoso, or by the participants in the learned discussions carried on by Cardinal Bembo, with whom he made a gay excursion to Tivoli in 1516, in company with Raphael and the illustrious Venetian Andrea Navigero, and his friend Agostino Beazzano, whose portraits on the same canvas are one of Raphael's masterpieces. Another ecclesiastical friend was Cardinal Bibbiena, who appears nowhere to more advantage than in a letter to the Marchioness of Mantua, describing Castiglione's grief and that of his friends at the news that the Marchioness herself had sent them of the death of Castiglione's wife. The same year the cardinal himself died. It was the year of Raphael's death also, and Castiglione felt himself greatly bereft. The Italian bishop of Bayeux, Lodovico Canossa, papal nuncio in France and French ambassador at Venice, was a cousin of Castiglione's mother and in constant relations with the son. And it is to him that, in what may be called the drama of Il Cortegiano, is gaily assigned the task of making the first sketch of the perfect courtier. From such social relations came Castiglione's wide familiarity and sound judgment respecting the various worlds of men, of women, and of art. The higher qualities his book gives evidence of, the love of simplicity, purity, sincerity, serenity, kindness, courtesy, moderation, modesty, the appreciation of what is graceful, gay, delicate, these qualities were truly his own. We know not whence he derived them. Something should be said of the style in which the book is written. Its author tells us that one of the principal criticisms made upon it while it circulated for many years in manuscript was that its language was not the language of Boccaccio, who was then accepted as the model for Italian prose writers. Castiglione did not bind himself to the manner of the Tuscan speech. He was of Lombard birth and habit, and he chose, in the faith of which Montaigne is the great defender, the words, the phrases, the constructions that best fitted his thought, no matter whence he gathered them, if only they were familiar and expressive. He thus gained the force of freedom and the grace of variety, while the customary elegance and the habitual long-windedness of all Italian writers molds his sentences and makes them difficult of translation. There have been few translations made of his book, none published as yet of any literary value, and Castiglione has not been much known out of Italy. One of the few mentions of him in English literature is to be found in Donne, Satire 5, and it touches on a characteristic page of his book, for it notes, "He which did lay rules to make courtiers, he being understood may make good courtiers, but who courtiers good? Frees from the sting of jests all who in extreme are wretched or wicked." In his own country, Castiglione's fame has always been considerable. Ariosto, to whose brother Alfonso, Messer Alfonso Carissimo, the 4 books of Il Cortegiano are dedicated, and at whose desire it was written, Ariosto, in his great poem, speaks of Castiglione more than once, but a passage in Tasso's dialogue Delle Corte does him fit honor. I do not deem that Castiglione wrote for the men of his own day only. The beauty of his writings deserves that in all ages they should be read and praised, and as long as courts shall endure, as long as princes, ladies, and noble gentlemen shall meet together, as long as valor and courtesy shall abide in our hearts, the name of Castiglione will be valued. Of the Court of Urbino, from Il Cortegiano. On the slopes of the Apennines, towards the Adriatic Sea, almost in the center of Italy, there lies, as everyone knows, the little city of Urbino. Although surrounded by mountains, and rougher ones than perhaps some others that we see in many places, it has yet enjoyed such favor of heaven that the country round about is very fertile and rich in crops, so that besides the salubrity of the air, there is great abundance of everything needful for human life. But among the greatest blessings that can be attributed to it, this I think to be the chief, that for a long time it has ever been ruled by the best of lords, insomuch that in the universal calamities of the wars of Italy, it still for a space remained exempt. But without seeking further, we can give good proof of this in the glorious memory of the Duke Federigo, who in his day was the light of Italy. Nor is there lack of credible and abundant witnesses who are still living to his prudence, humanity, justice, liberality, unconquered courage, and military discipline, which are conspicuously attested by his numerous victories, his capture of impregnable places, the sudden swiftness of his expeditions, the frequency with which he put to flight large and formidable armies by means of a very small force, and by his loss of no single battle whatever, so that we may not unreasonably compare him to many famous ancients. Among his other praiseworthy deeds, the Duke Federigo built on the rugged site of Urbino a palace, regarded by many as the most beautiful to be found in all Italy, and he so well furnished it with every suitable thing that it seemed not a palace, but a city in the form of a palace, and not merely with what is ordinarily used, such as silver vases, hangings of the richest cloth of gold and silk, and other similar things, but for ornament he added an infinity of antique statues in marble and bronze, pictures most choice, and musical instruments of every sort. Nor would he admit anything there that was not very rare and excellent. Then, at very large cost, he collected a great number of most excellent and rare books in Greek, Latin, and Hebrew, all of which he adorned with gold and with silver, esteeming this to be the supreme excellence of his great palace. Following at last the course of nature, and already 65 years old, he died as he had lived, gloriously, and he left as his successor a little motherless boy of 10 years, his only son Guidobaldo. Heir to his father's state, he seemed to be heir also to all his father's virtues, and soon his noble nature gave such promise as seemed not to be hoped for from mortal man, so that men esteemed none among the extraordinary deeds of the Duke Federigo to be greater than to have begotten such a son. But, envious of so much virtue, Fortune thwarted this glorious beginning with all her might, so that before Duke Guido reached the age of 20 years, he fell ill of the gout, which grew upon him with grievous pain, and in a short space of time so crippled all his limbs that he could neither stand upon his feet nor move, and thus one of the most beautiful and active forms in the world was disfigured and spoiled in tender youth. And not yet content with this, Fortune was so adverse to him in all his plans that he could seldom carry to a conclusion anything that he desired, and although he was most wise of counsel and unconquered in spirit, it seemed that what he undertook, both in war and in everything else, whether small or great, always ended ill for him, and proof of this is given in his many and diverse calamities, which he ever bore with such strength of mind that his spirit was never vanquished by fortune. Nay, scorning her assaults with unbroken courage, he lived in weakness as though strong, and in adversity as though fortunate, with perfect dignity and universal esteem, so that although he was thus infirm of body, he fought with most honorable rank in the service of their serene highnesses the kings of Naples, Alfonso and Fernando the Younger, later with Pope Alexander VI, and with the Venetian and Florentine nobles. After the accession of Julius II to the pontificate, he was made captain of the church, at which time, following his accustomed style, above all else he took care to fill his household with very noble and valiant gentlemen, with whom he lived most familiarly, delighting in their conversation, wherein the pleasure he gave to others was not less than he received from others, he being well versed in both the learned languages, and uniting affability and agreeableness to a knowledge of things without number. And besides this, the greatness of his spirit so animated him that although he could not practice in person the exercises of horsemanship as he once had done, yet he took the utmost pleasure in seeing them in others, and by his words, now correcting, now praising each according to desert, he clearly showed how much judgment he had in those matters, wherefore in jousts and tournaments, in riding, in the handling of every sort of weapon, as well as in pastimes, games, and music, in short, in all the exercises proper to noble gentlemen, every one strove so to carry himself as to merit being deemed worthy of such noble fellowship. All the hours of the day were assigned to honorable and pleasant exercises, as well for the body as for the mind. But since my Lord Duke was always wont, by reason of his infirmity, to retire to sleep very early after supper, every one usually betook himself at that hour to the presence of my Lady Duchess, Elisabetta Gonzaga, where also was ever to be found my Lady Emilia Pia, who was endowed with such lively wit and sound judgment that, as you know, she seemed the mistress of us all, and that every one gained wisdom and worth from her. Here, then, gentle discussions and innocent pleasantries were heard, and on the face of every one a jocund gaiety was seen depicted, so that the house could truly be called the very abode of mirth, nor ever elsewhere, I think, was so relished as once was here, how great may be the sweetness of dear and cherished companionship. For apart from the honor it was to each of us to serve such a lord as he of whom I have just spoken, there was born in the hearts of all a supreme contentment every time we came into the presence of my Lady Duchess. And it seemed as though this contentment were a chain that held us all united in love, so that never was concord of will or cordial love between brothers greater than that which here was between us all. The same was it among the ladies, with whom there was intercourse most free and honorable, for every one was permitted to talk, sit, jest, and laugh with whom he pleased. But such was the reverence paid to the wish of my Lady Duchess, that this same liberty was a very great check, nor was there anyone who did not esteem it the utmost pleasure he could have in the world to please her, and the utmost pain to displease her. And thus most decorous manners were here joined with the greatest liberty, and games and laughter in her presence were seasoned, not only with keenest wit, but with gracious and sober dignity, for that purity and loftiness which governed all the acts, words, and gestures of my Lady Duchess, bantering and laughing, were such that she would have been known for a lady of noblest rank by any one who saw her even but once. And impressing herself thus upon those about her, she seemed to attune us all to her own quality and pitch. Accordingly, Each strove to follow this example, taking as it were a pattern of beautiful behavior from the bearing of so great and virtuous a lady, whose highest qualities I do not now purpose to recount, they not being my theme and being well known to all the world, and far more because I could not express them with either tongue or pen, and those that perhaps might have been somewhat hid, fortune, as though wondering at such rare virtue, chose to reveal through many adversities and stings of calamity, so as to give proof that in the tender breast of a woman, in company with singular beauty, there may abide prudence and strength of soul, and all those virtues that even among stern men are very rare. But continuing, I say that the custom of all the gentlemen of the household was to betake themselves straightway after supper to my Lady Duchess, where, among the other pleasant pastimes and music and dancing that continually were practised, sometimes entertaining questions were proposed, sometimes ingenious games were devised with one or another as arbiter, in which, under various disguises, the company disclosed their thoughts figuratively to whomsoever pleased them best. Sometimes other discussions arose about different matters, or biting retorts passed lightly back and forth. Often impressés, as we now call them, were displayed. And in these verbal contests there was wonderful diversion, the household being, as I have said, full of very noble talents, among whom, as you know, the most famous were my Lord Ottaviano Fregoso, his brother Messer Federigo, the Magnifico Giuliano de' Medici, Messer Pietro Bembo, Messer Cesare Gonzaga, the Count Lodovico de Canossa, my Lord Gaspar Pallavicino, my Lord Lodovico Pio, my Lord Morello da Ortona, Pietro de Napoli, Messer Roberto de Bari, and countless other very noble gentlemen. Moreover, there were many who, though usually they did not remain there constantly, yet spent most of the time there, like Messer Bernardo Bibbiena, the Unico Aretino, Giovan Cristoforo Romano, Pietro Monte, Terpandro, Messer Nicolo Frisio, so that there always flocked thither poets, musicians, and all kinds of agreeable men, and the most eminent in ability that were to be found in Italy. End of section 30.
Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 31, Selected Excerpts by Cato the Censor. Biography. Cato the Censor, 234 to 149 B.C. For many reasons, Cato the Censor can hardly be wholly ignored in any adequate general view of literature. If we look to the chance of survival as a test of vitality, his practical and juiceless book on agriculture is the oldest volume of Latin prose extant, though we can hardly speak of it as still existing in the form given by Cato. It appears to have been cruelly modernized in outward form about the time of Augustus. Again, the sturdy old supporter of Roman simplicity was the first Italian to publish a collection of orations. 150 speeches were known to Cicero. Fragments of 80 still survive, though in many cases they are represented merely by citations given incidentally by some late grammarian to prove the existence of some rare word or antiquated form. Again, the Origines of Cato would not only have afforded us, if preserved, welcome light upon the beginnings of Rome and many other Italian cities, but a political and military history brought down to Cato's own day, and especially valuable for its fearless treatment of recent events. Indeed, his own actual speeches were taken up into the history, and one of them, as partly preserved by Aulus Gellius, furnishes the best example we have of the straightforward, unadorned oratory of early Rome. There is reason to believe even that Cato left what we may fairly call an encyclopedia, dedicated to and compiled for his son. At any rate, he wrote largely, not to mention works already alluded to, on eloquence, medicine, the military art, etc. Yet it must be confessed that Cato illustrates, as strikingly as any figure that could be selected, how little at home the true literary artist would have found himself in early Latium, if a perverse fate had made it possible for him to be born there, or to stray thither at all. Even his figure and face were repellent enough to stand between Socrates and Samuel Johnson as the most familiar ugly old men upon the stage of the world's life. Perseus, fiery-haired, gray-eyed, and snarling at all men, says the unforgiving satirist, is unwelcome even when dead to Persephone and Hades. No authentic portrait statue of him exists. Indeed, these Roman busts and figures, especially in the earlier time, were the work of Greek artists, and the likelihood of his giving a sitting to one of that race is exceedingly small. The only work of Cato's which from its title might seem to have had a poetic form was the Carmen de Moribus. It seems to have been a eulogy upon old Roman simplicity. Not only are the extant fragments in prosaic prose, but the most famous of them declares, with evident regret over his own gentler days of degeneracy, their custom was to be dressed in public respectably, at home so much as was needful. They paid more for horses than for cooks. The poet's art was in no honor. If a man was devoted to it, or applied himself to conviviality, he was called a vagabond. Indeed, Cato's activity in literature probably had for its chief end and aim to resist the incoming tide of Greek philosophy and of refinement generally. He is the very type of Horace's laudator temporis acti, the eulogist of a bygone time, that crude heroic time when Dentatus, hero of 3 triumphs, ate boiled turnips in his chimney corner and had no use for Macedonian gold. Whether there was any important mass of ballads or other purely national Roman or Latin literature in that elder day has been much debated. The general voice of scholars is against Niebuhr and Macaulay. There is every indication that the practical, unimaginative Latin plowmen and spearsmen received the very alphabet of every art from vanquished Hellas. Much of this same debate has turned on a fragment from Cato. Cicero reports, in his Origines, Cato said that it had been a custom of the forefathers for those who reclined at banquet to sing to the flute the praises and merits of illustrious heroes. The combination of conviviality and song in this passage tempts us to connect it with the scornful words from Cato's own Carmen, already cited. Cato was half right, no doubt. The simple charm and vigor of rustic Latium were threatened. Greek vice and Oriental luxury were dangerous gifts, but his resistance was as hopeless as Canute's protest to the encroaching waves. That this resistance was offered even to the great Greek literature itself is unquestionable. I will speak of those Greeks in a suitable place, son Marcus, telling what I learned at Athens, and what benefit it is to look into their books, not to master them. I shall prove them a most worthless and unteachable race. Believe that this is uttered by a prophet. Whenever that folk imparts its literature, it will corrupt everything. The harsh, narrow, intolerant nature of Cato is as remote as could well be from the scholarly or literary temper. Even his respectful biographer Plutarch bursts out with indignant protest against the thrifty advice to sell off slaves who had grown old in service. Indeed, most of Cato's sayings remind us of some canny old Scot, or, it may be politer to say, of a hard-headed Yankee farmer living out the precepts of Poor Richard's philosophy. Grip the subject, words will follow, is his chief contribution to rhetoric. Another has, it must be confessed, more of Quintilian's flavor. An orator's son Marcus is a good man, skilled in speaking. He is most at home, however, upon his farm, preaching such familiar economies as "Buy not what you need, but what you must have. What you do not need is dear at a penny." The nearest approach to wit is but a sarcastic consciousness of human weakness, like the maxim, "Praise large farms, but till a small one," the form of which, by the way, is strikingly like the advice given long before by a kindred spirit, the Ascraean farmer Hesiod: "Praise thou a little vessel, and store thy freight in a large one." Even the kindness of Cato has a bitter flavor peculiarly Roman. When the great Greek historian Polybius and his fellow exiles were finally permitted to return to their native land, Cato turned the scale toward mercy in the Senate with the haughty words, "As though we had nothing to do, we sit here discussing whether some old Greeks shall be carried to their graves here or in Achaia." There was a touch of real humor, and perhaps of real culture too, in his retort when Polybius asked, in addition for the restoration of civic honors held in Greece 17 years agone. Polybius, he said with a smile, wishes to venture again into the Cyclops' cave because he forgot his cap and belt. A few touches like this permit us to like as well as to admire this grim and harsh pattern of old simplicity. Whether Cato learned Greek at 80 as a grudging concession to the spirit of the age, or to obtain weapons from the foe's own armory wherewith to combat his influence, we need not argue. Indeed, it is nearly certain that any special study at that time could have been only a revival of what he learned at Athens many years earlier. It is, however, a supreme touch of irony in Cato's fate that he rendered, doubtless unconsciously, a greater service to Hellenistic culture in Rome than did even his illustrious younger contemporary, Scipio Aemilianus, the patron of Terence and the generous friend of Polybius. For it was our Cato who brought in his train from Sardinia the gallant young soldier afterward known as the poet Ennius, the creator of the Latin hexameter, of the artistic Roman epic, and in general the man who more than any other made Greek poetry and even Greek philosophy well known and respected among all educated Romans. Cato is chiefly known to us through Plutarch, whose sketch shows the tolerance of that beloved writer toward the savage enemy of Hellenism. The charming central figure of Cicero's dialogue on old age takes little save his name from the bitter, crabbed octogenarian, who was still adding to his vote on any and all subjects. Moreover, senators, Carthage must be wiped out. All the world admires stubborn courage, especially in a hopeless cause. We, the most radical and democratic of peoples, especially admire the despairing stand of a belated conservative. The peculiar virtues of the stock were repeated no less strikingly in the great-grandson, Cato of Utica, and make their name a synonym forevermore of unbending stoicism. The phrase applied by a later Roman poet to Cato of Utica may perhaps be quoted no less fittingly as the epitaph of his ancestor: "The gods preferred the victor's cause, but Cato the vanquished." For in spite of him, the Latin literature which has come down to us may be most truly characterized as the bridge over which Hellenism reaches the modern world. On Agriculture, from De Agricultura. The following extract gives a vivid glimpse of the life on a Latian farm. The Roman gentleman may be regarded as an absentee landlord giving this advice to his agent. The family is, of course, made up of slaves. These shall be the bailiff's duties. He shall keep up good discipline. The holidays must be observed. He shall keep his hands from other people's property, and take good care of his own. He shall act as umpire for disputes in the family. If any one is guilty of mischief, he shall exact return in good measure for the harm done. The family is not to suffer, to be cold, to be hungry. He is to keep it busy, as thus he will more easily restrain it from mischief and thieving. If the bailiff does not consent to evil doing, there will be none. If he does allow it, the master must not let it go unpunished. For kindness he is to show gratitude, so that the same one may be glad to do right in other matters. The bailiff must not be a saunterer. He must always be sober. He mustn't go out to dinner. He must keep the family busy, must see to it that the master's commands are carried out. He mustn't think he knows more than the master. The master's friends he must count as his own. He is to pay no attention to anyone unless so bidden. He is not to act as priest except at the Compitalia or at the hearthside. He is to give no one credit save at the master's orders. When the master gives credit, he must exact payment. Seed corn, kitchen utensils, barley, wine, oil, he must lend to no one. He may have 2 or 3 families from whom he borrows and to whom he lends, but no more. He must square accounts with his master often. The mechanic, the hireling, the sharpener of tools he must never keep more than a day. He mustn't buy anything without the master's knowledge, nor hide anything from the master, nor have any hanger on. He should never consult a soothsayer, prophet, priest, or Chaldean. He should know how to do every farm task, and should do it often, without exhausting himself. If he does this, he will know what is in the minds of the family, and they will work more contentedly. Besides, if he works, he will have less desire to stroll about, and be healthier and sleep better. He should be the first to get up and the last to go to bed. Should see that the country house is locked up, that each one is sleeping where he belongs, and that the cattle are fed. From the Attic Nights of Aulus Gellius. The extract given below, as will be seen, is quoted for the most part not from Cato, but from Aulus Gellius. However, the practice of Gellius, on other occasions where we are able to compare his text with the original, indicates that he merely modernized Cato's phraseology. In many cases, such changes probably make no difference at all in the modern rendering. Marcus Cato, in his book of Origins, has recorded an act of Quintus Cadicius, a military tribune, really illustrious and worthy of being celebrated with the solemnity of Grecian eloquence. It is nearly to this effect: the Carthaginian general in Sicily, in the first Punic War, advancing to meet the Roman army, first occupied some hills and convenient situations. The Romans, as it happened, got into a spot open to surprise and very dangerous. The tribune came to the consul, pointing out the danger from the inconvenience of the spot and the surrounding enemy. "I think," says he, "if you would save us, you must immediately order certain 400 to advance to yonder wart," for thus Cato indicated a rugged and elevated place, "and command them to take possession of it. When the enemy shall see this, every one among them that is brave and ardent will be intent on attacking and frightening them, and will be occupied by this business alone, and these 400 men will doubtless all be slain. You, whilst the enemy shall be engaged in slaughter, will have an opportunity of withdrawing the army from this place. There is no other possible method of escape." The consul replied that the advice appeared wise and good. "But whom," says he, "shall I find that will lead these 400 men to that spot against the battalions of the enemy?" "If," answered the tribune, "you find no one else, employ me in this dangerous enterprise. I offer my life to you and my country." The consul thanked and praised him. The tribune, with his 400 men, advanced to death. The enemy, astonished at their boldness, waited to see where they were going, but when it appeared that they were marching to take possession of the hill, the Carthaginian general sent against them the ablest men of his army, both horse and foot. The Roman soldiers were surrounded, and being surrounded, fought. The contest was long doubtful, but numbers at length prevailed. The 400 to a man were either slain with the sword or buried under missile weapons. The consul, in the interval of the engagement, withdrew his troops to a spot high and secure, but the event which happened to this tribune who commanded the 400 I shall subjoin, not in my own but Cato's words. The immortal gods gave the military tribune a fortune suitable to his valor, for thus it happened: when he was wounded in every other part, his head alone was unhurt, and when they distinguished him amongst the dead, exhausted with wounds, and breathing with difficulty from loss of blood, they bore him off. He recovered, and often afterwards performed bold and eminent services to his country, and this exploit of his detaching these troops preserved the remainder of the army. But the place where the same deed is done is of great importance. Leonidas of Lacedaemon, whose conduct was the same at Thermopylae, is extolled. On account of his virtues all Greece celebrated his glory, and raised his name to the highest degree of eminence, testifying their gratitude for his exploit by monuments, trophies, statues, panegyrics, histories, and other similar means. But to this tribune of the people who did the same thing and saved his country, small praise has been assigned. End of section 31.
Section 32 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by phone. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 32. Selected Poems by Jacob Cats. Jacob Cats, 1577 to 1660. The life of Jacob Cats falls within the golden age of Dutch literature, represented in the north by Hooft, Romer Visser, and Joost van den Vondel, and in the south by the Zeeland circle of poets, among whom Cats was undoubtedly the greatest. There have been times when Cats's was the one name among Dutch poets. In homes where no other books were found, one might at least be sure of finding the Bible and Father Cats. But it is doubtful whether he would be considered great outside of Holland. He is the most prosaic of poets, has limited power of language, and a still more limited choice of versification. With these drawbacks he is, however, most characteristically Dutch, partly on account of his practical moral teachings, and partly on account of the monotonous tic-tac of his verse. The erection of a monument in his honor in his native city, and the painting of his portrait by Rembrandt in 1635, were therefore well-deserved tributes to a man strangely representative of his nation. Yet, even in Holland, voices have been raised against his popularity. Busken Huet has called him a miserable character, a personified mediocrity, a vulgar and vulgarizing spirit. Jacob Cats, the youngest of 4 children, was born in Brouwershaven on the 10th of November, 1577. His mother died when he was only a few years old, and his father, member of the council in Brouwershaven, soon gave his children a stepmother. Cats praises her good deeds and good management in his verses, but it would seem as if her management were not in accordance with what the family considered beneficial to the children. One of the uncles adopted little Jacob and sent him to the school of Master Dirk Kemp in Zierikzee. Here he met a young boy from Brabant who was cultivating poetry, and their daily comradeship awakened the same tastes in Cats. Master Kemp was a man who, although of good intentions, had not the power to carry them out. Jacob's uncle accordingly took him out of school and sent him to the University of Leiden to study law. From Leiden he went to Orleans, where he took his degree, and then to Paris. When he had been here for some time, his uncle thought it wisest to call him back, and Cats's career dates from his return to The Hague, where he settled as a lawyer. Very soon after he had taken up his practice, he succeeded in saving a woman accused of witchcraft, and won the case of a young man who, in defending his father from a murderous attack, had killed the assailant. These cases called attention to Cats. He soon made a name for himself. His activity was then suddenly interrupted by a severe illness. He was forced to leave the damp climate of Holland and went to England to seek the counsel of Queen Elizabeth's famous physician Butler. The treatment gave him no relief, however, and he did not improve until after his return to Holland, where he met a learned alchemist, to whose skill he ascribed his cure. In 1603 he moved to Middelburg, and began life with new strength. He tells in one of his poems of his meeting in the French church with a young girl, with whom he fell in love at first sight, of his growing affection for her and his intention to marry her, of the report that her father had just lost all his money in a speculation, and he confesses with the most naive and rather cynic frankness, "For her, in very truth, with but the least of cause, and with a joyful heart, I'd given up the ghost. Look ye, this evil lot that to the father fell, has in an instant's time my heart of love bereft." Immediately after this incident, Cats married Elisabeth van Valkenburg, a rich girl from Antwerpen. Her good sense, faithfulness, and housewifely virtues found a warm expression in the following words: "She was a worthy woman, a foundation for a home, a model of truth." This period of Cats's life, almost coincident with the 12 years armistice ending in 1621, when the war with Spain was resumed, was one of varied activity. Aside from the duties of his practice, he gave much time to the diking of grounds neglected during the war, now in great danger from the sea, and while at his country place Grijpskerke near Middelburg, where his "flock of children" played under the trees, he wrote the poems Emblemata of Zinnebeelden, emblemata or emblems, Maagdenplicht, maiden duty, in 1618, Zelfstrijd, inward strife, 1620, Toneel der mannelijke achtbaarheid, scene of manly respectability, and Huwelijk, marriage. With the beginning of the war his own peace was at an end. Several of the grounds reclaimed from the sea were once more flooded to prevent the advance of the enemy. In 1621 he accepted the office of Pensionary of Middelburg, his first step toward official statesmanship. In 1623 he was elected Pensionary of Dordrecht, and although he hesitated in leaving Zeeland, he finally decided to accept the office. In 1625 he added to his duties those of curator of Leiden University. His literary work was consequently laid aside. In 1627 Cats accompanied Albert Joachimi as ambassador to London to open negotiations for a navigation treaty. He was only partly successful in his mission, but was met with much consideration by Charles I, who decorated him with the Order of St. Jovis. Shortly after his return he lost his wife after a brief illness. While he was writing Trouwring, Wedding Ring, a collection of epic and lyric poems, he was elected Secretary of State in 1636, and in 1645 Keeper of the Great Seal and Governor. But he had the experience in his public life that a crown may often be a crown of thorns, and in 1651 he begged to be released from his burdensome office. His demand was granted, and on this occasion Cats fell on his knees in the presence of the States General and thanked God for taking away his heavy burden. He was once more persuaded to join an embassy to England. Cromwell had meanwhile come to power. Cats and his fellow travelers returned with but little accomplished, and the old statesman and poet saw himself free to spend the last years of his life on his place Zorgvliet, which he had built outside of The Hague on the way to Scheveningen, in the midst of the dunes. Although he may not have been a great statesman, he had felt the responsibility of his calling. He was never quite equal to it, and often felt himself helpless and small against the encroachment of the powers. But honesty and patriotism were his to the fullest extent. The last 8 years of his life he spent in Zorgvliet in undisturbed peace. He returned to his literary labors and wrote Ouderdom en Buitenleven, Age and Country Life, Hofgedachtes, Court Thoughts, and his rhymed autobiography 82-jarig Leven, a life of 82 years. He seems to have kept his warm interest and joy in life to the very last. Fear after the Trouble. A while ago I read a tale methinks is curious. Perhaps to every one the story may be useful. Therefore in timeliness unto the light I drag it, in hope that all who read in it will find a pleasure. A lord once lived of old, whose joy it was to wander in field and flowery mead, quite to his heart contentment. A horse he had withal, so sage that, slept the rider, it home would wisely go, without the night to waken. And so it came to pass, that one day forthward faring, to dine, the cavalier by a good friend was bidden. He met with welcome glad, good wine went freely flowing. At last for all such cheer, the guest must take his leave. Himself then he prepared to climb into his saddle, and turned his beast about, that home were soon attained. The day was bleak and raw, the sun of light was chary. Through clouds before its face, a pallid light descended. The wise steed careful stepped onward along the highway, its sober rider borne, as custom was, unwearied. Anon the usual drowse closed up the rider's eyelids. His beast walked calmly on, in faithfulness of service. The man, profoundly sleeping, travelled as he was wonted. The time at last brought near when he should reach his dwelling. But lo, a friend is met, who questions him in wonder, how possible it was his steed had brought him thither. The knight responded straight, Why, I the way have ridden, that during 7 years I constantly have come. My beast on which I sit hath borne me duly houseward. The midnight's dark itself makes not his foot unsteady. How, friend? His questioner cried. Even when the bridge is broken? The stream, to cross at all, no other means I know. This wondrous horse of thine old Perseus must have owned, who fought the dragons once, and cut its head to pieces. Things sure are as they were, you came not flying hither. It seems to me belike, a ghost has been your cheater. To take it otherwise, the joke to me seems pointless. Not possible it is, this story that you tell me. but that o'er such a thing no wrangling be between us. Come to the bridge with me, I gladly will be escort. The spot and fact themselves, in proof I straight will disclose, that you may note how ill goes with your word the matter. Whereto so long a speech? The knight was well persuaded. The flood is reached again, the truth of things lies open. Bridge is there none indeed, rests but a strip of planking, crossing the rushing wave, narrow and all unsteady. The foot of man must needs with prudence o'er it tiptoe, the nerve and will be firm to reach that further goal. The foot that is not true, that left or right shall waver, drowns in the flood below the passenger unlucky. When now the man of naps marks all at once the bridge, notes well the narrow path, marks the too slender footway, his shock in truth is great, loud his poor heart goes beating. In fear and shudders cold, the scene he stands and pictures, sees with a frightened eye just how his path had served him, and more his soul sickens with tardy terror. More to his heart the blood, driven away, goes rushing. That hour of fear to him brought him an endless illness. Look now, how odd it seems, he well in peace had ridden, suffering no mishap, spared from the thing all mischief. Utterly downcast is, whereas his danger's over. Fear makes him sick at heart, deep in his being centered. Questions now any one what be this tale's life lesson. Him shall I gladly give what in it lies, methinks. Speak out as best I can what as a maxim's plainest. Friendly is never he sparing of bread and counsel. The man who rode his way safely and lost in slumber, he unto whom occurred just this strange bit of fortune, like is he, it meseems, unto the lustful mortal, evil in earthly course given to sottish living, wandering on, shut-eyed, lost in the way of pleasure, taking no slightest notice of the abyss so open, never with heed made blessed, not with his conscience warned, how at his side is death, prompt to cut off the living, but with our Lord God's grace suddenly on him bestowed, opening wide his eye, then, not till then, he's awakened. Terror absorbs his soul, holy the fear that takes it. Now is the sinner roused, sees for the first his doings. Wondering see him stand, uttering loud his outcry. Awful has been my blindness, dreadful my soul's delusion. How could I be so tricked? How could my sleep so grip me? I, who in touch with death, careless my ease was taken. Happy in truth the man fallen in no such peril, since with a careful eye watches he every footstep. Blessed in that God himself insight to him has granted, what was his danger to feel, how he has made escapement. Translation through the German by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. A rich man loses his child, a poor man loses his cow. Come hither, pray, O friends, let me my sorrow tell you. Wordless such loss to bear, my heart indeed endures not. All that the soul down weighs seems to a man less bitter, if to the friendly ear sorrow can be but uttered. Dead is my neighbor's child, dead is my only cow. Comfort has fled from him, fled from me every joying. So do we sorrow, both, reft of our peace each bosom. He that his child is dead, I that my cow is taken. Look you now, friends, how strange I, and how sad fate's dealings. I well had spared a child, one cow he well had wanted. Turn things about, thou death, less evil seem thy doings. Full is my house, too full, surely is full his cow-house. Death, take his stalls for prey, or choose from out my 7. There have you, death, full room, less to us, too, the trouble. Certain the pain's forgot, aye, and forgotten quickly, when, in the greater herd, one little wolf's a robber. What do I murmur thus? Ever is death one earless. Lost on him good advice, argument on him wasted. Onward he moves, this death, pallid and wholly blindly. Oftenest he a guest just where his call's least needed. Ah, who can calm my grief? Who, pray, shall still my neighbors? Just as we would not choose, so unto each it happens. He who is rich must lose all that means nearest heirship. I, the poor man, O God, stripped of my one possession. Translation through the German by E. Arrhenius Stevenson. End of section 32.
Section 33 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 33. Selected Poems by Catullus. Catullus, 84 to 54 B.C. by J.W. McHale. The last 30 years of the Roman Republic are, alike in thought and action, one of the high watermarks of the world's history. This is the age of Cicero and of Julius Caesar. This brief period includes the conquest of Gaul, the invasion of Britain, the annexation of the Asiatic monarchies founded by Alexander's marshals, the final collapse of the Roman oligarchy, which had subdued the whole known world, the development of the stateliest and most splendid prose that the world has ever seen or is ever likely to see, and lastly, a social life among the Roman upper classes so brilliant, so humane, so intimately known to us from contemporary historians, poets, orators, letter writers, that we can live in it with as little stretch of imagination as we can live in the England of Queen Anne. Among the foremost figures of this wonderful period is Valerius Catullus, the first of the Latin lyric poets and perhaps the third, alongside of Sappho and Shelley, in the supreme rank of the lyric poets of the world. He represents in his life and his genius the fine flower of his age and country. He was born at Verona of a wealthy and distinguished family, while Italy was convulsed by the civil wars of Marius and Sulla. He died at the age of 30, while Caesar was completing the conquest of Gaul, and the Republic, though within a few days of its extinction, still seemed full of the pride of life. The rush and excitement of those thrilling years is mirrored fully in the life and poetry of Catullus. Fashion, travel, politics, criticism, all the thousand-fold and ever-changing events and interests of the age come before us in their most vivid form and at their highest pressure in this brief volume of lyrics. But all come involved with and overshadowed by a story wholly personal to himself and immortal in its fascination. The story of an immense and ill-fated love that fed its life's flame with self-substantial fuel, and mounted in the morning glories of sunrise, only to go down in thunder and tempest before noon. There are perhaps no love poems in the world like these. Of Sappho, seemingly the greatest of her sex, we can only dally with surmise from mutilated fragments. No one else in the ancient world comes into the account. The Middle Ages involved love inextricably with mysticism. When Europe shook the Middle Ages off, it had begun to think. Exquisite reflections on love, innocent pastorals, adorable imagery, these it could produce. In the France of the Pleiad, for instance, or in the England of Green and Campion. But thought and passion keep ill company. Once only, a century ago, a genius as fierce and flame-like as that of Catullus rose to the height of this argument. An intractable language, sterilizing surroundings, bad models, imperfect education, left Burns hopelessly distanced. Yet the quintessential flame that he shares with Catullus has served to make him the idol of a nation and a household word among many millions of his race. Claudia, the lady of the sonnets in Catullus, whom he calls Lesbia by a transparent fiction, has no ambiguous or veiled personality. She was one of the most famous and most scandalous women of her time. By birth and marriage she belonged to the innermost circle of that more than royal Roman aristocracy, which had accumulated the wealth of the world into its hands, and sent out its younger sons carelessly to misgovern and pillage empires. When Catullus made her acquaintance, she was a married woman some 6 or 7 years older than himself. Through a little arc of heaven the poems show his love running its sorrowful and splendid course. Rapture of tenderness, infatuation, revolt, relapse, re-entanglement, agonized stupor, the stinging pain of reviving life, fierce love passing into as fierce a hatred, all sweep before us in dazzling language molded out of pure air and fire. So far, Burns alone, and Burns only at his rarer heights, can give a modern reader some idea of Catullus. But Burns had little education and less taste, and so when he leaves the ground of direct personal emotion, that is to say, in 19/20ths of his poetry, he is constantly on the edge and often over it of tawdriness, vulgarity, commonplace. Catullus was master of all the technical skill then known to poetry. Without anything approaching the immense learning of Virgil or Milton, he had, like Shelley among English poets, the instincts and training of a scholar. It is this fine scholarship, the eye and hand of the trained artist in language, combined with his lucid and imperious simplicity, like that of some gifted and terrible child, that makes him unique among poets. When he leaves the golden fields of poetry and dashes into political lampoons, or insolent and unquotable attacks on people, men or women, who had the misfortune to displease him, he becomes like Burns again, Burns the satirist, yet even here nimbler-witted, lighter of touch, with the keenness of the rapier rather than of the northern axe-edge. His scholarliness, like that of most scholars, was not without its drawbacks. His immediate literary masters, the Greeks of the Alexandrian school, were a coterie of pedants. It would be idle to claim that he remained unaffected by their pedantry. In the last years of his life he seems to have lost himself somewhat in technical intricacies and elaborate metrical experiments, in translations from that prince in preciosity, the Alexandrian Callimachus, and idyllic pieces of overloaded ornament studied from the school of Theocritus. The longest and most ambitious poem of these years, the epic idyll on the marriage of Peleus and Thetis, is full of exquisite beauties of detail, but taken in its whole effect, is languid, cloying, and monotonous. He makes a more brilliant success than his other long poem, the famous Attis, the single example in Latin of the large-scale lyrics so familiar to Greece and England. But indeed, in every form of lyric poetry attempted by him, his touch is infallible. The lovely poems of travel which he wrote during and after a voyage to Asia are as unequaled in their sunny beauty as the love lyrics are in fire and passion. Alongside of these there are little funny verses to his friends, and other verses to his enemies, which they probably did not think funny in the least. Verses of occasion, and verses of compliment, and verses of sympathy, with a deep human throb in them that shows how little his own unhappy love had embittered him, or shut him up in selfish broodings. Two of these pieces are preeminent beyond all the rest. The one is a marriage song written by him for the wedding of two of his friends, Malleus Torquatus and Venia Aurunculia. In its straightforward and unassuming grace, in its musical clearness, in the picture it draws with so gentle and yet so refined and distinguished a touch of common household happiness, it is worthy of its closing place in the golden volume of his lyrics. The other is a brief poem, only 10 lines long, written at his brother's grave near Troy. It is one of the best known of Latin poems, and before its sorrow, its simplicity, its piteous tenderness, the astonishing cadence of its rhythms, praise itself seems almost profanation. Tenderest of Roman poets 1900 years ago, so Tennyson in one of his beautiful lyrics addresses Catullus. And it is this unsurpassed tenderness, that more than all his other admirable qualities, than his consummate technical skill, than his white heat of passion, than his clearness as of the terrible crystal, brings him and keeps him near our hearts. That wonderful Ciceronian age has left its mark as few ages have deep upon human history. The conquest and legislation of Julius Caesar determined the future of Europe and laid the foundation of the modern world. The prose invented by Cicero became and still remains the common language of civilized mankind. Among the poems of Catullus are verses addressed to both of these men, but his own young, ivy-crowned brows shine out of the darkness and the distance, with no less pure radiance and no less imperishable flame. J. W. McHale. Note: in Mr. McHale's closing phrase, the lover of Ovid will note an echo from the poet's famous elegy suggested by the premature death of still another Roman singer, Tibullus. Among the kindred spirits, says Ovid, who will welcome the newcomer to the Elysian fields, thou, O learned Catullus, thy young brows ivy encircled, bringing thy Calvus with thee, wilt to receive him appear. Editor. Dedication for a volume of lyrics. This dainty little book and new, just polished with the pumice, who shall now receive? Cornelius, you! For these my trifles even then you counted of some value, when you only of Italian men into 3 tomes had dare cast the story of all ages past. Learned, O Jupiter and vast! So take it, prize it as you may, and gracious Virgin, this I pray, that it shall live beyond our day. Translation of William C. Lawton. A Morning Call. Varus would take me t'other day to see a little girl he knew, pretty and witty in her way, with impudence enough for 2. Scarce are we seated ere she chatters, as pretty girls are wont to do, about all persons, places, matters. And pray, what has been done for you? Bithynia, lady, I replied, is a fine province for a prater. For none I promise you beside, and least of all am I her debtor. Sorry for that, said she, however, you have brought with you, I dare say, some litter-bearers none so clever, in any other part as they. Bithynia is the very place for all that's steady, tall, and straight. It is the nature of the race. Could you not lend me 6 or 8? Why, 6 or 8 of them or so, said I, determined to be grand. My fortune is not quite so low, but these are still at my command. You'll send them? Willingly, I told her, although I had not here or there one who could carry on his shoulder the leg of an old broken chair. Catullus, what a charming hap is our meeting in this sort of way! I would be carried to Serapis tomorrow. Stay, fair lady, stay. You overvalue my intention. Yes, there are 8, there may be 9. I merely had forgot to mention that they are Cinnia's and not mine. Paraphrase of W.S. Landor. Home to Sirmio. Dear Sirmio, that art the very eye of islands and peninsulas, that lie deeply embosomed in calm inland lake, or where the waves of the vast ocean break, joy of all joys to gaze on thee once more. I scarcely believe that I have left the shore of Thynia and Bithynia's parching plain, and gaze on thee in safety once again. Oh, what more sweet than when, from care set free, the spirit lays its burden down, and we, with distant travel spent, come home and spread our limbs to rest along the wished-for bed. This alone repays such toils as these. Smile then, fair Sirmio, and thy master please. And you, ye dancing waters of the lake, rejoice, and every smile of home awake. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Heartbreak. With your Catullus ill it fares, alas, or cornificious and most wearily. Still worse with all the days and hours that pass. And with what greeting do you comfort me? The least of boons and easiest to bestow. Wroth am I that my love is answered so. A word of greeting, pray you, what you please. More sad than teardrops of Simonides. Translation of W.C. Lawton. To Calvus in bereavement. If there be aught, my Calvus, that out of our sorrowing proffered unto the voiceless dead grateful or welcome may be, when we revive with insatiate longing our ancient affection, when for the ties we lament broken that once have been ours, though Quintilia grieve for her own untimely departure, yet in thy faithful love greater, be sure, is her joy. Translation of W.C. Lawton. The Pinnace. This pinnace, friends, which here you see, avers erewhile she used to be unmatched for speed, and could outstrip triumphantly the fastest ship that ever swam or breasted gale, alike with either oar or sail. And this, she says, her haughty boast, the stormy Adriatic coast, the Cyclad islands, Rhodes the grand, rude Thrace, the wild Propontic strand, will never venture to gainsay. Nor yet the Euxine's cruel bay, where in her early days she stood, this bark to be a shaggy wood. For from her vocal locks full oft, where o'er Cytorus far aloft, the fitful mountain breezes blow, she piped and whistled, loud or low. To thee, Amastris, on thy rocks, to thee, Cytorus clad with box, had long been known, my bark avers, this little history of hers. In her first youth, she doth protest, she stood upon her topmost crest, first in your waters dipped her oars, first bore her master from your shores, anon unscathed o'er many a deep, in sunshine and in storm to sweep. Whether the breezes as she flew from larboard or from starboard blew, or with a wake of foam behind she scudded full before the wind, or to the gods of ocean air for her was offered vow or prayer, or from yon farthest ocean drear she came to this calm crystal mere. But these are things of days gone past, now anchored here in peace at last. To grow to hoary age lies she, and dedicates herself to thee, who hast alway her guardian been, twin Castor, and thy brother twin. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. An invitation to dinner. If the gods will, Fabullus mine, with me right heartily you'll dine. Bring but good cheer, that chance is thine some days hereafter. Mind a fair girl too, wit and wine and merry laughter. Bring these, you'll feast on kingly fare, and bring them, for my purse I swear, the spiders have been weaving there. But thee I'll favor with a pure love, and what's more rare, more sweet of savor, an unguent I'll before you lay, the loves and graces t'other day gave to my girl. Smell it. You'll pray the gods, Fabullus, to make you turn all nose straightway. Yours I, Catullus. Translation of James Cranston. A Brother's Grave. Brother, o'er many lands and oceans borne, I reach thy grave, death's last sad rite to pay, to call thy silent dust in vain and mourn, since ruthless fate has hurried thee away. Woe's me, yet now upon thy tomb I lay, all soaked with tears for thee loved so well. What gifts our fathers gave the honored clay of valued friends. Take them, my grief they tell, and now forever hail, forever fare thee well. Translation of James Cranston. Farewell to his fellow officers. The milder breath of spring is nigh, the stormy equinoctial sky to Zephyr's gentle breezes yields. Behind me soon the Phrygian fields. Nicaea's sun-beat realm shall lie, to Asia's famous towns will hie. My heart that craves to wander free throbs even now expectantly. With zeal my joyous feet are strong. Farewell, dear comrades, loved so long. Afar together did we roam. Now ways diverse shall lead us home. Translation of W.C. Lawton. Verses from an Epithalamium. And now ye gates your wings unfold, the Virgin draweth nigh. Behold the torches, how upon the air they shake abroad their gleaming hair. Come, bride, come forth, no more delay. The day is hurrying fast away, but lost in shame and maiden fears, she stirs not, weeping as she hears the friends that to her tears reply. Thou must advance, the hour is nigh. Come, bride, come forth, no more delay. The day is hurrying fast away. Dry up thy tears, for well I trow, no woman lovelier than thou Aurunculeia shall behold, the day all panoplied in gold, and rosy light uplift his head above the shimmering ocean's bed. As in some rich man's garden plot, with flowers of every hue enwrought, stands peerless forth with drooping brow the hyacinth, so standest thou. Come, bride, come forth, no more delay, the day is hurrying fast away. Soon my eyes shall see, mayhap, young Torquatus on the lap of his mother as he stands stretching out his tiny hands, and his little lips the while half open on his father's smile. And oh, may he in all be like Manlius his sire, and strike strangers, when the boy they meet, as his father's counterfeit, and his face the index be of his mother's chastity. Him too such fair fame adorn, son of such a mother born, that the praise of both entwine call Telemachus to mind. With her who nursed him on her knee, unparagoned Penelope. Now, virgins, let us shut the door. Enough we've toyed, enough and more. But fare ye well, ye loving pair. We leave ye to each other's care, and blithely let your hours be sped in joys of youth and lustihead. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Note: the remaining poems of our selection are all associated with the famous passion for Lesbia. Love is all. Let us, Lesbia darling, still live our life and love our fill, heeding not a jot, howe'er churlish dotards chide or stare. Suns go down, but 'tis to rise brighter in the morning skies. But when sets our little light, we must sleep an endless night. 1,000 kisses grant me, sweet, with 100 these complete. Lip me 1,000 more, and then another 100 give again. 1,000 add to these anon, 100 more than hurry one. Kiss after kiss without cessation, until we lose all calculation. So envy shall not mar our blisses by numbering up our tale of kisses. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Elegy on Lesbia's Sparrow. Loves and graces mourn with me, mourn, fair youths, where'er ye be. Dead my Lesbia's sparrow is, sparrow that was all her bliss, than her very eyes more dear, for he made her dainty cheer. Know her well, as any maid knows her mother, never strayed from her bosom, but would go hopping round her to and fro, and to her, and her alone, chirruped with such pretty tone. Now he treads that gloomy track whence none ever may come back. Out upon you and your power, which all fairest things devour, Orcus's gloomy shades, that ere ye took my bird that was so fair. Ah, the pity of it, thou poor bird, thy doing this, that now my loved one's eyes are swollen and red with weeping for her darling dead. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Fickle and changeable ever, never a soul but myself, though Jove himself were to woo her. Lesbia says she would choose, might she have me for her mate. Says, but what woman will say to a lover on fire to possess her, right on the bodiless wind, right on the stream as it runs? Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Two chords. I hate and love, the why I cannot tell, but by my tortures know the fact too well. Translation of Sir Theodore Martin. Last word to Lesbia. O Furious and Aurelius, comrades sweet, who to Ind's farthest shore with me would roam, where the far-sounding Orient billows beat their fury into foam, or to Hyrcania, balm-breathed Araby, the Sasans or the quivered Parthians' land, or where 7-mantled Nile's swollen waters dye the sea with yellow sand, or cross the lofty Alpine fells to view great Caesar's trophied fields, the Gallic Rhine, the paint-smeared Britain race, grim-visaged crew, placed by earth's limit line. To all prepared with me to brave the way, to dare whate'er the eternal gods decree, these few unwelcome words to her convey, who once was all to me. Still let her revel with her godless train, still clasp her 100 slaves to passion's thrall, Still truly love not one, but ever drain the life-blood of them all. Nor let her more my once fond passion heed, for by her faithlessness 'tis blighted now, like floweret on the verge of grassy mead, crushed by the passing plough. Translation of James Cranston. End of section 33. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 34 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 34. Biographical Note on Benvenuto Cellini. Benvenuto Cellini, 1500 to 1571. Among the 3 or 4 best autobiographies of the world's literature, the memoirs of Benvenuto Cellini are unique as the self-delineation of the most versatile of craftsmen, a bizarre genius and a typical exponent of the brilliant period of the later Italian Renaissance. As a record of the ways of living and modes of thinking of that fascinating epoch, they are more lively and interesting than history, more entertaining, if more true to fact, than a romance. As one of his Italian critics, Baretti, put it, quote, "The life of Benvenuto Cellini, written by himself in the pure and unsophisticated idiom of the Florentine people, surpasses every book in our literature for the delight it affords the reader." End of quote. This is high praise for the product of a literature that boasts of Boccaccio's Decameron, and gave birth to the novelle, the parent of modern fiction. Yet the critics of other nations have echoed this praise. Auguste Comte, the positivist philosopher, included it in his limited list for the reading of reformed humanity, and Goethe, laying aside his own creative work, deemed it worth his time and attention to translate into German. Benvenuto Cellini was born at Florence in 1500. The father, Giovanni Cellini, a musician and maker of musical instruments, intended that the boy should likewise become a musician. But young Benvenuto very early showed strong leaning toward the plastic art, and detested the flute he was forced to practice. The first chapters of the memoirs are a most lively description of the struggles between the wishes of the father and those of the son, until the latter finally prevailed, and at 15 years of age he was apprenticed to a goldsmith of Florence. He made rapid progress, and soon attracted notice as a skilled craftsman. At the same time, to please his father, toward whom he everywhere professes the most filial feeling, he continued that confounded flute-playing as a side issue. This accomplishment, however, did him a good turn at the papal court later on. After various youthful escapades, street broils, and quarrels with his father, he fled in monk's disguise to Rome in 1521. A vase made for the Bishop of Salamanca drew upon him the notice of Pope Clement VII, who appointed him court musician, and also employed him in his proper profession of goldsmith. When the Constable de Bourbon attacked Rome in 1527, Cellini was of great service to the Pope in defending the city. He boasts of having from the ramparts shot the Bourbon, and indeed, if one were to take him strictly at his word, his valor and skill as an engineer saved the castle of San Angelo and the Pope. However, his lively imagination may have overrated his own importance. Yet it is certain that his military exploit paved the way for his return to Florence, where for a time he devoted himself to the execution of bronze medals and coins. The most famous of the former are Hercules and the Nemean Lion, and Atlas supporting the world. On the elevation of Paul III to the papacy, we again find Cellini in Rome, working for the Pope and other eminent people. His extraordinary abilities brought him not only into the notice of the courts, but also drew him into the brilliant literary and artistic society of the Eternal City. With unrivaled vividness, he flashes before us in a few bold strokes the artists of the decadent Renaissance, the pupils of Raphael, led by Giulio Romano, with their worship of every form of physical beauty and their lack of elevation of thought. In consequence of the plottings of his implacable enemy Pier Luigi, natural son of Paul III, He was arrested on the charge of having, during the sack of Rome, embezzled pontifical gold and jewels to the amount of 80,000 ducats. Though the charge was groundless, he was committed to the castle of San Angelo. His escape is narrated in one of the most thrilling chapters of the memoirs, but was delivered up again to the Pope by an act of most characteristic 16th century Italian policy, and was cast into a loathsome underground dungeon of the castle. It was damp, swarming with vermin, and for 2 hours of the day only received light through a little aperture. Here he languished for many months, with only the chronicles of Giovanni Bellani and an Italian Bible to solace him. Now at last his recklessness and bravado forsook him. He took on the airs of a saint, gave himself up to mysticism, grew delirious, and had his famous visions, angels visiting him, who talked with him about religion. In 1539 he was finally released at the intercession of the Cardinal Ippolito d'Este, who came from France to invite him to enter the king's service. Cellini's account of his residence in France has great historic value, as throwing vivid sidelights on that interesting period in the development of French social life, when Francis I was laying the foundation of the court society which was later on brought to perfection by Louis XIV. Cellini was one among that crowd of Italian artists gathered at the court in Paris and Versailles, whose culture was to refine the manners of the French warrior barons. He worked for 5 years at Fontainebleau and in Paris. Among his works there, still extant, are a pair of huge silver candelabra, the gates of Fontainebleau, and a nymph in bronze, reposing among trophies of the chase now in the Louvre. Among other marks of royal favor, he was presented with a castle, Le Petit Nel. His efforts to gain possession of this grant are among the amusing episodes of his narrative. He had, as usual, numerous quarrels, and falling into disfavor with Madame d'Estampes, the king's favorite, he suddenly left Paris and returned alone to Florence. The remainder of his life he passed mainly in the service of Duke Cosimo de' Medici. The chapters of his narrative dealing with this portion give a most vivid picture of artist life at an Italian court in the 16th century. To this third and last period belongs the work on which his fame as sculptor rests, the bronze Perseus holding the head of Medusa, completed in 1554, and still standing in the Loggia de' Lanzi in Florence. It is a typical monument of the Renaissance, and was received with universal applause by all Italy. Odes and sonnets in Italian, Greek, and Latin were written in its praise. His minute description of its casting, and of his many trials during that process, are among the most interesting passages of the narrative. In 1558 he began to write his memoirs, dictating them for the greater part to an amanuensis, and he carried them down to the year 1562. The events of the remaining 9 years of his life are to be gathered from contemporary documents. In 1558 he received the tonsure and first ecclesiastical orders, but married 2 years later and died in 1571. He was buried with great pomp in the Church of the Annunziata in Florence. Besides his memoirs, he also wrote treatises on the goldsmith's art and on sculpture, with a special reference to bronze founding. They are of great value as manuals of the craftsmanship of the Renaissance, and excellent specimens of good Italian style as applied to technical exposition. And like all cultivated artists of his time, Cellini also tried his hand at poetry, but his lack of technical training as a writer comes out even more in his verse than in his prose. The life of Benvenuto was one of incessant activity, laying hold of the whole domain of the plastic arts, of restless wanderings from place to place, and of rash deeds of violence. He lived to the full the life of his age, in all its glory and all its recklessness. As the most famous goldsmith of his time, he worked for all the great personages of the day, and put himself on a footing of familiar acquaintance with popes and princes. As an artist, he came into contact with all the phases of Italian society, since a passion for external beauty was at that time the heritage of the Italian people, and art bodied forth the innermost life of the period. Furniture, plate, and personal adornments were not turned out wholesale by machinery as they are today, but engaged the individual attention of the most skilled craftsmen. The memory and the traditions of Raphael Sanzio were still cherished by his pupils when Cellini first came to Rome in the brilliant circle of Giulio Romano and his friends. Michelangelo's frescoes were studied with rapturous admiration by the young Benvenuto, and later on he proudly recorded some words of praise of the mighty genius whom he worshipped. And at this time, too, Titian and Tintoretto set the heart of Venice aglow with the splendor and color of their marvelous canvases. The contemporary, though not the peer of those masters of the brush and the chisel, Cellini, endowed with a keen feeling for beauty, a dexterous hand, and a lively imagination, in his versatility reached out toward a wider sphere of activity, and laid hold of life at more points than they. He reflected the Renaissance, not merely on its higher artistic aspect, but he touched it also on its lower, darker levels of brute passion, coarseness, and vindictiveness. He had more than one murder to his account, and he did not slur over them in his narrative, for in his make-up the bravo was equally prominent with the artist. Yet we must remember that homicides were of common occurrence in those days, defended by casuists and condoned by the Church. Avenging one's honor, or punishing an insult with a dagger, were as much a social custom as the adornment of the body with exquisitely wrought fabrics and jewelry. But just because Cellini was so thoroughly awake to all the influences about him, and so entirely bent on living his life, his memoirs are perennially fresh and attractive. They are the plain, unvarnished annals of a career extraordinary, even in that age of uncommon experiences. They were written, as he says, because, quote, all men of whatever quality they be, who have done anything of excellence, or which may properly resemble excellence, ought, if they are persons of truth and honesty, to describe their life with their own hand, but they ought not to attempt so fine an enterprise till they have passed the age of 40. End of quote. Cellini was past 58 when he began writing, and going back to his earliest boyhood, he set down the facts of his long career as he remembered them. Of course, he is the hero who recounts his own story, and like all heroes of romance, he plays the leading part, is always in the right, and comes out handsomely in the end. Carping critics who tax him with lack of truth in dealing with his enemies, and with pleading his own cause too well, are apt to forget that he wrote long after the events were past, and that to an ever-active imagination ruminating over bygone happenings, facts become unconsciously colored to assume the hue the mind wishes them to have. Yet the fidelity and accuracy of his memory are remarkable, and his faculty for seeing, combined with his dramatic way of putting things most vividly, flashes before our eyes the scenes he recounts. He does not describe much. He indicates a characteristic feature, habit, or attitude, as, for example, in referring to a man he disliked as having long, spidery hands and a shrill, gnat-like voice, all that is needed to make us see the man from Cellini's point of view. Again, he adds much to the vivacity of the narrative by reporting conversation as dialogue, even if he has it himself at second hand. So, in his trenchant, nervous manner, this keen observer, while aiming to recount only the facts of his own life, and to set himself on a becoming pedestal in the eyes of posterity, gives us at the same time flashlights of the whole period in which he played a part. Popes Clement VII and Paul III, Cosimo de' Medici and his Duchess, the King of France, and Madame d'Estampes, cardinals, nobles, princes and courtiers, artists of every description, burghers, and the common folk, all with whom he came in contact, are brought before us in a living pageant. Looking back over his checkered career, he lives his intense life over again, and because he himself saw so vividly at the time, he makes us see it now. We have here invaluable pictures by an eyewitness and actor of the sack of Rome, the plague and siege of Florence, the pomp of Charles V at Rome. He withdraws the curtains from the papal policies and court intrigues, not with a view to writing history, but because he happened to have some relations with those princes and wished to tell us about them. Again, he was no critic of the manners of his time, yet he presents most faithful pictures of artist life in Rome, Paris, and Florence. He was not given to introspection and self-criticism, but he describes himself as well as others, not by analysis, but by deeds and words. He had no literary training. He wrote as he talked, and gained his effect by simplicity. He was recognized as the first goldsmith of his time, yet as a man also his contemporaries speak well of him, for he embodied the virtues of his age, while his morals did not fall below the average code of the Renaissance. Vasari says, quote, "He always showed himself a man of great spirit and veracity, bold, active, enterprising, and formidable to his enemies, a man, in short, who knew as well how to speak with princes as to exert himself in his art." End of quote. J. A. Symonds, that inspiring student of the Italian Renaissance, sums up his impressions of the book and the man as follows. Quote, "I am confident that every one who may have curiously studied Italian history and letters will pronounce this book to be at one and the same time the most perfect extant monument of vernacular Tuscan prose, and also the most complete and lively source of information we possess regarding manners, customs, ways of feeling, and modes of acting in the court. Those who have made themselves thoroughly familiar with Cellini's memoirs possess the substance of that many-sided epic in the form of an epitome. It is the first book which a student of the Italian Renaissance should handle in order to obtain the right direction for his more minute researches. It is the last book to which he should return at the close of his exploratory voyages. At the commencement he will find it invaluable for placing him at exactly the proper point of view. At the end he will find it no less invaluable for testing and verifying the conclusion he has drawn from various sources and a wide circumference of learning. From the pages of this book the genius of the Renaissance, incarnate in a single personality, leans forth and speaks to us. Nowhere else, to my mind, do we find the full character of the epic so authentically stamped. That is because this is no work of art or of reflection, but the plain utterance of a man who lived the whole life of his age, who felt its thirst for glory, who shared its adoration of the beautiful, who blent its paganism and its superstition, who represented its two main aspects of exquisite sensibility to form and almost brutal ruffianism. We must not expect from Cellini the finest, highest, purest accents of the Renaissance. For students of that age he is at once more and less than his contemporaries. Less, inasmuch as he distinguished himself by no stupendous intellectual qualities. More, inasmuch as he occupied a larger sphere than each of them singly. He was the first goldsmith of his time, an adequate sculptor, a restless traveler, an indefatigable workman, a bohemian of the purest water, a turbulent bravo, a courtier and companion of princes, finally a Florentine who used his native idiom with incomparable vivacity of style." End of quote. End of section 34. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 35 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 35. The Escape from Prison and the Casting of Perseus, by Benvenuto Cellini. The Escape from Prison. From the Memoirs, Symonds' translation. The Castellan was subject to a certain sickness, which came upon him every year and deprived him of his wits. The sign of its approach was that he kept continually talking, or rather jabbering, to no purpose. These humors took a different shape each year. One time he thought he was an oil jar, another time he thought he was a frog and hopped about as frogs do. Another time he thought he was dead and that they had to bury him. Not a year passed, but he got some such hypochondriac notions into his head. At this season he imagined that he was a bat, and when he went abroad to take the air he used to scream like bats in a high, thin tone, and then he would flap his hands and body as though he were about to fly. The doctors, when they saw the fit was coming on him, and his old servants, gave him all the distractions they could think of. And since they had noticed that he derived much pleasure from my conversation, they were always fetching me to keep him company. At times the poor men detained me for 4 or 5 stricken hours, without ever letting me cease talking. He used to keep me at his table, eating opposite to him, and never stopped chatting and making me chat, but during those discourses I contrived to make a good meal. He, poor man, could neither eat nor sleep, so that at last he wore me out. I was at the end of my strength, and sometimes, when I looked at him, I noticed that his eyeballs were rolling in a frightful manner, one looking one way, and the other in another. He took it into his head to ask me whether I had ever had a fancy to fly. I answered that it had always been my ambition to do those things which offer the greatest difficulties to men, and that I had done them. As to flying, the God of nature had gifted me with a body well suited for running and leaping far beyond the common average, and that with the talents I possessed for manual art, I felt sure I had the courage to try flying. He then inquired what methods I should use, to which I answered that taking into consideration all flying creatures, and wishing to imitate by art what they derived from nature, none was so apt a model as the bat. No sooner had the poor man heard the name bat, which recalled the humor he was suffering under, than he cried out at the top of his voice, "He says true! He says true! The bat's the thing! The bat's the thing!" Then he turned to me and said, "Benvenuto, if one gave you the opportunity, would you have the heart to fly?" I said that if he would set me at liberty, I felt quite up to flying down to Prato, after making myself a pair of wings out of waxed linen. Thereupon he replied, "I too should be prepared to take flight, but since the Pope has bidden me guard you as though you were his own eyes, and I know you are a clever devil who would certainly escape, I shall now have you locked up with 100 keys in order to prevent you slipping through my fingers." I then began to implore him, and remind him that I might have fled, but that on account of the word which I had given him I would never have betrayed his trust. Therefore I begged him, for the love of God, and by the kindness he had always shown me, not to add greater evils to the misery of my present situation. While I was pouring out these entreaties, he gave strict orders to have me bound and taken and locked up in prison. On seeing that it could not be helped, I told him before all his servants, "Lock me well up and keep good watch on me, for I shall certainly contrive to escape." So they took me and confined me with the utmost care. I then began to deliberate upon the best way of making my escape. No sooner had I been locked in than I went about exploring my prison, and when I thought I had discovered how to get out of it, I pondered the means of descending from the lofty keep, for so the great round central tower is called. I took those new sheets of mine, which, as I have said already, I had cut in strips and sewn together. Then I reckoned up the quantity which would be sufficient for my purpose. Having made this estimate and put all things in order, I took out a pair of pincers which I had abstracted from a Savoyard belonging to the guard of the castle. This man superintended the casks and cisterns. He also amused himself with carpentering. Now he possessed several pairs of pincers, among which was one both big and heavy. I then, thinking it would suit my purpose, took it and hid it in my straw mattress. The time had now come for me to use it, so I began to try the nails which kept the hinges of my door in place. The door was double, and the clinching of the nails could not be seen, so that when I attempted to draw one out, I met with the greatest trouble. In the end, however, I succeeded. When I had drawn the first nail, I bethought me how to prevent its being noticed. For this purpose I mixed some rust which I had scraped from old iron, with a little wax, obtaining exactly the same color as the heads of the long nails which I had extracted. Then I set myself to counterfeit these heads, and place them on the holdfasts. For each nail I extracted I made a counterfeit in wax. I left the hinges attached to their doorposts at top and bottom by means of some of the same nails that I had drawn. But I took care to cut these and replace them lightly, so that they only just supported the irons of the hinges. All this I performed with the greatest difficulty, because the castellan kept dreaming every night that I had escaped, which made him send from time to time to inspect my prison. The man who came had the title and behavior of a catchpole. He was called Bozza, a serving man. Giovanni never entered my prison without saying something offensive to me. He came from the district of Prato, and had been an apothecary in the town there. Every evening he minutely examined the holdfasts of the hinges and the whole chamber, and I used to say, "Keep a good watch over me, for I am resolved by all means to escape." These words bred a great enmity between him and me, so that I was obliged to use precautions to conceal my tools, that is to say, my pincers and a great big poniard and other appurtenances. All these I put away together in my mattress, where I also kept the strips of linen I had made. When day broke, I used immediately to sweep my room out, and though I am by nature a lover of cleanliness, at that time I kept myself unusually spick and span. After sweeping up, I made my bed as daintily as I could, laying flowers upon it, which a Savoyard used to bring me nearly every morning. He had the care of the cistern and the casks, and also amused himself with carpentering. It was from him I stole the pincers which I used in order to draw out the nails from the holdfasts of the hinges. Well, to return to the subject of my bed. When Bozza and Perignon came, I always told them to give it a wide berth so as not to dirty and spoil it for me. Now and then, just to irritate me, they would touch it lightly, upon which I cried, "Ah, dirty cowards! I'll lay my hand on one of your swords there, and will do you a mischief that will make you wonder. Do you think you are fit to touch the bed of a man like me? When I chastise you, I shall not heed my own life, for I am certain to take yours. Let me alone, then, with my troubles and my tribulations, and don't give me more annoyance than I have already. If not, I shall make you see what a desperate man is able to do." These words they reported to the Castellan, who gave them express orders never to go near my bed, and when they came to me, to come without swords, but for the rest to keep a watchful guard upon me. Having thus secured my bed from meddlers, I felt as though the main point was gained, for there lay all things useful to my venture. It happened on the evening of a certain feast day that the Castellan was seriously indisposed. His humours grew extravagant. He kept repeating that he was a bat, and if they heard that Benvenuto had flown away, they must let him go to catch me up, since he could fly by night most certainly as well or better than myself. For it was thus he argued: Benvenuto is a counterfeit bat, but I am a real one, and since he is committed to my care, leave me to act. I shall be sure to catch him. He had passed several nights in this frenzy, and had worn out all his servants, whereof I received full information through divers channels, but especially from the Savoyard, who was my friend at heart. On the evening of that feast day, then, I made up my mind to escape, come what might, and first I prayed most devoutly to God, imploring His Divine Majesty to protect and succor me in that so perilous a venture. Afterwards I set to work at all the things I needed, and labored the whole of the night. It was 2 hours before daybreak when at last I removed those hinges with the greatest toil, but the wooden panel itself, and the bolt too, offered such resistance that I could not open the door, so I had to cut into the wood. Yet in the end I got it open, and, shouldering the strips of linen which I had rolled up like bundles of flax upon 2 sticks, I went forth and directed my steps toward the latrines of the keep. Spying from within 2 tiles upon the roof, I was able at once to clamber up with ease. I wore a white doublet with a pair of white hose and a pair of half boots, into which I had stuck the poniard I have mentioned. After scaling the roof, I took one end of my linen roll and attached it to a piece of antique tile, which was built into the fortress wall. It happened to jut out scarcely 4 fingers. In order to fix the band, I gave it the form of a stirrup. When I had attached it to that piece of tile, I turned to God and said, "Lord God, give aid to my good cause. You know that it is good. You see that I am aiding myself." Then I let myself go gently by degrees, supporting myself with the sinews of my arms until I touched the ground. There was no moonshine, but the light of a fair open heaven. When I stood upon my feet on solid earth, I looked up at that vast height which I had descended with such spirit, and went gladly away, thinking I was free. But this was not the case, for the Castellan on the side of the fortress had built 2 lofty walls, the space between which he used for stable and henyard. The place was barred with thick iron bolts outside. I was terribly disgusted to find there was no exit from this trap, but while I paced up and down debating what to do, I stumbled on a long pole which was covered up with straw. Not without great trouble, I succeeded in placing it against the wall and then swarmed up it by the force of my arms until I reached the top. But since the wall ended in a sharp ridge, I had not strength enough to drag the pole up after me. Accordingly, I made my mind up to use a portion of the second roll of linen which I had there. The other was left hanging from the keep of the castle. So I cut a piece off, tied it to the pole, and clambered down the wall, enduring the utmost toil and fatigue. I was quite exhausted, and moreover had flayed the inside of my hands, which bled freely. This compelled me to rest awhile, and I bathed my hands in my own urine. When I thought that my strength was recovered, I advanced quickly toward the last rampart, which faces toward Prato. There I put my bundle of linen lines down upon the ground, meaning to fasten them round a battlement and descend the lesser as I had the greater height. But no sooner had I placed the linen than I became aware behind me of a sentinel who was going the rounds. Seeing my designs interrupted and my life in peril, I resolved to face the guard. This fellow, when he noticed my bold front and that I was marching on him with weapon in hand, quickened his pace and gave me a wide berth. I had left my lines some little way behind, so I turned with hasty steps to regain them, and though I came within sight of another sentinel, he seemed as though he did not choose to take notice of me. Having found my lines and attached them to the battlement, I let myself go. On the descent, whether it was that I thought I had really come to earth and relaxed my grasp to jump, or whether my hands were so tired that they could not keep their hold, at any rate I fell, struck my head in falling, and lay stunned for more than an hour and a half, so far as I could judge. It was just upon daybreak, when the fresh breeze which blows an hour before the sun revived me. Yet I did not immediately recover my senses, for I thought my head had been cut off, and fancied that I was in purgatory. With time, little by little, my faculties returned, and I perceived that I was outside the castle, and in a flash remembered all my adventures. I was aware of the wound in my head before I knew my leg was broken, for I put my hands up and withdrew them covered with blood. Then I searched the spot well, and judged and ascertained that I had sustained no injury of consequence there. But when I wanted to stand up, I discovered that my right leg was broken 3 inches above the heel. Not even this dismayed me. I drew forth my poniard with its scabbard. The latter had a metal point ending in a large ball, which had caused the fracture of my leg, for the bone coming into violent contact with the ball, and not being able to bend, had snapped at that point. I threw the sheath away, and with the poniard cut a piece of the linen which I had left. Then I bound my leg up as well as I could, and crawled on all fours with the poniard in my hand toward the city gate. When I reached it, I found it shut, but I noticed a stone just beneath the door which did not appear to be very firmly fixed. This I attempted to dislodge. After setting my hands to it, and feeling it move, it easily gave way, and I drew it out. Through the gap thus made, I crept into the town. The Casting of Perseus, from the Memoirs, Symon's translation. Abandoned thus to my own resources, I took new courage, and banished the sad thoughts which kept recurring to my mind, making me often weep bitter tears of repentance for having left France. For though I did so only to revisit Florence, my sweet birthplace, in order that I might charitably succor my 6 nieces, this good action, as I well perceived, had been the beginning of my great misfortune. Nevertheless, I felt convinced that when my Perseus was accomplished, all these trials would be turned to high felicity and glorious well-being. Accordingly, I strengthened my heart, and with all the forces of my body and my purse, employing what little money still remained to me, I set to work. First, I provided myself with several loads of pine wood from the forests of Serristori, in the neighborhood of Montelupo. While these were on their way, I clothed my Perseus with the clay which I had prepared many months beforehand, in order that it might be duly seasoned. After making its clay tunic, for that is the term used in this art, and properly arming it and fencing it with iron girders, I began to draw the wax out by means of a slow fire. This melted and issued through numerous air vents I had made, for the more there are of these, the better will the mold fill. When I had finished drawing off the wax, I constructed a funnel-shaped furnace all around the model of my Perseus. It was built of bricks so interlaced, the one above the other, that numerous apertures were left for the fire to exhale it. Then I began to lay on wood by degrees, and kept it burning 2 whole days and nights. At length, when all the wax was gone and the mold was well baked, I set to work at digging the pit in which to sink it. This I performed with scrupulous regard to all the rules of art. When I had finished that part of my work, I raised the mold by windlasses and stout ropes to a perpendicular position, and suspending it with the greatest care 1 cubit above the level of the furnace, so that it hung exactly above the middle of the pit, I next lowered it gently down into the very bottom of the furnace, and had it firmly placed with every possible precaution for its safety. When this delicate operation was accomplished, I began to bank it up with the earth I had excavated, and even as the earth grew higher, I introduced its proper air vents, which were little tubes of earthenware, such as folks use for drains and such like purposes. At length I felt sure that it was admirably fixed, and that the filling in of the pit and the placing of the air vents had been properly performed. I also could see that my workpeople understood my method, which differed very considerably from that of all the other masters in the trade. Feeling confident then that I could rely upon them, I next turned to my furnace, which I had filled with numerous pigs of copper and other bronze stuff. The pieces were piled according to the laws of art, that is to say, so resting one upon the other that the flames could play freely through them, in order that the metal might heat and liquefy the sooner. At last I called out heartily to set the furnace going. The logs of pine were heaped in, and what with the unctuous resin of the wood and the good draught I had given, my furnace worked so well that I was obliged to rush from side to side to keep it going. The labor was more than I could stand, yet I forced myself to strain every nerve and muscle. To increase my anxieties, the workshop took fire, and we were afraid lest the roofs should fall upon our heads, while from the garden such a storm of wind and rain kept blowing in that it perceptibly cooled the furnace. Battling thus with all these untoward circumstances for several hours, and exerting myself beyond even the measure of my powerful constitution, I could at last bear up no longer, and a sudden fever of the utmost possible intensity attacked me. I felt absolutely obliged to go and fling myself upon my bed. Sorely against my will, having to drag myself away from the spot, I turned to my assistants, about 10 or more in all, what with master founders, hand workers, country fellows, and my own special journeymen, among whom was Bernardino Maninelli of Mugello, my apprentice through several years. To him in particular I spoke. Look, my dear Bernardino, that you observe the rules which I have taught you. Do your best with all dispatch, for the metal will soon be fused. You cannot go wrong. These honest men will get the channels ready. You will easily be able to drive back the 2 plugs with this pair of iron crooks, and I am sure that my mold will fill miraculously. I feel more ill than I ever did in all my life, and verily I believe it will kill me before a few hours are over. Thus with despair at heart I left them, and betook myself to bed. No sooner had I got to bed than I ordered my serving maids to carry food and wine for all the men into the workshop. At the same time I cried, I shall not be alive tomorrow. They tried to encourage me, arguing that my illness would pass over, since it came from excessive fatigue. In this way I spent 2 hours battling with the fever, which steadily increased, and calling out continually, I fear that I am dying. My housekeeper, who was named Mona Fiore da Castel de Rio, a very notable manager and no less warm-hearted, kept chiding me for my discouragement. But on the other hand, she paid me every kind attention which was possible. However, the sight of my physical pain and moral dejection so affected her, that in spite of that brave heart of hers, she could not refrain from shedding tears, and yet, so far as she was able, she took care that I should not see them. While I was thus terribly afflicted, I beheld the figure of a man enter my chamber, twisted in his body into the form of a capital S. He raised a lamentable, doleful voice, like the one who announces their last hour to men condemned to die upon the scaffold, and spoke these words, "Oh, Benvenuto, your statue is spoiled, and there is no hope whatever of saving it." No sooner had I heard the shriek of that wretch than I gave a howl which might have been heard from the sphere of flame. Jumping from my bed, I seized my clothes and began to dress. The maids and my lad and everyone who came around to help me got kicks or blows of the fist, while I kept crying out in lamentation, "Ah, traitors, enviers! This is an act of treason done by malice prepense, but I swear by God that I will sift it to the bottom, and before I die will leave such witness to the world of what I can do as shall make a score of mortals marvel." When I had got my clothes on, I strode with soul bent on mischief toward the workshop. There I beheld the men, whom I had left erewhile in such high spirits, standing stupefied and downcast. I began at once, and spoke, "Up with you! Attend to me! Since you have not been able or willing to obey the directions I gave you, obey me now that I am with you to conduct my work in person. Let no one contradict me, for in cases like this we need the aid of hand and hearing, not of advice." When I had uttered these words, a certain Maestro Alessandro Lastricati broke silence and said, "Look you, Benvenuto, you are going to attempt an enterprise which the laws of art do not sanction, and which cannot succeed." I turned upon him with such fury, and so full of mischief, that he and all the rest of them exclaimed with one voice, "On then, give orders! We will obey your last command so long as life is left in us." I believe they spoke thus feelingly because they thought I must fall shortly dead upon the ground. I went immediately to inspect the furnace, and found that the metal was all curdled, an accident which we express by being caked. I told 2 of the hands to cross the road and fetch from the house of the butcher Capretta a load of young oak wood, which had lain dry for above a year. This wood had been previously offered me by Madame Ginevra, wife of the said Capretta. So soon as the first armfuls arrived, I began to fill the grate beneath the furnace. Now oak wood of that kind heats more powerfully than any other sort of tree, and for this reason, where a slow fire is wanted, as in the case of gun foundry, alder or pine is preferred. Accordingly, when the logs took fire, oh, how the cake began to stir beneath that awful heat, to glow and sparkle in a blaze. At the same time I kept stirring up the channels, and sent men upon the roof to stop the conflagration, which had gathered force from the increased combustion in the furnace. Also I caused boards, carpets, and other hangings to be set up against the garden, in order to protect us from the violence of the rain. When I had thus provided against these several disasters, I roared out first to one man and then to another, "Bring this thing here! Take this thing there!" At this crisis, when the whole gang saw the cake was on the point of melting, they did my bidding, each fellow working with the strength of 3. I then ordered half a pig of pewter to be brought, which weighed about 60 pounds, and flung it into the middle of the cake inside the furnace. By this means, and by piling on wood, and stirring now with pokers and now with iron rods, the curdled mass rapidly began to liquefy. Then, knowing I had brought the dead to life again, against the firm opinion of those ignoramuses, I felt such vigor fill my veins that all those pains of fever, all those fears of death, were quite forgotten. All of a sudden an explosion took place, attended by a tremendous flash of flame, as though a thunderbolt had formed and been discharged among us. Unwonted and appalling terror astonished everyone, and me more even than the rest. When the din was over and the dazzling light extinguished, we began to look each other in the face. Then I discovered that the cap of the furnace had blown up, and the bronze was bubbling over from its source beneath. So I had the mouths of my mold immediately opened, and at the same time drove in the 2 plugs which kept back the molten metal. But I noticed that it did not flow as rapidly as usual, the reason being probably that the fierce heat of the fire we kindled had consumed its base alloy. Accordingly I sent for all my pewter platters, porringers, and dishes, to the number of some 200 pieces, and had a portion of them cast, one by one, into the channels, the rest into the furnace. This expedient succeeded, and every one could now perceive that my bronze was in most perfect liquefaction, and my mold was filling, whereupon they all with heartiness and happy cheer assisted and obeyed my bidding, while I, now here, now there, gave orders, helped with my own hands, and cried aloud, "O God, thou that by thy immeasurable power didst rise from the dead, and in thy glory didst ascend to heaven." Even thus, in a moment my mold was filled, and seeing my work finished, I fell upon my knees, and with all my heart gave thanks to God. After all was over, I turned to a plate of salad on a bench there, and ate with hearty appetite, and drank together with the whole crew. Afterwards I retired to bed, healthy and happy, for it was now 2 hours before morning, and slept as sweetly as though I had never felt a touch of illness. My good housekeeper, without my giving any orders, had prepared a fat capon for my repast, so that when I rose about the hour for breaking fast, she presented herself with a smiling countenance, and said, "Oh, is that the man who felt he was dying? Upon my word, I think the blows and kicks you dealt us last night when you were so enraged, and had that demon in your body as it seemed, must have frightened away your mortal fever. The fever feared that it might catch it too, as we did." All my poor household, relieved in like measure from anxiety and overwhelming labor, went at once to buy earthen vessels in order to replace the pewter I had cast away. Then we dined together joyfully. Nay, I cannot remember a day in my whole life when I dined with greater gladness or a better appetite. After our meal I received visits from the several men who had assisted me. They exchanged congratulations and thanked God for our success, saying they had learned and seen things done which other masters judged impossible. I, too, grew somewhat glorious, and deeming I had shown myself a man of talent, indulged a boastful humor. So I thrust my hands into my purse and paid them all to their full satisfaction. That evil fellow, my mortal foe, Messer Pier Francesco Ricci, major domo of the Duke, took great pains to find out how the affair had gone. In answer to his questions, the two men, whom I suspected of having caked my medal for me, said I was no man, but of a certainty some powerful devil, since I had accomplished what no craft of the art could do. Indeed, they did not believe a mere ordinary fiend could work such miracles as I in other ways had shown. They exaggerated the whole affair so much, possibly in order to excuse their own part in it, that the major domo wrote an account to the Duke, who was then in Pisa, far more marvelous and full of thrilling incidents than what they had narrated. After I had let my statue cool for 2 whole days, I began to uncover it by slow degrees. The first thing I found was that the head of Medusa had come out most admirably, thanks to the air vents. For as I had told the Duke, it is the nature of fire to ascend. Upon advancing farther, I discovered that the other head, that namely of Perseus, had succeeded no less admirably, and this astonished me far more, because it is at a considerably lower level than that of the Medusa. Now the mouths of the mold were placed above the head of Perseus and behind his shoulders, and I found that all the bronze my furnace contained had been exhausted in the head of this figure. It was a miracle to observe that not one fragment remained in the orifice of the channel, and that nothing was wanting to the statue. In my great astonishment I seemed to see in this the hand of God arranging and controlling all. I went on uncovering the statue with success, and ascertained that everything had come out in perfect order, until I reached the foot of the right leg on which the statue rests. There the heel itself was formed, and going further I found the foot apparently complete. This gave me great joy on the one side, but was half unwelcome to me on the other, merely because I had told the Duke that it could not come out. However, when I reached the end, it appeared that the toes and a little piece above them were unfinished, so that about half the foot was wanting. Although I knew that this would add a trifle to my labor, I was very well pleased, because I could now prove to the Duke how well I understood my business. It is true that far more of the foot than I expected had been perfectly formed. The reason of this was that, from causes I have recently described, the bronze was hotter than our rules of art prescribe. Also, that I had been obliged to supplement the alloy with my pewter cups and platters, which no one else, I think, had ever done before. Having now ascertained how successfully my work had been accomplished, I lost no time in hurrying to Pisa, where I found the Duke. He gave me a most gracious reception, as did also the Duchess, and although the major domo had informed them of the whole proceedings, their excellencies deemed my performance far more stupendous and astonishing when they heard the tale from my own mouth. When I arrived at the foot of Perseus, and said it had not come out perfect, just as I previously warned his excellency, I saw an expression of wonder pass over his face, while he related to the Duchess how I had predicted this beforehand. Observing the princess to be so well disposed towards me, I begged leave from the Duke to go to Rome. He granted it in most obliging terms, and bade me return as soon as possible to complete his Perseus, giving me letters of recommendation meanwhile to his ambassador, Averardo Serastori. We were then in the first years of Pope Giulio de Monti. End of section 35. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Section 36 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. Section 36. Selected excerpts by Benvenuto Cellini. A Necklace of Pearls, from the Memoirs, Symonds translation. I must beg your attention now, most gracious reader, for a very terrible event which happened. I used the utmost diligence and industry to complete my statue, and went to spend my evenings in the Duke's wardrobe, assisting there the goldsmiths who were working for His Excellency. Indeed, they labored mainly on designs which I had given them. Noticing that the Duke took pleasure in seeing me at work and talking with me, I took it into my head to go there sometimes also by day. It happened upon one of those days that His Excellency came as usual to the room where I was occupied, and more particularly because he heard of my arrival. His Excellency entered at once into conversation, raising several interesting topics, upon which I gave my views so much to his entertainment that he showed more cheerfulness than I had ever seen in him before. All of a sudden one of his secretaries appeared, and whispered something of importance in his ear, whereupon the Duke rose and retired with the official into another chamber. Now the Duchess had sent to see what His Excellency was doing, and her page brought back the answer. The Duke is talking and laughing with Benvenuto, and is in excellent good humor. When the Duchess heard this, she came immediately to the wardrobe, and not finding the Duke there, took a seat beside us. After watching us at work a while, she turned to me with the utmost graciousness, and showed me a necklace of large and really very fine pearls. On being asked by her what I thought of them, I said it was in truth a very handsome ornament. Then she spoke as follows: "I should like the Duke to buy them for me, so I beg you, my dear Benvenuto, to praise them to him as highly as you can." At these words I disclosed my mind to the Duchess with all the respect I could, and answered, "My lady, I thought this necklace of pearls belonged already to your illustrious Excellency. Now that I am aware that you have not yet acquired them, it is right, nay, more, it is my duty, to utter what I might otherwise have refrained from saying, namely, that my mature professional experience enables me to detect very grave faults in the pearls, and for this reason I could never advise your Excellency to purchase them." She replied, "The merchant offers them for 6,000 crowns, and were it not for some of those trifling defects you speak of, the rope would be worth over 12,000. To this I replied that even were the necklace of quite flawless quality, I could not advise anyone to bid up to 5,000 crowns for it, for pearls are not gems, pearls are but fish's bones, which in the course of time must lose their freshness. Diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and sapphires, on the contrary, never grow old. These four are precious stones, and these it is right to purchase." When I had thus spoken, the Duchess showed some signs of irritation, and exclaimed, "I have a mind to possess these pearls, so prithee take them to the Duke and praise them up to the skies, even if you have to use some words beyond the bounds of truth. Speak them to do me service, it will be well for you. I have always been the greatest friend of truth and foe of lies, yet, compelled by necessity, unwilling to lose the favor of so great a princess, I took those confounded pearls sorely against my inclination, and went with them over to the other room, whither the Duke had withdrawn. No sooner did he set eyes upon me than he cried, "Oh, Benvenuto, what are you about here?" I uncovered the pearls and said, "My lord, I am come to show you a most splendid necklace of pearls, of the rarest quality, and truly worthy of your Excellency. I do not believe it would be possible to put together 80 pearls which could show better than these do in a necklace. My counsel, therefore, is that you should buy them, for they are in good sooth miraculous." He responded on the instant, "I do not choose to buy them. They are not pearls of the quality and goodness you affirm. I have seen the necklace, and they do not please me." "Pardon me, Prince, these pearls exceed in rarity and beauty any which were ever brought together for a necklace." The Duchess had risen and was standing behind a door, listening to all I said. Well, when I had praised the pearls 1,000-fold more warmly than I have described above, the Duke turned toward me with a kindly look and said, "Oh, my dear Benvenuto, I know that you have an excellent judgment in all these matters. If the pearls are as rare as you certify, I should not hesitate about their purchase, partly to gratify the Duchess, and partly to possess them, seeing I have always need of such things, not so much for her Grace as for the various uses of my sons and daughters." When I heard him speak thus, having once begun to tell fibs, I stuck to them with even greater boldness. I gave all the color of truth I could to my lies, confiding in the promise of the Duchess to help me at the time of need. More than 200 crowns were to be my commission on the bargain, and the Duchess had intimated that I should receive so much, but I was firmly resolved not to touch a farthing, in order to secure my credit, and convince the Duke I was not prompted by avarice. Once more His Excellency began to address me with the greatest courtesy. "I know that you are a consummate judge of these things. Therefore, if you are the honest man I always thought you, tell me now the truth." Thereat I flushed up to my eyes, which at the same time filled with tears, and said to him, "My lord, if I tell your most illustrious Excellency the truth, I shall make a mortal foe of the Duchess. This will oblige me to depart from Florence, and my enemies will begin at once to pour contempt upon my Perseus, which I have announced as a masterpiece to the most noble school of your illustrious Excellency. Such being the case, I recommend myself to your most illustrious Excellency." The Duke was now aware that all my previous speeches had been, as it were, forced out of me. So he rejoined, "If you have confidence in me, you need not stand in fear of anything whatever." I recommenced, "Alas, my lord, what can prevent this coming to the ears of the Duchess?" The Duke lifted his hand in sign of troth pledge and exclaimed, "Be assured that what you say will be buried in a diamond casket." To this engagement upon honor I replied by telling the truth according to my judgment, namely, that the pearls were not worth above 2,000 crowns. The Duchess, thinking we had stopped talking, for we were now speaking in as low a voice as possible, came forward and began as follows. "My lord, do me the favor to purchase this necklace, because I have set my heart on them, and your Benvenuto here has said he never saw a finer row of pearls." The Duke replied, "I do not choose to buy them." "Why, my lord, will not your Excellency gratify me by buying them?" "Because I do not care to throw my money out of the window." The Duchess recommenced, "What do you mean by throwing your money away, when Benvenuto, in whom you place such well-merited confidence, has told me that they would be cheap at over 3,000 crowns?" Then the Duke said, "My lady, my Benvenuto here has told me that if I purchase this necklace I shall be throwing my money away, inasmuch as the pearls are neither round nor well matched, and some of them are quite faded. To prove that this is so, look here, look there, consider this one, and then that. The necklace is not the sort of thing for me." At these words the Duchess cast a glance of bitter spite at me, and retired with a threatening nod of her head in my direction. I felt tempted to pack off at once and bid farewell to Italy. Yet, my Perseus being all but finished, I did not like to leave without exposing it to public view. But I ask every one to consider in what a grievous plight I found myself. How Benvenuto lost his brother. From the Memoirs, Simon's translation. My brother at this period was also in Rome, serving Duke Alessandro, on whom the Pope had recently conferred the Duchy of Penna. This prince kept in his service a multitude of soldiers, worthy fellows, brought up to valor in the school of that famous general Giovanni de' Medici, and among these was my brother, whom the Duke esteemed as highly as the bravest of them. One day my brother went, after dinner, to the shop of a man called Bacino della Croce, in the Banchi, which all those men-at-arms frequented. He had flung himself upon a settee and was sleeping. Just then the guard of the Bargello passed by. They were taking to prison a certain Captain Cisti, a Lombard, who had also been a member of Giovanni's troop, but was not in the service of the Duke. The captain, Cadavanza degli Strozzi, chanced to be in the same shop, and when Cisti caught sight of him, he whispered, "I was bringing you these crowns I owed. If you want them, come for them now before they go with me to prison." Now Cadavanza had a way of putting his neighbors to the push, not caring to hazard his own person. So, finding there around him several young fellows of the highest daring, more eager than apt for so serious an enterprise, he bade them catch up Captain Cisti and get the money from him, and if the guard resisted, overpower the men, provided they had pluck enough to do so. The young men were but 4, and all 4 of them without a beard. The first was called Bertino Aldobrandi, another Anguillado of Lucca. I cannot recall the names of the rest. Bertino had been trained like a pupil by my brother, and my brother felt the most unbounded love for him. So then off dashed the 4 brave lads and came up with the guard of the Bargello, upwards of 50 constables, counting pikes, arquebuses, and 2-handed swords. After a few words they drew their weapons, and the 4 boys so harried the guard that if Captain Cadavanza had but shown his face, without so much as drawing, they would certainly have put the whole pack to flight. But delay spoiled all, for Bertino received some ugly wounds and fell. At the same time Anguillado was also hit in the right arm, and being unable to use his sword, got out of the fray as well as he was able. The others did the same. Bertino Aldobrandi was lifted from the ground, seriously injured. While these things were happening, we were all at table, for that morning we had dined more than an hour later than usual. On hearing the commotion, one of the old man's sons, the elder, rose from the table to go and look at the scuffle. He was called Giovanni, and I said to him, "For heaven's sake, don't go. In such matters one is always certain to lose, while there is nothing to be gained." His father spoke to like purpose. "Pray, my son, don't go." But the lad, without heeding anyone, ran down the stairs. Reaching the Banchi, where the great scrimmage was, and seeing Bertino lifted from the ground, he ran towards home, and met my brother Cecchino on the way, who asked him what was the matter. Though some of the bystanders signed to Giovanni not to tell Cecchino, he cried out like a madman how it was that Bertino Aldobrandi had been killed by the guard. My poor brother gave vent to a bellow which might have been heard 10 miles away. Then he turned to Giovanni. "Ah, me! But could you tell me which of those men killed him for me?" Giovanni said yes, that it was a man who had a big 2-handed sword with a blue feather in his bonnet. My poor brother rushed ahead, and having recognized the homicide by those signs, he threw himself with all his dash and spirit into the middle of the band, and before his man could turn on guard, ran him right through the guts, and with the sword's hilt thrust him to the ground. Then he turned upon the rest with such energy and daring that his one arm was on the point of putting the whole band to flight, had it not been that while wheeling round to strike an arquebusier, this man fired in self-defense and hit the brave, unfortunate young fellow above the knee of his right leg. While he lay stretched upon the ground, the constables scrambled off in disorder as fast as they were able, lest a pair to my brother should arrive upon the scene. Noticing that the tumult was not subsiding, I too rose from table, and girding on my sword, for everybody wore one then, I went to the bridge of Sant'Agnolo, where I saw a group of several men assembled. On my coming up and being recognized by some of them, they gave way before me, and showed me what I least of all things wished to see, albeit I made mighty haste to view the sight. On the instant I did not know Cecchino, for he was wearing a different suit of clothes from that in which I had lately seen him. Accordingly he recognized me first, and said, "Dearest brother, do not be upset by my grave accident. It is only what might be expected in my profession. Get me removed from here at once, for I have but few hours to live." They had acquainted me with the whole event while he was speaking, in brief words befitting such occasion. So I answered, "Brother, this is the greatest sorrow and the greatest trial that could happen to me in the whole course of my life. But be of good cheer, for before you lose sight of him who did the mischief, you shall see yourself revenged by my hand." Our words on both sides were to the purport, but of the shortest. The guard was now about 50 paces from us, for Maffio, their officer, had made some of them turn back to take up the corporal my brother killed. Accordingly, I quickly traversed that short space, wrapped in my cape, which I had tightened round me, and came up with Maffio, whom I should most certainly have murdered, for there were plenty of people round, and I had wound my way among them. With the rapidity of lightning I had half drawn my sword from the sheath, when Berlinghieri, a young man of the greatest daring and my good friend, threw himself from behind upon my arms. He had 4 other fellows of like kidney with him, who cried out to Maffio, "Away with you, for this man here alone was killing you." He asked, "Who is he?" and they answered, "Own brother to the man you see there." Without waiting to hear more, he made haste for Torre di Nona, and they said, "Benvenuto, we prevented you against your will, but did it for your good. Now let us go to succor he who must die shortly." Accordingly we turned and went back to my brother, whom I had at once conveyed into a house. The doctors who were called in consultation treated him with medicaments, but could not decide to amputate the leg, which might perhaps have saved him. As soon as his wound had been dressed, Duke Alessandro appeared, and most affectionately greeted him. My brother had not as yet lost consciousness, so he said to the Duke, "My lord, this only grieves me, that your Excellency is losing a servant, than whom you may perchance find men more valiant in the profession of arms, but none more lovingly and loyally devoted to your service than I have been." The Duke bade him do all he could to keep alive. For the rest, he well knew him to be a man of worth and courage. He then turned to his attendants, ordering them to see that the brave young fellow wanted for nothing. When he was gone, my brother lost blood so copiously, for nothing could be done to stop it, that he went off his head and kept raving all the following night, with the exception that once, when they wanted to give him the communion, he said, "You would have done well to confess me before. Now it is impossible that I should receive the divine sacrament in this already ruined frame. It will be enough if I partake of it by the divine virtue of the eyesight, whereby it shall be transmitted into my immortal soul, which only prays to him for mercy and forgiveness." Having spoken thus, the host was elevated, but he straightway relapsed into the same delirious ravings as before, pouring forth a torrent of the most terrible frenzies and horrible imprecations that the mind of man could imagine. Nor did he cease once all that night until the day broke. When the sun appeared above our horizon, he turned to me and said, "Brother, I do not wish to stay here longer, for these fellows will end by making me do something tremendous, which may cause them to repent of the annoyance they have given me." Then he kicked out both his legs, the injured limb we had enclosed in a very heavy box, and made as though he would fling it across a horse's back. Turning his face round to me, he called out thrice, "Farewell, farewell," and with the last word, that most valiant spirit passed away. At the proper hour, toward nightfall, I had him buried with due ceremony in the church of the Florentines, and afterwards I erected to his memory a very handsome monument of marble, upon which I caused trophies and banners to be carved. I must not omit to mention that one of his friends had asked him who the man was that had killed him, and if he could recognize him, to which he answered that he could, and gave his description. My brother, indeed, attempted to prevent this coming to my ears, but I got it very well impressed upon my mind, as will appear in the sequel. An Adventure in Necromancy, from the Memoirs, Symonds' translation. It happened through a variety of singular accidents that I became intimate with a Sicilian priest, who was a man of very elevated genius and well instructed in both Latin and Greek letters. In the course of conversation one day we were led to talk about the art of necromancy, apropos of which I said, "Throughout my whole life I have had the most intense desire to see or learn something of this art." Thereto the priest replied, "A stout soul and a steadfast must the man have who sets himself to such an enterprise." I answered, that of strength and steadfastness of soul I should have enough and to spare, provided I found the opportunity. Then the priest said, "If you have the heart to dare it, I will amply satisfy your curiosity." Accordingly, we agreed upon attempting the adventure. The priest one evening made his preparations, and bade me find a comrade, or not more than two. I invited Vincenzio Romoli, a very dear friend of mine, and the priest took with him a native of Pistoia, who also cultivated the black art. We went together to the Colosseum, and there the priest, having arrayed himself in necromancer's robes, began to describe circles on the earth with the finest ceremonies that can be imagined. I must say that he had made us bring precious perfumes and fire, and also drugs of fetid odor. When the preliminaries were completed, he had made the entrance into the circle, and taking us by the hand, introduced us one by one inside of it. Then he assigned our several functions. To the necromancer, his comrade, he gave the pentacle to hold. The other two of us had to look after the fire and the perfumes, and then he began his incantations. This lasted more than an hour and a half, when several legions appeared, and the Colosseum was all full of devils. I was occupied with the precious perfumes, and when the priest perceived in what numbers they were present, he turned to me and said, "Benvenuto, ask them something." I called on them to reunite me with my Sicilian Angelica. That night we obtained no answer, but I enjoyed the greatest satisfaction of my curiosity in such matters. The necromancer said that we should have to go a second time, and that I should obtain the full accomplishment of my request, but he wished me to bring with me a little boy of pure virginity. I chose one of my shop lads, who was about 12 years old, and invited Vincenzio Romoli again, and we also took a certain Agnolino Gaddi, who was a very intimate friend of both. When we came once more to the place appointed, the necromancer made just the same preparations, attended by the same and even more impressive details. Then he introduced us into the circle, which he had reconstructed with art more admirable and yet more wondrous ceremonies. Afterwards he appointed my friend Vincenzio to the ordering of the perfumes and the fire, and with him Agnolino Gaddi. He next placed in my hand the pentacle, which he bid me turn towards the points he indicated, and under the pentacle I held the little boy, my workman. Now the necromancer began to utter those awful invocations, calling by name on multitudes of demons who are captains of their legions, and these he summoned by the virtue and potency of God, the uncreated, living, and eternal, in phrases of the Hebrew, and also of the Greek and Latin tongues. insomuch that in a short space of time the whole Colosseum was full of 100-fold as many as had appeared on the first occasion. Vincenzio Romoli, together with Agnolino, tended the fire and heaped on quantities of precious perfumes. At the advice of the necromancer, I again demanded to be reunited with Angelica. The sorcerer turned to me and said, "Hear you what they have replied? That in the space of 1 month you will be where she is." Then once more he prayed me to stand firm by him, because the legions were 1,000-fold more than he had summoned, and were the most dangerous of all the denizens of hell. And now that they had settled what I asked, it behoved us to be civil to them and dismiss them gently. On the other side, the boy, who was beneath the pentacle, shrieked out in terror that 1,000,000 of the fiercest men were swarming round and threatening us. He said, moreover, that 4 huge giants had appeared, who were striving to force their way inside the circle. Meanwhile the necromancer, trembling with fear, kept doing his best with mild and soft persuasions to dismiss them. Vincenzio Romoli, who quaked like an aspen leaf, looked after the perfumes. Though I was quite as frightened as the rest of them, I tried to show it less, and inspired them all with marvelous courage. But the truth is that I had given myself up for dead when I saw the terror of the necromancer. The boy had stuck his head between his knees, exclaiming, "This is how I will meet death, for we are certainly dead men." Again I said to him, "These creatures are all inferior to us, and what you see is only smoke and shadow, so then raise your eyes." When he had raised them, he cried out, "The whole Colosseum is in flames, and the fire is advancing on us." Then, covering his face with his hands, he groaned again that he was dead, and that he could not endure the sight longer. The necromancer appealed for my support, entreating me to stand firm by him, and to have assafoetida flung upon the coals. So I turned to Vincenzio Romoli, and told him to make the fumigation at once. While uttering these words, I looked at Agnolino Gaddi, whose eyes were starting from their sockets in his terror, and who was more than half dead, and said to him, "Agnolo, in time and place like this we must not yield to fright, but do the utmost to bestir ourselves. Therefore up at once, and fling a handful of that assafoetida upon the fire." The boy, roused by that great stench and noise, lifted his face a little, and hearing me laugh, he plucked up courage, and said the devils were taking to flight tempestuously. So we abode thus, until the matin bells began to sound. Then the boy told us again that but few remained, and those were at a distance. When the necromancer had concluded his ceremonies, he put off his wizard's robe, and packed up a great bundle of books which he had brought with him. Then, all together, we issued with him from the circle, huddling as close as we could to one another, especially the boy, who had got into the middle, and taken the necromancer by his gown and me by the cloak. All the while that we were going toward our houses in the Banchi, he kept saying that 2 of the devils he had seen in the Colosseum were gambolling in front of us, skipping now along the roofs and now upon the ground. The necromancer assured me that often as he had entered magic circles he had never met with such a serious affair as this. He also tried to persuade me to assist him in consecrating a book, by means of which we should extract immeasurable wealth, since we could call up fiends to show us where treasures were, whereof the earth is full, and after this wise we should become the richest of mankind. Love affairs like mine were nothing but vanities and follies without consequence. I replied that if I were a Latin scholar I should be very willing to do what he suggested. He continued to persuade me by arguing that Latin scholarship was of no importance, and that if he wanted, he could have found plenty of good Latinists, but he had never met with a man of soul so firm as mine, and that I ought to follow his counsel. Engaged in this conversation, we reached our homes, and each one of us dreamed all that night of devils. As we were in the habit of meeting daily, the necromancer kept urging me to join in his adventure. Accordingly, I asked him how long it would take, and where we should have to go. To this he answered that we might get through with it in less than a month, and that the most suitable locality for the purpose was the hill country of Norcia. A master of his in the art had indeed consecrated such a book quite close to Rome, at a place called the Badia de Farfa, but he had met with some difficulties there, which would not occur in the mountains of Norcia. The peasants also of that district are people to be trusted, and have some practice in these matters, so that at a pinch they are able to render valuable assistance. The priestly sorcerer moved me so by his persuasions that I was well disposed to comply with his request, but I said I wanted first to finish the medals I was making for the Pope. I had confided what I was doing about them to him alone, begging him to keep my secret. At the same time, I never stopped asking him if he believed that I should be reunited to my Sicilian Angelica at the time appointed. for the date was drawing near, and I thought it singular that I had heard nothing about her. The necromancer told me that it was quite certain I should find myself where she was, since the devils never break their word when they promise, as they did on that occasion. But he bade me to keep my eyes open and be on the lookout against some accident which might happen to me in that connection, and put restraint upon myself to endure somewhat against my inclination. For he could discern a great and imminent danger in it. Well would it be for me if I went with him to consecrate the book, since this would avert the peril that menaced me, and would make us both most fortunate. I was beginning to hanker after the adventure more than he did, but I said that a certain Maestro Giovanni of Castel Bolognese had just come to Rome, very ingenious in the art of making medals of the sort I made in steel, and that I thirsted for nothing more than to compete with him, and take the world by storm with some great masterpiece, which I hoped would annihilate all those enemies of mine by the force of genius, and not the sword. The sorcerer on his side went on urging, "Nay, prithee, Benvenuto, come with me and shun a great disaster which I see impending over you." However, I had made my mind up, come what would, to finish my medal, and we were now approaching the end of the month. I was so absorbed and enamored by my work that I thought no more about Angelica or anything of that kind, but gave my whole self up to it. Benvenuto loses self-control under severe provocation. From the Memoirs, Simon's translation. It happened one day, close on the hours of Vespers, that I had to go at an unusual time for me, from my house to my workshop. For I ought to say that the latter was in the Banchi, while I lived behind the Banchi and went rarely to the shop. All my business there I left in the hands of my partner Felice. Having stayed a short while in the workshop, I remembered that I had to say something to Alessandro del Bene. So I arose, and when I reached the Banchi, I met a man called Ser Benedetto, who was a great friend of mine. He was a notary, born in Florence, son of a blind man who said prayers about the streets for alms, and a Sienese by race. This Ser Benedetto had been very many years at Naples. Afterwards he had settled in Rome, where he transacted business for some Sienese merchants of the Chigi. My partner had over and over again asked him for some moneys which were due for certain little rings confided to Ser Benedetto. That very day, meeting him in the Banchi, he demanded his money rather roughly, as his wont was. Benedetto was walking with his masters, and they, annoyed by the interruption, scolded him sharply, saying they would be served by somebody else in order not to have to listen to such barking. Ser Benedetto did the best he could to excuse himself, swore that he had paid the goldsmith, and said he had no power to curb the rage of madmen. The Sienese took his words ill, and dismissed him on the spot. Leaving them, he ran like an arrow to my shop, probably to take revenge upon Felice. It chanced that just in the middle of the street we met. I, who had heard nothing of the matter, greeted him most kindly, according to my custom, to which courtesy he replied with insults. Then what the sorcerer had said flashed all at once upon my mind, and bridling myself as well as I was able in the way he bade me, I answered, "Good brother Benedetto, don't fly into a rage with me, for I have done you no harm, nor do I know anything about these affairs of yours. Please go and finish what you have to do with Felice. He is quite capable of giving you a proper answer, but inasmuch as I know nothing about it, you are wrong to abuse me in this way, especially as you are well aware that I am not the man to put up with insults." He retorted that I knew everything, and that he was the man to make me bear a heavier load than that, and that Felice and I were two great rascals. By this time a crowd had gathered round to hear the quarrel. Provoked by his ugly words, I stooped and took up a lump of mud, for it had rained, and hurled it with a quick and unpremeditated movement at his face. He ducked his head, so that the mud hit him in the middle of the skull. There was a stone in it with several sharp angles, one of which striking him, he fell stunned like a dead man. Whereupon all the bystanders, seeing the great quantity of blood, judged that he was really dead. While he was still lying on the ground, and people were preparing to carry him away, Pompeo the jeweler passed by. The Pope had sent for him to give orders about some jewels. Seeing the fellow in such a miserable plight, he asked who had struck him, on which they told him Benvenuto did it, but the stupid creature brought it down upon himself. No sooner had Pompeo reached the Pope than he began to speak. "Most blessed Father, Benvenuto has this very moment murdered Tobiah. I saw it with my own eyes." On this the Pope in a fury ordered the governor, who was in the presence, to take and hang me at once in the place where the homicide had been committed. adding that he must do all he could to catch me, and not appear again before him until he had hanged me. End of section 36. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 37 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Botez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 37. Celtic Literature by William Sharp and Ernest Rhys. The widespread and deepening contemporary interest in Celtic literature is primarily due to four distinct influences: the publication, followed by its worldwide repute, and the bitterest literary controversy of modern days of Macpherson's Ossian comes first. There is no inorganic development in art, whether the art of words or any other. In the fundamental sense, there is no accident. It is a mistake, therefore, to speak of Macpherson's Ossian as a startling meteor which flashed across the world of literature, a brief apparition out of a void into which it has returned, leaving only a mass of debris to testify to its actuality and bygone splendor. A mistake, for this famous production was indirectly but closely related to another literary influence, the publication of Bishop Percy's celebrated Relics of Ancient English Poetry. In art there is no room for accidents, for art is an organic development, and the most seemingly arbitrary variations are inevitable or at least natural. After Macpherson's Ossian, the next important influence is the Mabinogian, as retold in English from the early Welsh originals by Lady Charlotte Guest. The influence, as well as the inherent beauty and interest of each of these famous productions, will be dealt with later in these volumes. Ossian and Mabinogian afforded a new standpoint. The two heralds of the treasure we have inherited in this Celtic literature of the past were Ernest Renan and Matthew Arnold. Renan, by his treatise on La Poésie des Races Celtiques, and later Matthew Arnold by his essay on Celtic literature, accomplished an almost inestimable service. Everything that has been done since is but a variation along the lines indicated by these two great critics, and with this result, that it is already a commonplace to say we have in the Celtic literature of the past not only an almost inexhaustible mine of beauty, but the material for a new and vivid Anglo-Celtic literature of imagination. In the ensuing brief sketch of some of the main features of this subject, at once so fascinating and so important, no attempt is made to do other than to interest and perhaps allure further the general reader. For convenience's sake, this brief paper may be divided into four sections: Irish, Scottish, Welsh, and Cornish. 1. Irish. From what dragon's teeth, and whence on, sprang forth this warlike crop? Asks Mr. Standish O'Grady, writing in his History of Ireland of the host of famous heroic men and women whose names have come down to us from the antique period of the Gael. Out of the ground they start, he tells us, the armies of her demigods and champions, beautiful heroic forms, in the north the Red Branch, in the south the Erne or Clan Dega, in the west Queen Maeve and her champions, in the southeast that mysterious half-red Maeve and her martial grooms, a wonderful world, that heroic Ireland, the old Ireland of Queen Maeve and Cuchulainn, which only now for the first time is become at all a possible region for the most of us. It is due to the remarkable modern band of Irish writers and scholars represented by Mr. O'Grady's in one category and his older namesake, Mr. Standish Hayes O'Grady of the Silva Gadelica in the other, that this literature is at last unsealed for those readers who have no Gaelic equipment to aid them. With their aid, Queen Maeve emerges into new life in poetry and romance. Cuchulainn is seen fighting afresh his ancient battles, and St. Patrick encounters again the primitive Ossian. All these, fortunately, are now as much within the reach of an American audience as their classic prototypes in Homer or in the Northern sagas. These few more familiar names, out of the vast number which threaten confusion in the old Irish romances and bardic books, may serve as clues in the perplexing labyrinth of a subject which seems at first so difficult to penetrate. Take Queen Maeve, for instance. How do we arrive at her place and story so early in the centuries? She belongs to the second great cycle of Irish legendary history, in which she has Cuchulainn, Conor, Mac, Nessa, Fergus, and Deirdre as companions in romance. In this cycle the dramatic centre is the fierce, interminable war between Connaught and Ulster, brought about by the treacherous murder of the sons of Usnech. The story of their tragic end, and of the melancholy death of Deirdre, is one of the most moving in all Irish traditions. But the master romance of the cycle is not that of Deirdre, but of Queen Maeve and her foray in quest of the famous bull of Loth, a tale familiar in Irish under its title of The Cattle Spoiling of Cooley. If one is tired of the modern world and its literary interpretations, its self-conscious fictions and impressionistic poetry, one can do better than dive deep into the past, where Queen Maeve marches in half barbaric splendour and beauty across the stage of the ancient Eri, which was approximately contemporaneous with the birth of Christ. That was the time when the Red Branch mustered in the north its heroic array of warriors, descendants of Ir, the sons of Milesius, and of the Red Branch came Cuchulainn the mighty. Connaught, the Ireland west of Shannon, was Queen Maeve's patrimony, where still lived the chief remnant of the prehistoric Firbolgs, the race that once fought with the gods themselves. And we have still to supply the Mid Ireland with Tara as capital and Kirby as king, the Leinster of the day, subject to Finn and Farcu, and the Munster, subject to Loch and Eocha, with the children of Connery, Mor, the beautiful too, ranging the south in their fullness of power. The colours to be got out of this Celtic antiquity, the spirit of life that surges in its romantic annals, the fine fury of its heroes, the beauty and picturesqueness of its women, combine to make a story that only an Ireland of the first century could have inspired, and that only an Ireland of the sixth to ninth century could have written. Throughout Celtic history, the sixth century is for many reasons a climacteric period. In Irish literature we reach about the year 575, a first point to which we can refer approximately to more conscious operation of its genius. Then it was that it made its first open claim to something like a national recognition. At the famous conclave of that year, held at Druimcera, it attained an almost academic position and organization. In this conclave the then King of the Scottish Gaels, the leading King of the Irish, and St. Columcille assisted at the deliberations which decided the caste and privileges of the Illuminati. There seem to have been three grades. The first, a pseudo-Druidic order, the Grad Egna; the second one, of lawmakers and lawyers; the third, the Bardic order, the Grad Fili, the poets being termed Fili in Irish. Of the many degrees to which the poets or Fili could attain, the highest, as in the other grades of Ecna wisdom and Fene law, was the Olave or doctor. These doctors of literature, so to call them, were already the continuators of a great tradition, especially in poetry. They had to carry, written only in their heads, an immense body of bardic and religious legendary history and philosophy; and inasmuch as they were the sole depositories of this profound and occult learning, to say nothing of those heroic tales and romances in which the Celtic people so delighted, they received high honour wherever they went. When the chief poet, the Olave, or doctor of poetry, arrived, in his weather-beaten cloak of dark crimson, trimmed with white feathers, accompanied by his little band of disciples, at some chieftain's house, he was received with signal hospitality and treated to the best his host could afford. While literature was still oral, it is clear that despite the care used in its preservation in the bardic schools, it could not be maintained with the absolute accuracy of a written or printed text. The remoter the historical matter to be remembered, the less likely was it to be preserved, literatim et verbatim, without those little liberties of the imagination which the Celtic wordmaster of earlier ages was always ready to take. Thus the first cycle of Irish legendary history, dating back many centuries before the Christian era, the primitive and mythological cycle, allows full license to the imagination working upon a basis of semi-barbaric tradition, with a mixture in it of nature myths and remotest history, both because of the extent and the extreme difficulty of the materials afforded by this cycle in the study of the pre-Christian religious beliefs of the Celtic races. Its stories will always form a great hunting ground for Celtic students. We learn from it how the Nemedians were overtaken by the Fomorians and fought with them almost to extermination on Tory Island, escaping them to the south of Europe, particularly to Greece, and a couple of centuries later returned under their new name of the Firbolgs. The Nemedians, meanwhile, supplied similarly a recrudescent race, the Tuatha de Danann, of whom came the Dagda, the All King, almost the Zeus of ancient Ireland. The same cycle supplies us also with the mythical types of correspondent to those of Greek mythology, for example, Ogmuir, the Irish Heracles; Lugh or Lugh, the Apollo; Diancia, the Aesculapius; Manannan, the Neptune, and so forth. We have also Bridget, the goddess of poetry, the Gaelic muse, and the first and foremost of the many illustrious Brians of Gaelic story. Later critics differ ingeniously about the precise origins and significations of many of these prehistoric figures. Our own conjecture is, and it lays claim to no great originality or finality, that we have in this Danann cycle an all but inextricable commixture of primitive nature myth and folk tales brought by the Milesian and pre-Milesian immigrants from the Aryan cradle in the East, together with a certain addition of confused history relating to the earliest adventures of the new-come races upon Irish ground. But such as this traditional cycle was, it provided the background for the much later second cycle, of which we have already spoken, and which bears the red branch aloft as a sign. In sight of the red branch the darker part of the journey is over, and the mists of mythology only form the veil shutting out all but the mere human foreground. We have spoken so far of two cycles, the mythological, whose chronology is a matter for further criticism to decide, the heroic or red branch, which we place at the beginning of the Christian era. Now we come to a third cycle, the Fenian, named after Finn mac Cool, according to most Irish writers, the Ossianic, named after Ossian, Finn famous son, according to most Scotch. We need only speak of it here, of course, on its purely Irish side, and from the Fenian aspect, as the reader will find it fully dealt with under its Ossianic aspect elsewhere. The heroes of this cycle, if we accept their historical existence in Ireland, lived from the second to the fourth centuries of the Christian era. Art, his grandson Cormac, and Cormac's son Cairbre; Cool, his son Finn, and King Goll. These, with Owen More and many another, fill the Fenian romances with their fierce and picturesque pursuit of destiny and death. They only await the hand of that predestined shaper into final and positive and modernly intelligible form of the confused romances which treat of their doings, to add a new epic to the larger literature which has the Old World for its next and the New World for its interpreter. These three great cycles of Irish romance by no means exhaust the wealth of story still lurking perdu in old MSS, or in rare and rarely read works. Some of these additional tales have already reached American readers under modern retelling or poetic interpretations, such as, example, The Voyage of the Maeldune, retold memorably and differently enough in flowing hexametrical periods by Tennyson. And we came to the Isle of Shouting. We landed. A score of wild birds cried from the topmost summit with human voices and words. Once in an hour they cried, and whenever their voices pealed, the steer fell down at the plough, and the harvest died from the field, and the men dropped dead in the valleys, and half the cattle went lame, and the roof sunk in on to the earth, and the dwelling broke into flame, and the shouting of these wild birds ran into the hearts of my crew, till they shouted along with the shouting, and seized one another and slew. But I drew them the one from the other. I saw that we could not stay, and we left the dead to the birds, and we sailed with our wounded away. Tennyson took his version from Joyce's early Celtic romances. In this volume we have, among other legendary romances, 5 or 6 of the most wonderful or moving tales in Celtic or any other literature. 3 of these are the 3 sorrowful tales of Erin, comprising the fate of children of Usna or Deirdre, the fate of the children of Lir, and the fate of the children of Turin. The names of the three others are The Voyage of the Maeldun, the oldest copy of which is dated 1100, The Pursuit of Dermot and Grania, and Ossian in the Land of Youth. Of these, perhaps, the story of Deirdre is the best known, and American readers may be referred to the fine epical version by Dr. Robert D. Joyce, Deirdre, published some years ago by Roberts Brothers of Boston. Two brief examples of the short episodical narratives which make up the marvelous Voyage of the Maeldun may be cited here. The Miller of Hell and Signs of Home, the latter giving the return of the Celtic Ulysses and his companions. The Miller of Hell. The next island they came to, which was not far off from the last, had a large mill on it, and near the door stood the miller, a huge-bodied, strong, burly man. They saw numberless crowds of men and horses laden with corn coming towards the mill, and when their corn was ground they went away towards the west. Great herds of all kinds of cattle covered the plain as far as the eye could reach, and among them many wagons, laden with every kind of wealth that is produced on the ridge of the world. All these the miller put in the mouth of his mill to be ground, and all, as they came forth, went westward. Maeldun and his people now spoke to the miller, and asked him the name of the mill, and the meaning of all they had seen on the island, and he, turning quickly towards them, replied in few words, "This mill is called the mill of Invertrekenand, and I am the miller of hell. All the corn and all the riches of the world that men are dissatisfied with, or which they complain of in any way, are sent here to be ground, and also every precious article and every kind of wealth which men try to conceal from God. All these I grind in the mill of Invertrekenand, and send them away afterwards to the west." He spoke no more, but turned round and busied himself again with his mill. And the voyagers, with much wonder and awe in their hearts, went to their curragh and sailed away. Signs of Home. Soon after they saw a beautiful verdant island with herds of oxen, cows, and sheep browsing all over its hills and valleys, but no houses nor inhabitants to be seen. And they rested some time on this island, and ate the flesh of the cows and sheep. One day, while they were standing on a hill, a large falcon flew by, and two of the crew, who happened to look closely at him, cried out in the hearing of Maeldun, "See that falcon? He is surely like the falcons of Erin." "Watch him closely," cried Maeldun, "and observe exactly in what direction he is flying." And they saw that he flew to the south-east without turning or wavering. They went on board at once, and having unmoored, they sailed to the south-east after the falcon. After rowing the whole day, they sighted land in the dusk of the evening, which seemed to them like the land of Erin. Of all the books of the kind published since Macpherson's Ossian, Lady Charlotte Guest Mabinogion, and Villemarqué Barzaz Bryce, this collection of Dr. Joyce's has had the most marked influence. It consists of 11 tales, and was the first readable collection of the old Gaelic prose romances published in English. So far as the general public is concerned, Dr. Joyce's method is unquestionably the best. A translation, he says, may either follow the very words or reproduce the life and the spirit of the original. but no translation can do both. If you render word for word, you lose the spirit. If you wish to give the spirit and manner, you must depart from the exact words and frame your own phrases. I have chosen this latter course. My translation follows the original closely enough in narrative and incident, but so far as mere phraseology is concerned, I have used the English language freely, not allowing myself to be trammelled by too close an adherence to the very words of the text. The originals are in general simple in style, and I have done my best to render them into simple, homely, plain English. In short, I have tried to tell stories as I conceive the old Shanachies themselves would have told them if they had used English instead of Gaelic. Another characteristic and admirably edited translation of one of these miscellaneous stories that lie outside the three cycles of Irish romance is The Vision of Mac Coglame, which we owe to Dr. Kuno Meyer, London, Nat. Among the legendary Celtic romances is the short but beautiful and characteristic account of Ossian expedition to the Isle of Blest, or the Land of the Youth, and his subsequent return as an old and decrepit man, in a word, the Celtic Rip Van Winkle. This legend not only underlies all the spiritual romances of Celtic Ireland and Scotland, but has profoundly appealed to the imagination of the whole complex English race of today, whether under the badge of the rose, the thistle, the shamrock, or the leek, whether under the banner of the United Kingdom or that of the Stars and Stripes. Oisin and Tirnanog, or the last of the Feni. According to an ancient legend, Finn's son, Oisin, the hero poet, survived to the time of St. Patrick, 200 years. The legend makes it 300 after the other Feni. On a certain occasion, when the saint asked him how he had lived to such a great age, the old hero related his story. I lived in the land of youth more than 300 years, but it appeared to me that only 3 years had passed since the day I parted from my friends. At the end of that time I began to have a longing desire to see my father Finn and all my old companions, and I asked leave of Niam and of the king to visit Erin. The king gave permission, and Niam said, "I will give consent, though I feel sorrow in my heart, for I fear much you will never return to me." I replied that I would surely return, and that she need not feel any doubt or dread, for that the white steed knew the way and would bring me back in safety. Then she addressed me in these words, which seemed very strange to me: "I will not refuse this request, though your journey afflicts me with great grief and fear. Erin is not now as it was when you left it. The great King Finn and his Feni are all gone, and you will find instead of them a Holy Father and hosts of priests and saints. Now think well in what I say to you, and keep my words in your mind. If once you alight from the white steed, you will never come back to me. Again, I warn you, if you place your feet on the green sod in Erin, you will never return to this lovely land. A third time, O Oisin, my beloved husband, a third time I say to you, if you alight from the white steed, you will never see me again." I promised that I would faithfully attend to her words, and that I would not alight from the white steed. Then, as I looked into her gentle face and marked her grief, my heart was weighed down with sadness, and my tears flowed plentifully. But even so, my mind was bent on coming back to Erin. When I had mounted the white steed, he galloped straight towards the shore. We moved as swiftly as before over the clear sea. The wind overtook the waves, and we overtook the wind, so that we straightway left the land of youth behind. And we passed by many islands and cities, till at length we landed on the green shores of Erin. As I travelled on through the country, I looked closely around me, but I scarcely knew the old places, for everything seemed strangely altered. I saw no sign of Finn and his host, and I began to dread that Niam's saying was coming true. At length I espied at a distance a company of little men and women, all mounted on horses as small as themselves, and when I came near they greeted me kindly and courteously. They looked at me with wonder and curiosity, and they marvelled much at my great size and at the beauty and majesty of my person. I asked them about Finn and Fanny, whether they were still living or if any sudden disaster had swept them away, and one replied, "We have heard of the hero Finn, who ruled the Feni of Erin in times of old, and who never had an equal for bravery and wisdom. The poets of Gales have written many books concerning his deeds and the deeds of Feni, which we cannot now relate. But they are all gone long since, for they lived many ages ago. We have heard also, and we have seen, is written in very old books, that Finn had a son named Oisin. Now this Oisin went with a young fairy maiden to Tirnanog, and his father and his friends sorrowed greatly after him and sought him long, but he was never seen again. When I heard all this I was filled with amazement, and my heart grew heavy with great sorrow. I silently turned my steed away from the wondering people, and set forward straightway for Allen of the mighty deeds, on the broad green plains of Leinster. It was a miserable journey to me, and through my mind, being full of sadness at all I saw and heard, forecasted further sorrows. I was grieved more than ever when I reached Allen. For there, indeed, I found the hill deserted and lonely, and my father's place all in ruins, and overgrown with grass and weeds. I turned slowly away, and afterwards fared through the land in every direction in search of my friends. But I met only crowds of little people, all strangers, who gazed on me with wonder, and none knew me. I visited every place throughout the country where I knew the Feni had lived, but I found their houses all like Allen, solitary and in ruins. At length I came to Glenasmole, where many a time I had hunted in days of old with Feni, and there I saw a crowd of people in the glen. As soon as they saw me, one of them came forward and said, "Come to us, thou mighty hero, and help us out of our strait, for thou art a man of vast strength." I went to them, and found a number of men trying in vain to raise a large flat stone. It was half lifted from the ground, but those who were under it were not strong enough either to raise it further or to free themselves from its weight, and they were in great distress, and on the point of being crushed to death. I thought it a shameful thing that so many men should be unable to lift this stone, which Oscar, if he were alive, would take in his right hand and fling over the heads of the feeble crowd. After I had looked a little while, I stooped forward and seized the flag with one hand, and putting forth my strength, I flung it 7 perches from its place, and relieved the little man. But with a great strain the golden saddle girth broke, and bounding forward to keep myself from falling, I suddenly came to the ground on my 2 feet. The moment the white steed felt himself free, He shook himself and neighed. Then, starting off with the speed of a cloud shadow on a March day, he left me standing helpless and sorrowful. Instantly a woeful change came over me. The sight of my eyes began to fade. The ruddy beauty of my face fled. I lost all my strength, and I fell to the earth, a poor withered old man, blind and wrinkled and feeble. The white steed was never seen again. I never recovered my sight, my youth, or my strength, and I have lived in this manner, sorrowing without ceasing for my gentle golden-haired wife, Niam, and thinking ever of my father, Finn, and of the lost companions of my youth. Between these romances and the first definite Christian writings, the numerous Ossianic colloquies and narrative poems, and the Irish annals form the connected links. The Ossianic poetry, even where it is specially Irish in character, we have elected to leave aside for the present, for reasons already given, but it must be remembered that they form a very important section in themselves, and amount in Irish alone to some 50,000 lines, even on a fairly moderate computation. Turning to the Annals, we are confronted at once by that extraordinary repository of Irish lore, history, and legend, known as the Annals of the Four Masters. The remarkable testament of the Irish genius was due primarily to the zeal and energy of Michael O'Clery, born at Donegal about 1580, the last of a long line of scholars. Having become a Franciscan in his conventual calling, he was living far away from his native soil, at St. Anthony's Monastery in Louvain. But there he had another Donegal man, Ed, the son of Baird, Ward, for fellow worker, and the two together formed the idea of collecting and putting into permanent form the valuable MS. Flotsam, the old Irish literature, which in the early days, wandering in their own land, they had found drifting insecurely hither and thither. The plan they proposed was for O'Clery to get leave of absence and return to Ireland, there to roam up and down the land, collecting and copying every valuable MS he could lay hands on, then transmitting the copy to his co-worker in Louvain. Ed, son of Ward, died too soon to carry out fully his part of the undertaking. But another Irish Franciscan, Father Colgan, took up the task, and it was he who gave the book its present title, The Annals of the Four Masters, calling it after the four men who chiefly collaborated in the work, viz. Michael O'Clery, Farfassa O'Mulconry, Peregrine O'Clery, and Peregrine O'Duigenan. The Annals, thus laboriously brought to a triumphant close, carry history back to the Deluge, and down to the years contemporary with their compilers and authors, and the early part of the 17th century. There is no event of Irish history, says Dr. Hyde, from the birth of Christ to the beginning of the 17th century, that his first inquiry of the student will not be, "What do the Four Masters say about it?" The Annals indeed present in their curiosity, epitomized and synchronized pages, the concentrated essence of thousands of the confused MSS, which the Four Masters collated, sifted, and interpreted with consummate art and intelligence. They wrote, we may add, in an archaic, almost cryptic style, full of bardic euphemisms and other difficulties, so that it is fortunate even for Celtic scholars that O'Donovan's 7 great volumes, in his quarto edition present the text with an accompanying English translation. The more one compares the great work of the Four Masters with other succeeding works of the same historical order, the more one sees how great was the effect upon Irish literature of the growth of Christian influence. St. Patrick's are the world-wide name and fame which most clearly mark the early Christian history of Ireland, when the new divine creed entered into the land and confronted the Celtic paganism. Many are the exquisite legends of St. Patrick, often so naively and so tenderly told, with glimmerings here and there already of the humour which will connect so much with the Irish temper of mind, and which received probably its greatest stimulus when an Irishman of earlier times wished, in all courtesy, to reconcile his old fighting instincts with a Christian gentleness and self-sacrifice. This as it may be, the hagiology of the medieval Irishman is in delightful contrast to the tales of the battle and foray in the aggregate cycles of early romance. As for St. Patrick, the legendary and apocryphal literature that centres about him amounts in verse and prose to an immense bulk. Much of this matter has of course very small historical value, but it may be conceded that Patrick's traditional role as a lawmaker and reviser in connection with the revision of the Brehon Law deserves serious attention. Similarly, though we do not accept more than a small part of the poems attributed to him as really his, there is enough to show him a poet as well as a great teacher and preacher and lawgiver. What is most to the purpose, perhaps, is that he made his life a poem, so that the medieval scribes can hardly speak of him without adorning and beautifying the tale they have to tell. Less known, but hardly less interesting, is Saint Columcille, whom Dr. Hyde claims to have been both in his failings and his virtues the most typical of Irishmen. At once sentimental and impulsive, an eminent type of the race he came from. Dr. Hyde goes on to relate, in illustrations of this, the tale of the heron in Iona. When he saw the bird flying across the water from the direction of Ireland, and alighting half frozen with cold and faint with flight upon the rocky coast there, he sent out one of his monks to go round the island, and warm and cherish and feed the bird, because, said he weeping, it has come from the land I shall never see on earth again. Surely one of the most touching sentences ever uttered in all the long series of the lament of the Celt in exile. The lives of the saints form altogether a most important and characteristic section of Irish literature. Even when composed in Latin, they remain so saturated with Celtic feeling and colouring that they may fairly be counted among Irish books. Dr. Hyde names several Latin lives of St. Patrick alone, ascribed to St. Benignus, St. Ultan, St. Eleran, and others of his later followers. Of St. Columcille, St. Columba, one of the fullest written in Irish in the 16th century, was compiled at Lifford, under the direction of Manus O'Donnell, Prince of Tyrconnell, though Adamnan's Latin life of the saint is the most important book on the subject, written as it was only 100 years after the death of Columba, and by one who was his spiritual successor as Abbot of Iona. The Danish invasion of Ireland, lasting from the 9th to 11th centuries draws a red line across the history of its literature. During that troubled period, many of the most priceless of its MSS were destroyed, and violent disruptions threatened every phase of learning. However, the old impulse of the 6th century still lived, and we find in the 10th Cormac, Bishop of Cashel, first among a redoubtable band of men of letters and men of affairs who strove successfully to maintain the Irish spirit. Cormac's glossary is the oldest book of its kind, and invaluable as a monument, and the reputed poems of Gormley, his betrothed bride, whom he never married, and whose tale is a sad and strange one, form in their different ways an extremely characteristic expression of the Irish literature at that time. During the 11th and 12th centuries, the older Irish romances multiplied themselves and begat new ones in the most astonishing way. The Book of Leinster mentions 181 tales, duly classified: love tales, battle tales, tales of travel, forays, feasts, visions, tragedies, etc. What we have called doctors of literature devoted themselves henceforth more to prose than poetry, and poetry fell more and more into the hands of those who wrote not for the elect but for the people. There was no new development of Irish poetry, such as there was of Welsh poetry in the 14th and 15th centuries. The bardic schools, which did so much for Irish poetry from the 6th century to the 17th, insisted upon its conventions to a degree that was excessive. Geoffrey Keating, who carried on his great work at the same time as the Four Masters in the first half of the 17th century, and who was a poet as well as a historian, still used the bardic prosody, and wrote some delightful poems by its rules. But he lent his influence to aid the new library in the prose and verse that Irish literature was learning. Keating's name is of first-rate importance in the record, for the very reason he was the first really to conceive of Irish literature as a literature for the people and not only for the elect. He was the first to do this, and partly because he did it, he was the last great landmark in the larger Gaelic literature of Ireland. His History of Ireland, the result of an enforced retirement from preaching, was, says Dr. Hyde, the most popular book ever written in Irish. He marks, too, the translation, as we pointed out, from the old bardic tradition in Irish poetry. After this coming, the bards threw away their superfluous prosody and wrote for the people, and became poets indeed, instead of the most ingenious of schoolmen. The result was the remarkable body of Irish poetry, which belongs to the last 3 centuries, and which contains many of the characteristics of folk song and culture poetry in a most tuneful and idiosyncratic fashion, quite its own. Let us listen again to Dr. Hyde on the point. What the popular ballads of the folk had been like prior to the 17th century, we have no means of knowing. No scribe would demean his learned pen by committing them to the paper. But from that date down to the beginning of the present century, the bards, the great houses being fallen, turn instinctively to the general public, and threw behind them the metres that required so many years of study in the schools, and dropped at a stroke several thousand words which no one understood except the great chiefs or those trained by the poets, while they broke out into beautiful but at the same time intelligible verse which no one who was once heard and learned is likely to forget. This is to my mind the real glory of the modern Irish nation. This is the sweetest creation of Gaelic literature. This is the truest note of the enchanting Irish siren, and he who has once heard it and remains deaf to its charm has neither heart for song nor soul for music. The Gaelic poetry of the last 2 centuries is the most sensuous attempt to convey music in words ever made by man. It is absolutely impossible to convey the lusciousness of sound, richness of rhythm, and perfection of harmony in other language. Discounting what we will in the natural enthusiasm of one who has devoted himself heart and soul to the cause of the Gaelic tongue and of Irish literature, quite enough remains to carry the contention for the continuing interest of native Irish poetry after so many centuries. That such a poetry and such a language should suddenly decay after so noble and enriched a record in the past is nothing short of a tragedy in the history of tongues. Dr. Hyde's own collection of the love songs of Connaught is the best example that American readers could possibly have of the Irish poetry, the late flowering of so venerable and noble a tree. And with this work, and some of the collections of the folk tales still current in Erse-speaking Ireland, made by Dr. Hyde, Mr. Jeremiah Curtin, and Mr. Larmini, and Englished for us, we must bring this brief outline of the Irish contribution to Celtic literature to a close. Its modern interpretation is only now beginning to take its due place, let us remember, both at the hands of the scholars and on the lips of its poets. And if any reader should think the scholars still, after all we have said, too difficult to follow, let us recommend them to turn to the poems and tales of Mr. W. B. Yeats and to the romantic pages of Mr. Standish O'Grady, the latest exponents in our more modern tongue of that imagination and that subtlety and energy of thought which are characteristically Irish. End of section 37. Recording by Mike Botez.
Section 38 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 8, Section 38, Celtic Literature, by William Sharp and Ernest Rhys. 1. Irish, Part 2. Of the three great cycles of Gaelic literature, the third is the so-called Ossianic. Of this cycle, Finn, Fingal, is the central hero. The second great cycle is that which treats of the heroes of the Ultonians, that is, the Red Branch of Ulster. Among this cycle, Cuchulainn, Cuchulainn, Cuchulainn is the supreme type. No living writer has so well reconstructed the past for us as Mr. Standish O'Grady has done, and nowhere is he so successful as in his vivid and beautiful historical romance of which Cuchulainn is the hero. Of the famous battle prop, of the valour and torch of the chivalry of the Ultonians, Mr. O'Grady has given us an account which deserves to pass into the fixed literature of our race. Apart from its vividness, charm, and power, the coming of Cuchulainn affords a general idea of the first great heroic cycle, its predecessor dealing entirely with mythical or mythopoeic beings, and of primitive heroic life as reflected in that literature. The excerpts selected are 1. The opening of the romance, and 2. From the chapter telling how Cuchulainn won his knighthood. From The Coming of Cuchulainn. The Red Branch feasted one night in their great hall at Emain Macha. So vast was the hall that a man such as men are now, standing in the centre and shouting his loudest, would not be heard at the circumference. Yet the low laughter of the king, sitting at one end, was clearly audible to those who sat around the champion at the other. The sons of Dithorba made it, giants of the elder time, labouring there under the shoutings of Macha, and the roar of her sounding thongs. Its length was 1 mile and 9 furlongs and a cubit. With her brooch pin she ploughed its outline upon the plain, and its breadth was not much less. Trees such as earth nourished then upheld the mossy roof, beneath which feasted that heroic brood, the great-hearted children of Ruri, huge offsprings of the gods and giants of the dawn of time. For mighty exceedingly were these men. At the noise of their running to battle, all Ireland shook, and the illimitable Lear trembled in his watery halls. The roar of their brazen chariots reverberated from the solid canopy of heaven, and their war steeds drank rivers dry. A vast murmur rose from the assembly, for like distant thunder or the far-off murmuring of agitated waters was the continuous hum of their blended conversation and laughter, while ever and anon, cleaving the many-tongued confusion, uprose friendly voices, clearer and stronger than battle trumpets, when one hero challenged another to drink, wishing him victory and success, and his words rang round the hollow dome. Innumerable candles, tall as spears, illuminated the scene. The eyes of the heroes sparkled, and their faces, white and ruddy, beamed with festal mirth and mutual affection. Their yellow hair shone. Their banqueting attire, white and scarlet, glowed against the outer gloom. Their round brooches and mantle-pins of gold, or silver, or golden bronze, their drinking vessels and instruments of festivity, flashed and glittered in the light. They rejoiced in their glory and their might, and in the inviolable amity in which they were knit together. A host of comrades, a knot of heroic valour and affection, which no strength or cunning, and no power seen or unseen, could ever release or untie. At one extremity of the vast hall, upon a raised seat, sat their young king, Concobar Mac Nessa, slender, handsome, and upright. A canopy of bronze, round as the bent sling of the sun god, the long-handed, far-shooting son of Ethland, encircled his head. At his right hand lay a staff of silver. Far away, at the other end of the hall, on a raised seat, sat the champion, Fergus MacRoy, like a colossus. The stars and clouds of night were round his head and shoulders, seen through the wide and high entrance of the Doon, whose doors no man has ever seen closed and barred. Aloft, suspended from the dim rafters, hung the naked forms of great men, clear against the dark dome, having the cords of their slaughter around their necks, and their white limbs splashed with blood. Kings were they, who had murmured against the sovereignty of the Red Branch. Through the wide doorway, out of the night, flew a huge bird, black and grey, unseen, and roaring upwards, sat upon the rafters, its eyes like burning fire. It was the Mór Riga, or Great Queen, the far-striding, terrible daughter of Larnmas, Iron Death. Her voice was like the shouting of 10,000 men. Dear to her were these heroes. More she rejoiced in them feasting than in the battle prowess of the rest. When supper was ended, their bard, in his singing robes, and girt round the temples with a golden fillet, stood up and sang. He sang how once a king of the Ultonians, having plunged into the sea depths, there slew a monster which had wrought much havoc amongst fishers and seafaring men. The heroes attended to his song, leaning forward with bright eyes. They applauded the song and the singer, and praised the valour of the heroic man who had done the deed. Then the champion struck the table with his clenched hands, and addressed the assembly. Wrath and sorrow were in his voice. It resembled the brool of lions, heard afar by seafaring men upon some savage shore on a still night. Famous deeds, he said, are not wrought now among the Red Branch. I think we are all become women. I grow weary of these huntings in the morning, and mimic exercises of war, and this training of steeds, and careering of brazen chariots, stained never with aught but dust and mire, and these unearned feastings at night, and vain applause of the brave deeds of our forefathers. Come now, let us make an end of this. Let us conquer Banba, Ireland, holy in all her green borders, and let the realms of Lir, which sustain no foot of man, be the limit of her sovereignty. Let us gather the tributes of all Ireland after many battles and much warlike toil. Then more sweetly shall we drink, while the bards chant our prowess. Once I knew a coward who boasted endlessly about his forefathers, and at last my anger rose, and with a flat hand I slew him in the middle of his speech, and paid no eric, for he was nothing. We have the blood of heroes in our veins, and we sit here nightly boasting about them, about Rury, whose name we bear, and Macha, the warrioress, who brought hither bound the sons of Dithorba, and made them rear this mighty Dun, and Kimbeath, son of Fianton, and my namesake Fergus, whose crooked mouth was no dishonour, and the rest of our hero sires. And we consume the rents and tributes of Ulster, which they by their prowess conquered to us, and which flow hither in abundance from every corner of the province. Valiant men, too, will one day come hither, and slay us, as I slew that boaster. And here in Emain Macha their bards will praise them. Then in the halls of our dead shall we say to our sires, all that you got for us by your blood and your sweat, that we have lost, and the glory of the Red Branch is at an end. That speech was pleasing to the Red Branch, and they cried out that Fergus MacRoy had spoken well. Then all at once, on a sudden impulse, they sang the battle song of the Ultonians, and shouted for the war, so that the building quaked and rocked, and in the hall of the weapons there was a clangour of falling shields, and men died that night for extreme dread, so mightily shouted the Ultonians around their king and around Fergus. On the morrow there was a great hasting of the Red Branch on the plain of the assemblies. It was May Day morning, and the sun shone brightly, but at first through radiant showers. The trees were putting forth young buds, the wet grass sparkled. All the martial pomp and glory of the Ultonians were exhibited that day. Their chariots and war horses ringed the plain. All the horses' heads were turned towards the centre, where were Concobar, Macnessa, and the chiefs of the Red Branch. The plain flashed with gold, bronze, and steel, and glowed with the bright mantles of the innumerable heroes, crimson and scarlet, blue, green, or purple. The huge brooches on their breasts, of gold and silver, or gold like bronze, were like resplendent wheels. Their long hair, yellow for the most part, was bound with ornaments of gold. Great truly were those men. Their like has not come since upon the earth. They were the heroes and demigods of the heroic age of Erin, champions who feared not beneath the sun, mightiest among the mighty, huge, proud, and unconquerable, and loyal and affectionate beyond all others. All of the blood of son of Milesius, the Clanna Ruri of great renown, rejoicing in their valour, their splendour, their peerless king. Concobar had no crown. A plain circle of beaten gold girt his broad temples. In the naked glory of his regal manhood, he stood there before them all. But even so a stranger would have swiftly discovered the captain of the Red Branch. Such was his stature, his bearing, such his slow turning, steady gazing eyes, and the majesty of his bearded countenance. His countenance was long, broad above and narrow below, his nose eminent, his beard bipartite, curling and auburn in hue, his form without any blemish or imperfection. "Let the tameless horses of Macha be harnessed to the chariot," cried Concobar, "and let Leg, son of the king of Gabra, drive them hither, for those are the horses, and that the chariot, which shall be given this day to Cuculain. Then, son of Sualtam, how in thy guileless breast thy heart leaped when thou heardest the thundering of the great war car and the wild neighing of the immortal steeds as they broke from the dark stable into the clear shining light of day, and heard behind them the ancient roaring of the brazen wheels, as in the days when they bore forth Macha and her martial groom against the giants of old, and mightily established in Iria the Red Branch of the Ultonians. Soon they rushed to view from the rear of Emain, speeding forth impetuously out of the hollow-sounding ways of the city and the echoing palaces into the open, and behind them, in the great car, green and gold, above the many twinkling wheels, the charioteer with floating mantle, girt round the temples with the gold fillet of his office, leaning backwards and sideways as he laboured to restrain their fury unrestrainable. A grey, long-maned steed, whale-bellied, broad-chested, with mane like flying foam under one silver yoke, and a black, lustrous, tufty-maned steed under the other. Such steeds as in power, size, and beauty the earth never produced before, and never will produce again. Like a hawk swooping along the face of a cliff when the wind is high, or like the rush of March wind over the smooth plain, or like the fleetness of the stag roused from his lair by the hounds and covering his first field, was the rush of those steeds when they had broken through the restraint of the charioteer. as though they galloped over fiery flags, so that the earth shook and trembled with the velocity of their motion, and all the time the great car brayed and shrieked as the wheels of solid and glittering bronze went round, and strange cries and exclamations were heard, for they were demons that had their abode in that car. The charioteer restrained the steeds before the assembly, but natheless a deep purr, like the purr of a tiger, proceeded from the axle. Then the whole assembly lifted up their voices and shouted for Cuculain, and he himself, Cuculain, the son of Sualtam, sprang into his chariot, all armed, with a cry as of a warrior springing into his chariot in the battle, and he stood erect and brandished his spears, and the war sprites of the Gael shouted along with him, for the Bocanas and Banhanas and the Janidi Gluidi and the wild people of the glens and the demons of the air roared around him, when first the great warrior of the Gael, his battle arms in his hands, stood equipped for war in his chariot before all the warriors of his tribe, the kings of the Clanna Ruri and the people of the Emain Macha. Then, too, there sounded from the Tech Brack the boom of shields and the clashing of swords, and the cries and shouting of the Tuatha de Danann, who dwelt there perpetually, and Lu, the long-handed, the slayer of Baelor, the destroyer of the Fornero, the immortal, the invisible, the maker and the decorator of the firmament, whose hound was the sun, and whose son, the viewless wind, thundered from heaven, and bent his sling 5-hued against the clouds, and the son of the illimitable Lear, in his mantle blue and green, foam-fringed, passed through the assembly with a roar of far-off innumerable waters, and the Moor Riga stood in the midst with a foot on either side of the plain, and shouted with the shout of a host, so that the Ultonians fell down like reaped grass with their faces to the earth, on account of the presence of the Moor Riga, and on account of the omens and great signs. The following poems from the ancient Erse are taken from the Lyra Celtica, an anthology of representative Celtic poetry edited by Elizabeth A. Sharp. The Mystery of Amergin. I am the wind which breathes upon the sea. I am the wave of the ocean. I am the murmur of the billows. I am the ox of the 7 combats. I am the vulture upon the rocks. I am a beam of the sun. I am the fairest of plants. I am a wild boar in valour. I am a salmon in the water. I am a lake in the plain. I am a word of science. I am the point of the lance of battle. I am the God who creates in the head, that is of man, the fire, that is the thought. Who is it who throws light into the meeting on the mountain, if not I? Who announces the ages of the moon, if not I? Who teaches the place where couches the sun, if not I? The Song of Fionn. May Day, delightful time, how beautiful the colour! The blackbirds sing their full lay. Would that Leg were here! The cuckoos sing in constant strains. How welcome is the noble brilliance of the seasons ever, on the margin of the branching woods. The summer swallows skim the stream, the swift horses seek the pool. The heather spreads out her long hair, the weak fair bow down grows. Sudden consternation attacks the signs. The planets in their courses running exert an influence. The sea is lulled to rest, flowers cover the earth. Vision of a fair woman. Tell us some of the charms of the stars. Close and well set were her ivory teeth. White as the canna upon the moor was her bosom, the tartan bright beneath. Her well-rounded forehead shone soft and fair as the mountain snow. Her two breasts were heaving full, to them did the hearts of heroes flow. Her lips were ruddier than the rose, tender and tunefully sweet her tongue. White as the foam adown her side, her delicate fingers extended hung. Smooth as the dusky down of the elk appeared her shady eyebrows to me. Lovely her cheeks were, like berries red. From every guile she was wholly free. Her countenance looked like the gentle buds unfolding their beauty in early spring. Her yellow locks like the gold-browed hills, and her eyes like the radiance the sunbeams bring. In contemporary Celtic poetry, no one surpasses Mr. W. B. Yeats, particularly in the recreation of that wonderful past with whose atmosphere his whole work is charged. As an example of Mr. Yeats' narrative method with legendary themes, we may quote some lines from his beautiful The Wanderings of Ossian. Fled foam underneath us, and round us a wandering and milky smoke, high as the saddle girth, covering away from our glances the tide, and those that fled and that followed from the foam, pale distance broke. The immortal desire of immortals we saw in their faces and sighed. I mused on the chase with the Fenians and Bran, Ceolan, Lomer, and never a song sang Niamh, and over my fingertips came now the sliding of tears and sweeping of mist-cold hair, and now the warmth of sighs, and after the quiver of lips. Were we days long or hours long in writing, when rolled in a grisly peace, an isle lay level before us, with dripping hazel and oak, and we stood on a sea's edge we saw not, for whiter than new-washed fleece fled foam underneath us, and round us a wandering and milky smoke. And we rode on the plains of the sea's edge barren and grey, grey sands on the green of the grasses, and over the dripping trees, dripping and doubling landward, as though they would hasten away, like an army of old men longing for rest from the moan of the seas. But the trees grew taller and closer, immense in their wrinkling bark, dropping, a murmurous dropping, old silence, and that one sound. For no live creatures lived there, no weasels moved in the dark. Long sighs arose in our spirits, beneath us bubbled the ground, and the ears of the horse went sinking away in the hollow night. For as drift from a sailor slow drowning, the gleams of the world and the sun ceased on our hands and our faces, on hazel and oak leaf, the light, and the stars were blotted above us, and the whole of the world was one. Finally, here is one of Mr. Yeats' old songs resung. The Madness of King Gal. I sat on cushioned otter skin, my word was law from Ith to Emmen, and shook at Invar Amergin the hearts of the world troubling seamen, and drove tumult and war away from girl and boy, and man and beast. The fields grew fatter day by day, the wild fowl of the air increased, and every ancient Olave said, while he bent down his faded head, he drives away the northern cold. They will not hush, the leaves a-flutter round me, the beech leaves old. I sat and mused and drank sweet wine. A herdsman came from inland valleys, crying the pirates drove his swine to fill their dark-beaked hollow galleys. I called my battle-breaking men and my loud brazen battle-cars from rolling vale and rivery glen. and under the blinking of the stars fell on the pirates of the deep, and hurled them in the gulf of sleep. These hands won many a torque of gold. They will not hush, the leaves aflutter round me, the beech leaves old. But slowly as I shouting slew, and trampled in the bubbling mire, in my most secret spirit grew a whirling and a wandering fire. I stood, keen stars above me shone, around me shone keen eyes of men, and with loud singing I rushed on over the heat hand spongy fen, and broke between my hands the staff of my long spear, with song and laugh that down the echoing valleys rolled. They will not hush, the leaves aflutter round me, the beech leaves old. And now I wander in the woods, when summer gluts the golden bees, or in autumnal solitudes arise the leopard-coloured trees, or when along the wintry strands the cormorants shiver on their rocks, I wander on and wave my hands and sing and shake my heavy locks. The grey wolf knows me, by one ear I lead along the woodland deer, the hares run by me, growing bold. They will not hush, the leaves aflutter round me, the beech leaves old. I came upon a little town that slumbered in the harvest moon, and passed a tiptoe up and down, murmuring to a fitful tune. How I have followed night and day a tramping of tremendous feet, and saw where this old timpan lay, deserted on a doorway seat, and bore it to the woods with me. Of some unhuman misery our married voices wildly trolled. They will not hush, the leaves aflutter round me, the beech leaves old. I sang how, when day's toil is done, Orchil shakes out her long dark hair that hides away the dying sun, and sheds faint odours through the air. When my hand passed from wire to wire, it quenched with sound like falling dew the whirling and the wandering fire, but left a mournful eulalu. For the kind wires are torn and still, and I must wander wood and hill, through summer's heat and winter's cold. They will not hush, the leaves aflutter round me, the beech leaves old. End of section 38.